Tere hommikust kõigile.
Good morning.
Tere tulemast 17.
Welcome to the 17th Wood Architecture Conference.
Tervist kõik saalis viibijad ja
Greetings to all of you present here in this auditorium and those of us observing us on the web. My name is Andrus Kõresaar and I am Veronika Valk-Siska. We are your moderators for the day and we are expecting questions from you, active participation, because we have very good presenters and we were convinced of that already last night, so we'll have a great day. In my everyday life, I work at the Coco architecture firm. We have many projects related to wood, and this is why I am here today and why I'm participating enthusiastically. I'm also an architect, but I work at the Ministry of Climate. I run the housing department, and well, wood timber is something that we're very interested in. The main protagonist of our day is timber, wood. Our day is dedicated to wood. It's simple and easy to talk about wood because amidst our political and social events, be they global or local, wood is a positive hero, standing there in a white suit and looking at us with a gentle way. Us human bugs are going about doing our things, and wood observes the efforts of the Homo sapiens, looking rather bored, but the human uses harvesters, saws, axes, but wood is calm, and this makes us all happy and creates innovation both in architecture and design. Well, this was a rather philosophical entry. Just a couple of practical points for you. Those of you who are present in the auditorium, you have the opportunity to listen to simultaneous interpretation. As you entered the building, headphones and receivers were provided, and please ask our organizational team. But as for asking questions from our speakers, from our presenters, we do encourage you to ask questions no matter what the questions are. Hopefully the presenters will be able to answer your wise questions. On your ticket you have a link, and when you first enter, clicking on the link, please verify yourself using your email address, and each of our presenters has a Q&A button. That's where you can type in your question. We will be able then to ask the presenters the questions, so we encourage you once again to ask the questions, keep the discussion alive. During the breaks, we do have an exhibition of the awards of the wood. We would also like to thank young architects Johan Kirsimäe and Markus Varki, who have designed this installation. This is a functional and reusable installation called Taburet, the stool. And before this installation was presented in Tartu, in the south of Estonia, and the wood was provided by Right Wood. Once we've heard all of our presenters, the day is not over. We will have a busy day, but at 6:30 tonight, we will be having an awards ceremony of the Wood Architecture Awards, the best timber buildings, the wood buildings in Estonia. And after the gala, we're all inviting you to dinner and mingling in order to exchange some impressions of the day. Very good. I think we can start. Our first presenter is joining us virtually. But before, I would also like to have a little musical introduction.
Hi, everyone. I'm so sad that I couldn't be there today, but I will join you for this virtual presentation. My name is Jonna Hynninen. I'm from the Research Institute of Sweden, so RISE. I have a PhD in material chemistry, and today I will talk about the fire safety and electric vehicles. RISE is a research institute partly owned by the state in Sweden. We employ roughly 3,000 people in Sweden, and I work at the Department of Fire and Safety. We have been fire testing since the 1950s and since the 1970s in Borås, Sweden. We have test facilities both in Sweden but also in Norway. And on the pictures on the right-hand side, you can see two of our laboratories in Borås. And the top part is our newest laboratory that we opened in September this year, solely dedicated to test lithium-ion batteries, electric vehicles, and components for electric vehicles as well. And what I do at work is that I test lithium-ion batteries, vehicles, and so regarding the fire safety. And today I will talk about thermal runaway in lithium-ion batteries, the frequency of fires in electric vehicles, as well as internal combustion engine vehicles. We will look at the fire load and the main contributors to the fire load in vehicle fires. And also the implications to buildings and potential mitigation strategies. I will also end my presentation with a few slides on the environmental consequences of vehicle fires. And I just want to mention as well that what I speak about today is a summary from results from several different RISE-led projects, which can be seen on the screen. And all of these projects has had the aim to increase the knowledge in battery and electric vehicle fire safety. And I think that the presentation will be shared after my presentation, and there will be links to all these projects if you would like to deep dive into any of these projects. So, there is a fundamental issue with lithium-ion batteries, and that they are sensitive towards the operating conditions. And it's important to stay within the safe limit of the battery cells regarding temperature, voltage, and also the current. If going outside of these optimal life window, and especially the safety window, you can have something called thermal runaway. The thermal runaway can be initiated by several different means, such as internal short circuits, overcharge, external heating, or cross-deformation penetration, or mechanical damages. And what can happen here is that if the lithium-ion battery reaches higher temperatures, for most of them it's usually around 80 degrees, you will have exothermic reactions inside of the cell. These exothermic reactions are chemical reactions that produces a lot of heat energy, which increases the speed of the reactions, and you will have an accelerating event in the battery system. The increased temperature in the cell makes that the electrolyte starts to boil, which makes the battery cell swell, as can see in the right-hand side top picture. And at a moment, this cell will not be able to withhold the pressure inside the cell, and it may burst, releasing flammable gases, which can result in a flaming fire or accumulation of these flammable gases, which could lead to an explosion event. And lately, we have experienced a lot of different larger fires in parking structures, for example. As to mention a few examples, we have the Liverpool accident, as well as the Stavanger airport fire. And just a couple of weeks ago, we had a large fire in a car park in Luton in the UK. So today we will look at what have changed. And of course, on the vehicle level, we have introduced new traction energies such as lithium-ion batteries. But if we look at the data for fires in electric vehicle and internal combustion engine vehicle, we don't see that the frequency of fires is higher for electric vehicles. However you present the data, as can be seen here in 3 different cases, the electric vehicle fires are less common than fires in internal combustion engine vehicles. And if we look a little bit more closer on the right-hand side, we can look at the fire frequency in Norway. Norway has the highest population of electric vehicles as of today. And in 2020, they had a fleet of 17.3%. The EV fires during the time frame between 2016 and 2022 was 2.3%, which if compared to internal combustion engine vehicles in the same time, you would have a factor of 8 less common to have a fire in an EV compared to an internal combustion engine vehicle. If we then look at the similar numbers in Sweden, we have an even lower fire frequency for electric vehicles. I would also like to add that we need to keep on following these data to see what happens when the fleet gets larger and when the vehicles age. But just to mention a few reasons for fire in vehicles, the 3 most common reasons for fire is arson, engine compartment fires due to the hot surfaces and flammable liquids used in the engine, but also overheated brakes. If we look at other types of numbers, in Sweden, these are numbers from the Swedish Civil Contingency Agency. We have seen that the number of fires in electric transportations has been increasing and doubled, and more than doubled since 2018 to 2021. If we then look at what type of transportations are more common in these fires, you can see that electric passenger vehicles only stand for roughly 22% of these fires, whereas light electric vehicles have a majority of the fires. Similar types of data are also seen for other countries. This is just an image from the evfiresafety.com in Australia, but similar numbers are seen also in the UK and the US. And the reason for light electric vehicles having a higher fire concurrence is probably due to that passenger electric vehicles and battery energy storage system, for example, have really rigorous safety system, whereas light electric vehicles might have a lower safety standard. And this comes to implications when you look at charging of electric bikes and hoverboards and kick bikes, for example, but that's a completely different talk. As I said before, the most common reasons for fires are fires starting in the wheelhouse, engine compartment, or due to arson, and that's usually in the passenger compartment. Fires starting in the traction batteries are really rare, and up to 2021 there was only 1 case in Sweden, and that was a home-built electric vehicle. So it's really important to consider this, where is the fire in the vehicle, and to make sure that you try to suppress and extinguish the fire before reaching the battery. And if we then look at fire load of vehicles, and here I'm taking data from ETOX, which was a project run between 2019 and 2022 at RISE. we can neither see that the fire growth rate, the peak heat release rate, or the total energy release during vehicle fires between ICEVs and battery electric vehicle fires does not vary that much. So they are not faster or higher for battery electric vehicle. On the top hand side, you can see the heat release rate for 3 different vehicles. The red one is internal combustion engine vehicle, and the other ones are battery electric vehicle. And the graphs are quite similar, and if you look at the total energy released, they are not differing that much. However, if you look at the bottom graph, you can also see literature data from all the large-scale fire tests that have been found until 2022. And what we can see here is that there's no variation between the peak heat release rates or total heat release if we look at the different types of traction energy. So ICEV being internal combustion engine vehicles with diesel or petrol fuel, FEV is a plug-in hybrid, whereas BEV is then the battery electric vehicle. However, if we include data from pre-2000 vehicles manufactured before the year 2000, we can see that we have an increase both in the peak heat release rate, so the maximum fire intensity, but also in the total heat release during the fire. And why is this? What has changed? On the right-hand side, we can see the average weight and percentage of plastic used in passenger vehicles. And what we can see here is that we have a substantial increase in plastic components in today's vehicles. And if we instead look at the left-hand side and we compare the different energy content in these different materials, you can see that plastics in vehicles has a lot higher energy than a battery or petrol, for example. But not only have we brought in new materials to the vehicles, we have also increased the size of the vehicles, which can be seen in the image on the left-hand side, on the bottom on the left-hand side, where we have an older type of vehicle in the middle, and then we have 2 new vehicles on the side. However, the size of the parking spots has not increased. It's standard to have roughly 2.5 meters, but it's completely okay to also reduce this size to 2.3 meters. And some vehicles today have a width of more than 2.3 meters in width, which means that the vehicles that are parked will be a lot closer to each other, and this will of course affect the fire spread between vehicles. And as can be seen here, exterior plastic components can be ignited in, and the time to ignition will vary depending on the heat radiation. So from 1 minute to 7.5 minutes. And what's really important here is also to consider that the wind conditions and of course the distances between cars will have a major effect on the fire spread between vehicles. And on the right-hand side, you can see modeling work that was performed by Halada and published in Advances in Modeling. And what we can see here is the different distances between vehicles and the different air velocities. And what you can see is that there's a huge difference if you have a closer spacing between the vehicles, and as soon as you have some velocity in the air, you will speed up the fire spread. So what's the implications then for buildings? In Sweden, we use analytical dimensioning for garages, which usually uses a number of 800 megajoule per square meter. And since the vehicles pre-2000 or even pre-1990s were smaller and used less plastics, the fire load for today, if we look at the vehicle fires that we have investigated in the past 4 years, we will have a fire load of 790 megajoule per square meter, which is quite close to the analytical dimensioning. And the vehicles that we've tested were not the largest size vehicles existing. So I would assume that there are even vehicles that are exceeding these 800 megajoules per square meter. So the increased size and width of vehicles and increased use of plastic components will increase the fire load as well as the rate that the fire spreads between vehicles. There are mitigation methods. We could use larger parking spots or smaller vehicles. We could increase the ceiling height because the heat radiation from the ceiling will also affect the fire spread. Early detection is key to hinder that the fire spreads, because if you can limit the fire to one vehicle, the consequences will be less adverse. But how about sprinkler systems? Can battery electric vehicle fires be extinguished? An initiated thermal runaway cannot be extinguished from the outside of the vehicle. Stopping the thermal runaway requires cooling, which is today very inefficient. And this is due to that the vehicles and the battery pack are situated in the bottom part of the vehicle, very well protected from mechanical damage, water intrusion, etc. But propagation to undamaged cells can be hindered and slowed down if sufficient cooling is provided. But it's difficult with today's vehicle and battery designs. However, as I told you before, if you can limit the fire spread, not spreading from one vehicle to another, you will also limit the risk of severe consequences. At RISE in 2022, my colleagues Magnus Arvidsson and Örjan Westlund did tests using water sprinkler systems to compare the fire suppression performance of sprinkler systems in large-scale fire tests using both battery electric vehicles as well as internal combustion engine vehicles. And the question was, can water sprinkler systems be used to suppress fires in battery electric vehicles? On the left-hand side, you see right-hand side, you see an image of the test setup. You can see the vehicle on fire. This is the internal combustion engine vehicle, and you see the liquid petrol flaming from the bottom of the vehicle. You can also see the screen sheets on both the left and the right-hand side of the vehicle, and these were used to monitor the temperature in different places during the testing. 4 different tests were made. So ICEV stands for internal combustion engine vehicles. They were petrol-fueled. BEV1 and ICEV1 are the similar type of vehicle, so compact SUV, whereas the ones named ICEV2 and BEV2 are also similar models of vehicles, but a subcompact crossover SUV. So both these vehicles were similar in their design, or there was the same model, but they differed in the powertrain. And the electric vehicles are usually heavier than internal combustion engine vehicles, and so was it in this case as well. So the battery electric vehicles were 20 to 30% heavier than the internal combustion engine vehicle. The fire for these tests were initiated using the traction energy, so by a liquid petrol pool fire or through a nail penetration through the battery pack. And if you look at the results from these studies, we investigated how efficient the sprinkler system was towards fires in these different vehicles. And the sprinkler setup was a 4-nozzle setup with a spacing of 3.05 times 3.05 meters with a water discharge density of 10 millimeters per minute. And between the dotted lines, the green dotted lines, was the time when the sprinkler system was active. So it was kept active for 30 minutes. And you can see how fast the heat release rate, so the black curve, is declining upon activation of the sprinkler system. So the conclusions from this study was that the sprinkler systems can be used to suppress fires in both type of vehicles, so both for internal combustion engine vehicles and battery electric vehicles. And studying the temperatures also show that it can hinder fire spreading to adjacent vehicles. But what's also seen is that when turning the sprinkler system off, you will have a regrowth in the fire, as can be seen after the dotted line. And then we're going to look a little bit more on smoke toxicity and also the environmental impacts of vehicle fires. And I would just like to say that all vehicle fires are highly toxic, and there are many acute toxic gases released from both battery electric vehicles and internal combustion engine vehicles, such as carbon monoxide, hydrogen cyanide, hydrogen chloride, SO2, and NOx compounds. However, the largest difference seen for battery electric vehicles and internal combustion engine vehicles is hydrogen fluoride. Hydrogen fluoride, or HF, is a highly toxic gas with a high systemic toxicity and can be absorbed through the skin. When this was detected the first time, it sparked a huge concern, especially with the fire and rescue services. So the Civil Contingency Agency in Sweden and the Defense Research Organization, FOI and MSB, did tests where they performed firefighting drills inside of a container containing HF. And this study, they concluded that there were no additional risk for the firefighter wearing the right protection gear. And if you're interested in more of this, you can read it in the linked report. Additional, what we've seen in our testing is that using a water sprinkler system has a large effect on the hydrogen fluoride concentration in the combustion gases. We are efficiently washing out the hydrogen fluoride from the gas phase. As I said, combustion gases are highly toxic, and personal protective equipment should be worn when dealing with vehicle fires as well as battery fires. And these should be according to EN 469 2020 level 2, together with breathing apparatus. What we've also seen when we done tests on the extinguishing water is that the extinguishing water from both internal combustion engine vehicles as well as battery electric vehicles are highly toxic towards water-living organisms. So we recommend that the extinguishing water should be collected, especially in a sensitive nature area. So to summarize today's talk, the battery electric vehicle fires are not more common or nor more intense than internal combustion engine vehicle fires. The development towards larger and wider vehicles will have implications on the fire load, as well as an increased risk that the fire spreads between vehicles. The increased use of plastic has a higher contribution to the fire load, and mitigation methods to reduce severe consequences are wider parking spots, increased ceiling heights, and the use of early detection systems as well as water sprinkler systems. All fire effluents from all type of vehicle fires are toxic, and we recommend that collection of extinguishing water should and could be used to reduce the environmental impact of these fires. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm happily taking any questions that you might have. So thank you.
Thank you, Jonna, for this insightful investigation into chemical analysis and material sciences. A very fascinating topic. Kas meil on küsimusi saalist?
Do we have questions among the audience? Please give me a sign by putting up your hand and then wait until the microphone will be brought to you. It seems to be there are no questions, but we have got some questions online.
One more organizational remark to the English speakers in the audience. We have the translation available, so if you pick up your earphones by their entrance door, then you can also use this. Nii, küsimus veebist. So Jonna, we have a question from the web. And considering the table of frequency of car fires, in what time frame is the data collected? For instance, in what years has the total number of fires data been collected? Just to be sure that the data compares accounts for a similar time frame, because electrical cars have been used in a wide scale only for a shorter time, which can tilt the statistics somewhat. So.
Yes, and I agree with the one who asked the question. And that's why I also said that it's really important to continue following the data and see how it evolves. So the data compared between the internal combustion engine vehicles and battery electric vehicles was until 2022 when the report was released.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Do we have questions from the floor? Anyone? Not that I see a hand up, but I do have a question on my own. Since you have a very specific topic that you introduced to start off our day of timber construction, maybe very shortly, what would be your suggestions to us as architects, engineers, constructors in timber construction and wood architecture? From your point of view, what to take into account and what to take with us from your presentation?
I think that when looking at garage structures, for example, I think that looking a bit more closer into the analytical dimensioning values when you plan for the fire safety of your building or garage structure is what you should take away today. And it's not only for electric vehicles, it's for all vehicles, newer vehicles.
So thank you, Jonna, and a big hand of applause again to Jonna for her presentation.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is one of our future talents, of many future talents in architecture in Estonia, Joel Kopli. He is one of the founders, one of the three founders of Kuu Architects. And Joel has graduated from the Estonian Academy of Arts in Architecture and Urban Planning, and he's also graduated from the Tallinn Technical College in Architecture. He has won many awards locally and internationally, and he has also been many times nominated for the Mies van der Rohe Award. Joel is going to introduce the winner of last year's award for the best timber building in Estonia, the Rakvere Woodwork and Technology Center. So Joel, the floor is yours.
Tere kõigile.
Good morning.
Aitäh kutsumast.
Thank you for the invitation.
Kuna olen siin ainukene eestlane,
I am probably the only Estonian presenter amongst the speakers today. My presentation will be in Estonian. I don't think any of the other foreign speakers will be speaking Estonian, but my slides are actually in English. So just hopefully you'll understand In case necessary, please use the interpretation. So together with my colleagues in 2011, we set up Kuu Architects. This is the three of us on one of our pilgrimages in Switzerland. Perhaps you will also recognize what we're looking at. It's one of the favorite architects of architects. It's a chapel. I'm not going to give you any other hints. But back to the title of my presentation, Koda, the subconscious architecture or archetype. Then looking back on what we have created, Estonians, we are people of the forest. And this is something that has affected our creation, sometimes consciously, sometimes subconsciously. In addition to the Rakvere Woodwork and Technology Center, I will introduce 3 other designs that are all made of wood and that have all been constructed. And they are based on this teepee shape of the building and inspired by it. Too soon. So what is Koda? The chamber or the teepee. So probably most likely it is our first structure built in the 3rd century BC. So this is an archaic structure which our world is based on, and this is the soul of people in Estonia. Koda is one of the oldest words in the Estonian language. It's a place where you live, but linguistically it is also connected to the words kodu, home, and koht, place. The archetype that you see on this photograph is still used nowadays, but the functions have changed. We have new shapes, new functions, holy places, places where we work, smithies. So the archetype is very deeply rooted in our culture. In 2011, the Estonian Forest and Timber Industries Association, together with Enterprise Estonia, organized a design competition, and they were looking for a structure for the Floriade in Venlo. And the objective was to introduce Estonia through wood and our timber construction sector. So companies who are active in the timber industry participated. The idea was then to make contacts on the spot. We won this competition. We designed a very simple idea, so the archetype of this teepee that we slightly modified. You can see the functions. So it's a sort of a unit that you can give different functions. So you can live there, you can use it for storing things, you can combine them in order to create larger spaces. So it has 3 structural elements, the base, foundation, the structure itself and the roof, and it can be either stationary or mobile. You can vary the type of the roof as well, so it's flexible, and this flexibility gives these structures the ability to fit into the environment. The Floriade Koda consisted of 6 units, and there was also a sort of a outside sitting area which you can see on the bottom. So the bits on the left, these are the 4 units that were connected, so these were the exhibition areas, and the 2 others were a sort of kitchen and meeting room. The light came in through the roof, because otherwise the building well, the building needed light, so the light also varied. And as for the exterior, then we use different types of wood. You can see some photographs of the structure when it was completed. A couple of pictures of the assembly process. The elements were produced in Estonia, transported to the Netherlands, and put together on site. And the elements were produced by Nordic houses, and they also then put the structure together on site. After the Floriade project, we were very ambitious, and we sort of designed these spa units in Shanghai, but the reality was that the next Koda type of building was actually again constructed locally here in Muraste, not far from Tallinn. This was the idea of a family. They had sort of noticed us, and they wanted to have a sort of a all-year-round summer house that they could use. So this is located about 20 kilometers from Tallinn on the northern coast, and this is a summer house consisting of 3 units. 2 of them form the main building, and then there's a side building, and the 2 units form a kitchen and a living room, and there's a bathroom and bedroom, and the separate unit is a sauna. The roof angle is similar to the Floriade one. We just adjusted the tiltings a little bit, and the interior, as you can see, it is in very light tones, and we also have skylights then that add additional light. This is a photo which is actually done when the weather was rather foggy, so the building is 40 meters above sea level and basically on the waterfront. So you can see the photographs of the facade. We used natural larch and black tar color on the roof. So everything was done on site. Glulam built by Law the System. The next design is from 2015, and it was ordered by Maker Lab of the Culture Cauldron where we are in. So this was our sort of flash idea of a birdhouse. And then we had a workshop, so those who participated at the workshop could assemble this birdhouse and take it home with them. I made one myself, and I hung it up a tree near my summer home. But there should be similar birdhouses. So this is based on anthropological and ornithological analysis. So what's the human understanding of a birdhouse? What's the bird's perception? And then we put those 2 visions together, and this was the concept that we based things on. So this was the modeling. So we found the configurations of the exterior and the interior, and plywood was probably the best material, but actually Maker Lab themselves wanted us to use plywood. So the layers of plywood combined together made up this birdhouse. So these were the plywood cutouts. So we took a standard small board of plywood, and then we sort of tried to find the measurements, and with CNC we cut out 32 of those boards. The outer perimeter was the same, but the shape of this oval is different. And CNC also cut the holes into the corners so that we can fix it together with the bolts and screws.
välja lõigatud ovaalsetest ülejääkidest
And with the leftovers, those cutouts,
linnutoidumaja.
we formed a sort of a
Siin on
bird
siis
feeder.
piltidel näha kaks,
So you can see those two
kaks siis, objekti nii-öelda.
objects, the
valmis-
birdhouse
valminud
and the bird
objekti.
feeder.
Hoone on nüüd 8 hooaega
So
püsti
for
olnud.
8 seasons,
aga
this
ootab
structure
endiselt
has
elanikke.
been up a tree, but is still waiting for
Kas,
residents.
põhjus on naabrites,
I don't know
mineeride-
whether it has to
liimide
do with the
lõhnapaketis,
neighbors,
ukse avas
whether it has to do with the
suuruses,
glue, the size of the
kõrval
door
paiknevas
hole,
sipelgapesas või milleski muus.
or whatever.
tea,
There's an
aga
ant
enne kui see
hole,
täpne
ant
põhjus
hill
ei ole
next
välja
door.
selgitatud,
I don't know
ei
what the
julgeks
reason is.
objektiga parima puitehitise preemiale
So I
esitada.
wouldn't actually
Nii
nominate
et
this
see
for the
peab
best wood architecture award.
Unikaalseks teeb
But
selle
what makes
objektiga
it
see, et
unique
julgesime arhitektina
is
võtta
that as
oma peale ka
architects,
konstruktiivse osa
we
projekteerimisel.
actually acknowledge that
Sellega
we
võitsime ka mõne
designed
võrra
this.
projekteerimishinna kontrolli all.
And this also kept the price at a reasonable
Viimasena
level.
räägin Rakvere töö- ja
And now I come to the
tehnoloogiakeskusest,
Rakvere
mis,
Work and Technology Center.
sai eelmisel aastal siis
Last
tunnustatud
year,
kui parim
it got the
puitehitis.
best timber award.
Tegemist on siis Rakvere põhikoolidele mõeldud
So this is
ühise
then a
õppehoonega.
joint building where the schools can run their technology classes, and the main focus is on woodwork and metalwork, but you can also do home economics, sewing, robotics, stone work, etc. And the idea is that this is the manual work, handicrafts that you learn there. So instead of doubling the classrooms in every different schools, we built one structure so that the children can come together, the students, and practice there. So it's quite a clever idea by the local municipality, because the costs that they saved are quite big. So this was commissioned by the Rakvere city. This is where the site is, in Rakvere, in the northeast of Estonia. So the schools, they are within a very short walking distance or a short bike ride. It's right in the town center near the main square. And the Rakvere Grammar School, or the Rakvere School of Freedom as it's called nowadays, is also on the same site, which is one of the most functionalist school structures in Estonia. There's a church, Paulus, St. Paul's nearby, which will be the Arvo Pärt Concert Center. There's also a new grammar school building. On the other side, there are sort of small apartment houses built in the Soviet times. The competition was in 2019, and the new center was to be built on the site of this existing structure. You can see this two-story building. And the idea was that the garages, or the scale of the garages, would also be preserved, so that there would be more space that could be used. And the competition also was about how the buildings would fit together, so that the two buildings would come into dialogue with one another. At first, it seemed rather controversial, because how do you put those things in dialogue? Because you could only do it, you sort of thought that you would connect the two buildings. But as it's a study building, and it is a sort of a separate building still, then we didn't want it to make a sort of a electrical unit. And we were looking for these sort of dialogue partners. And the fact that there's a courtyard, and then we added a sort of an angle as well, as you can see. So the building is standing in this space on the edge, relatively far, also looking at the other buildings on site. So in front of the building, we were able to have more space, more air, and the sun is also shining onto the front part of the building, and that's where we designed the main entrance and sort of a pedestrian and cycle track. There was no access via this Lembitu Street, and we opened this accent. So this was a space that wasn't used before. The local people also can use the space. So the town of Rakvere actually gained more public space. This is the site plan. You can see everything in detail. But as I don't have a pointer, then I can't focus on many of the details of the site plan. So those existing garages, we did preserve them, but we changed their function. They became a storage facility, as via the yard side you can access this area.
Siin paiknes ka kogu hoonekompleksi, sealhulgas siis vana hoone soojasõlm.
And this is where the heating of the building is also located at, so we had to keep it. But during the construction, it appeared that the walls didn't have any foundation, so actually we had to take down these garage walls and replace them. So we added this right-hand side bit, and onto the other side we have the garbage bins. The facade of the building is sort of cladded in this steel framing which has these vines growing, and so it should turn green eventually. There are also two courtyards, the entrance courtyard and the metalworks courtyard. The second one can also be used to bring stuff into the building. This entrance courtyard is more intimate, so this is a space between the exterior and the interior. And both of these courtyards can actually be enclosed. You can see that every morning the teacher comes, opens the gates, and the one who leaves at night shuts those doors to the courtyard. In the middle of the building, we sort of have a foyer and a space between the classrooms, and then some additional rooms. It was important to have this visual idea that the foyer and the exterior are connected, and then we have soundproof windows. Around the foyer, we have the rooms with the functional sides, and that's where we have the metal workshops, the wood workshops. Each of those classrooms has a functional wall which has cupboards, shelves, where all the equipment is. There's a board with a screen, and the ventilation shafts are also on this photograph, for example, in this back wall. So each of the classrooms has one of those walls. In addition, we have a kitchen, and there's just a sort of a universal classroom. Both the kitchen and the universal classroom have this transparent window which opens onto the street side, so people are passing by, and this is a shelf that is also illuminated at night, and students can exhibit their works there. So it's sort of like an exhibition space that passers-by can see it. You can see this on the photograph. And in addition, there's a large table outside, which unfortunately is of concrete.
on iseäralik katusemaastik.
The roof is rather peculiar.
On siis paigutatud loodesse suunatud aknad.
So opening into the northwest, we have windows. They mainly catch light. So light using this skylight is quite a traditional way, which means that we have fewer openings inside the walls, and we can use the sides of the walls for the equipment. In the southeast, we have integrated solar panels. This is the plan. Everything is in detail. So the black line marks this bold black line marks this old garage space that became a storage area. Then you can see those gates that we use to close the courtyards. Then the intermediary space where we have then the classrooms. And there's also a sort of a communal seating area. I'd also like to mention that the task we had, the net area, was down to every comma, down to every number. So we could not change the space of the building by any square meters at all. So that's why the rooms are rather tight, and according to certain norms, the classrooms for the workshops, they have to be of a certain size. So that's why this space in the middle may seem rather limited. But nevertheless, we were still able to have like a seating area, and there are some openings in front of the classrooms. So these are the sections. The roof enabled us to have a sort of a technical area where we have the ventilation shafts and all the HVAC. And then on the exterior I mentioned we have this steel grid. So mostly things are CLT, combined CLT with wooden beams, and which are also covered with these slabs for acoustics. And we have left the CLT unfinished, as you can see, and people have calculated that the building embodies 280 CO of carbon. So the floors are cement, micro cement. Hopefully it will last when the tools fall on the ground. This is the construction process. It was rather challenging. I'm not sure whether the construction company was able to plan all of this, because as we know, the prices kept going up all the time and there were delivery problems. So we were trying to compromise quite a lot. Both sides had to compromise. There was also an option of giving up CLT, but fortunately this idea was not abandoned. So this ended up being a wooden structure. And as for the construction company, a local company, if they hadn't intervened, then probably the building would still be a design. But it was completed. And just to summarize, I think we are happy. And I would like to thank all the stakeholders, interior designer Kristel Jakobson, HVAC, water supply, and the constructor Revin Group. Thank you for your efforts to achieve our joint goal. Thank you, Joel. You were very persuasive. I think we certainly chose the right winner. This is an impressive building. Are there any questions from the audience?
Esimese küsimuse
I can
õigus
see
on Erik Konse.
sea of hands. Erik Konse,
Okei, võib kohe küsida.
another question. Go
Erik
ahead,
Konse,
please.
number 2.
Erik will be the second one to ask.
Yeah, you can ask. You can be the first. I changed the order. So Erik will be the second. And I see who is there. Mr. Kaur Stör. He is the third.
Okay, I wanted to ask about the last object in Rakvere, about the roof narrow places. There is in one side the roof slope, and in other side is a vertical wall with window. And I was thinking, you in Estonia have snow, right? In winter, snow, you have? No? You don't? Okay, we already have, but we are more far from north. I was thinking about if you was thinking about if there is a wind flow since in these gaps more snow, the size of the windows. Did you plan that there could be that maybe a half of window won't be seen? It will be under the snow.
Yeah, it might happen, but there's about 25 centimeters room for that, and we have heated cables that are melting the snow, and from this point it hasn't been a problem yet, but of course when it's very extreme conditions, then probably there should be some kühvlitööd.
Shovels. Yeah. Thank you. Second question. Erik Konse.
Thank you all for an excellent presentation. Of the 3 presentation objects that you've shown today, which has brought you the most fame for? Sorry, is it the birdhouse, or is it the school, or which of your structures has brought you most attention?
Of course, the birdhouse.
And then Kaur Stör.
Tere, Kaur.
Võta mikrofon su selja tagant.
Please have the microphone. Well, your creation stands out, Joel. It was very interesting. I would like to ask, I know that you don't just work with wood, you also use other materials. But what does using wood, what has it taught you as an architect?
No vot, nüüd tuli see välja.
Whoa.
Teegi ainult puidust.
Well, now you had to say it, didn't you, that I don't just use wood, but other materials. What has it taught me? It's a good question. I have to think about it a little bit. But like any material, it has its peculiarities. All materials need certain approaches. Wood, the sustainability aspect is, of course, what is the most important thing that touches you. And this is the reason why I like designing wooden buildings. But if I may take some time to think about it, I have another question. The very first slide you showed your spiritual side, the 3 of you sitting there, and then the chapel. I visited Zumtor and I've asked him, how do you do this? It was many years ago. And he said that your firm should not have a maximum of 12 people, not more than 12, because then the quality begins to suffer and you cannot finish your details. And Zumtor always had one trainee, and all the Zurich architects, they always wanted to train with him. So after all those years, you have so many degrees. Do you always get trainee applications in your firm? Well, yes, we do. But as for Zumtor, I agree with the master. Well, what differentiates us from him and from his practices is that Zumtor he does his designs for at least 5 years. Those tiny chapels, 5 years. We have only 3 months to design. And this puts things in a different perspective. But as a designer, we don't want to grow too large. Maybe this keeps us sustainable. Thank you, Joel.
Our next speaker comes from Denmark. Lone Vigers. She's an architect and she's a partner in the company Möller Architects. They have 7 offices in different countries and about 350 employees. So it's very far from 12. And these different departments, they are located in Denmark, Sweden, Norway and Germany. Lone works with strategy and concept development visions, and she's also one of the leaders of sustainable architecture for about 30 years, and that's both in practice and theory. And for the last 10 years, she has been working practically with timber architecture. And the topic of the presentation is "The Future Lies in the Roots."
Please, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone. I did not understand much of that except from strategy and vision, but I hope it was in terms of the wooden structures in Denmark you were talking, because we would like to have some strategies and some visions on wooden structures. Anyway, thanks a lot for having me. I'm going to take you through a couple of points. The next 45 minutes, an introduction to my company, CF Møller, a little bit about the journey we have taken on the wooden timber building agenda, some trends that we see, or I see at the moment in the building industry and architectural world, a little thing about documenting and calculating sustainability, which is difficult. Also a little bit about public sector tendering and the public sector as first mover. And obviously also a little bit of our wooden projects, not too many cases, but the case for today would be a building we are doing in Odense, which is currently the largest timber building in Denmark. And yes, I hope you'll enjoy all that, so I'll be fast. So CF Møller Architects were this young man here. He is 26 years old. He was born 125 and 4 days ago, 125 years and 4 days ago. So he was only 25 when he founded CF Møller, and next year that means that we will celebrate our 100th birthday with the company. It's founded in Denmark. He's Christian Frederik Møller. And today we have 7 offices in 4 countries, mainly the Nordic countries and Germany, Berlin. We have a 350 staff and 12 partners. And except for one partner, we're all architects, which is maybe not the cleverest choice for a partnership, but anyway, there you go. So these are the offices, and I'd just like to say about our Nordic values. We are very dear to us because we like to think that we're catering for a democratic architecture. We are working a lot, have worked a lot, a large portfolio for the welfare state. In fact, we're calling ourselves a little pretentiously the architects of the welfare state, because after the war, CF Møller really did do a lot of campuses buildings for the university and schools and hospitals, and a lot of work was commissioned from the public sector. But we also do today any variety, I would say, but mainly larger scale buildings. We also have small scale buildings, but we also can take in in big complex collaborative teams all over Europe, in fact. And two important examples here would be a Lego campus, which is a huge office building for the workers of Lego. Well, it's quite interesting. I would, if you want to dive into what Lego has the power to actually make happen in terms of building a new crazy office building, you should go and see this one because it's quite fun. And then at the moment, another big commission is that we are designing, and it's actually going on site very soon now. It's the German Ministry of Environment, which is a timber hybrid building as well, 50,000 square meters in Berlin. Some of our key drivers for design is the site is important. So what we are caring about is the genius loci, the spirit of place, obviously to look to the neighbors, what's happening in the neighborhood. In this case, we have a building that's kind of taking from the urban fabric of Copenhagen, the Copenhagen-ish standard, and modernizing it a bit. This is a nursing home and a youth, a nursing home and a, kollegie? The student housing in the front, yeah. We also think functionality is key because it's also a very sustainable key. We also believe to understand the culture of the users inside the building very strongly. It comes from them. It's not for the architect's ego to build. It's actually to be sure that the people who are going to use this building is going to be happy using it and care about and caring for it after that. Identity as well of the users and the place, and then the CO2 is coming in as a strong element. So you could say that the design conventionally is the building, but also the landscape is like added on quite often, but that is not the case for us. If you remember the image of Aarhus University, which actually is the company's big foundation architecturally, it's a very efficient and very important merge between landscape and building that's kind of informing each other and giving quality to the final result. So it gives you some kind of added value. So the contextual design is extremely important and is informing what you will design. At the moment, we see this. We have this panoptic global perspective on design, and it's it makes you think that today the human-produced matter and things on the planet weighs as much as all other living carbon matter on the planet, and this used to be 1%. Of all weight. So that's interesting. Bridges and roads and houses and whatever stuff that we've pulled out of the ground, it has now a higher weight than all other living matter. So this is quite something to think about. And we have to remember that we ourselves are nature. We're like the monkeys, a little more advanced perhaps, but still, we still sniff each other's bums, I would say. And for that reason, don't forget that you're just part of this value chain. And we need to look at nature in a more biocentric, with more biocentric ethics, you could say. So this is important. We understand that there's an ethical trend even with nature, and all animals have a say, even the smallest insect. So these people have the right to vote, or these creatures have the right to vote. It goes for trees and nature, everything. So this biocentric ethics is now informing a lot of not just ours, but everybody's designs at the time. So these trends, there are 5 trends we can specify. One would be this biosphere centricism, sorry. We're also seeing this trend about yesterday's materials and tomorrow's technologies, so the bio-based materials. We see a trend on more functionality, more flexibility, and indeed transformation of so-called dead matter. There's nothing that the pension fund hates more than what we call stranded assets. It's just the worst nightmare for them. So what we should do is look at all buildings that are dead functionally to have an optimum and the potential to become much more interesting again. I mean, where we are today, I'm overwhelmed with awe of these spaces that you have here. You're very lucky you didn't tear all that down. We tore a lot down already in Denmark. So fantastic historical traces and new uses. Functionalism is the first element of sustainability as well as combined with flexibility, because it means that you can always reuse these buildings, flexibly change them. So that gives them a longer lifespan. We have cities that needs to deal with other things than just being cities. Cities have to solve a lot of our problems on constipation, traffic-wise, logistics, social competences. We have a huge problem with loneliness in Denmark, and many people live one person in one flat, and they don't have means of meeting others. So we need to cater for that in the city as well. And there's so many, also climate change, obviously, and you know, safety. There's so many issues that the city has to deal with, and the buildings themselves have to demonstrate social competences. And then we need to do this built-in biodiversity, because of the biodiversity crisis. Obviously, it's the worst crisis the human race is facing at the moment. So there's no beating about the bush. We need to have this centricism. And make sustainability goals our prime design driver number one. So we are seeing this fun merge of the aesthetics versus the technological as dimension, and we see and we should let biodiversity invade the city simply because we need it, and there is a lot of evidence that it helps the human race. It also is this authentic urban nature presence, because living in a stone desert with glass and concrete and aluminium does not fulfill the human requirements. So it is more authentic to have a more green city. So there is this big trend in the world. We're all longing for the green world, and we are eco-idealists, every one of us, and sometimes it's a bit overwhelming, perhaps a little bit overdone. You can see here the famous Bosco Verticale from Milan, from Stefano Borri Architects, is a strong example of this is such a signal building rather than what is it really. Is it sustainable to pump all that water up the building and make sure that this forest is growing out of every buttonholes? But at the same time, it gives perhaps the users a lot. So interesting that sometimes it's really a lot, and we have to consider how to use this green element. So it's kind of pragmatic, it makes sense, but it absolutely should have a voice. So that's my point. Okay, we have the next trend is these, yeah, that's right. Yesterday's material and tomorrow's technology. So we are now working with regenerative bio-based carbon storing materials. So it's all about, you know, getting the fast-growing, the fast regenerative materials back into our building industry. But we have to do it with a framework of digitalization, industrialization, obviously, and also all the certifications that we need to make sure that we can get the certificates we need for being able to hold up the building regulations. So we need to scale it up. We can't just take bale straw from a simple field. We have to make a business out of it. Otherwise, we have to, and for that reason, we need to create an incitement to use it, and also a demand, obviously. So there's going to be a business case in starting up these new businesses is super important. Yeah. So the inspiration is vast. There are lots of fun new examples of how to use cork or mycelium, biocement with bacteria. I think we have Anna who's going to tell you more about this. It's an amazing field of research that's happening. Clay is coming back, the elements of straw bale, hemp as building blocks, or of course, the king of all, wood. All cellulose-based products and merged and mixed with other products that can give you new uses. Of course, also the circular design is extremely important. Also, a lot of inspiration. Use waste of building factories. Like there are a couple of wooden factories in here. They have a waste pile. This waste pile can be reused as exterior cladding or other forms, perhaps a different type of flooring or second-grade materials can come back into business. We also have to demolish buildings very carefully and reuse the elements, particularly the ones that are weatherproof on the outside of the building and all the bio-based materials in the inside where it's dry and not, possibly rotting away. Yeah, the third trend would be the functional, flexible transformation. You see here the two university buildings with a lot of years between them, 1932, 2012 over here. This is the Maersk Tower, research tower. No wood in there, but a lot of social and landscape merging social elements and also a very high energy or low energy performing building, I should say. Transformation, obviously reusing old buildings, need I say more? And also looking into buildings with social competences. This is a high-rise building, 80-meter housing tower. Difficult to know your neighbors when you live vertically. You only meet them in the elevator and then they move. When you step out, they just continue upwards. So living horizontally is always very much more easy to get a social fabric standing, but vertically it's difficult. In this building, we have put in a lot of different elements, like we have here the balconies in mini communities, the white framing, so that you can actually talk to your neighbors down and up and ask, can you come up? But yeah, do you give us coffee? The next thing would be, we have a lot of common facilities like a common laundry, a bike workshop, roof garden, dining room, town hall rooms, and etc. So now this building is a machine for social interaction. So these kind of thoughts are also important. So the building biodiversity, I have a quick case here. This is Hamburg-Altona, new speed train station, where we won the competition of the station, but we also won another competition on the area around the building and on the roof of the building, for where you are building in the analyzing the species of grass and plants and trees that are actually natural to the area, and therefore, redoing more of that so that the local insects, etc., and birds will adapt to exactly that framework of nature. Documenting, calculating sustainability is difficult, and if we look back, we can see that there is this a large block of expenditure. We used to spend all our time and money on the heating of the spaces, but in the 70s this was I have to go back. Sorry. In the 70s this was regulated, so we learned the blue one came down, and we learned not to spend so much energy on heating up the houses, and we got more other stuff that started taking in energy, for example, ventilation systems. And then today, in the climate strategies of many countries, we have the operational energies completely low. It doesn't make sense to make it lower without extreme exponential cost. So what we have left is now the black box at the top, with a gray box, which is the embodied carbon. And the embodied carbon would be in a relation now to the operational carbon like this. And you can see you can save a little bit on operational carbon, but that's a small effect. But the real effect will lie in hitting on the carbon in the building that's embodied in all the materials. So we have on one hand a greater focus on embodied carbon and more timber buildings, which can actually help us in that respect. And that is the main reason why timber buildings, at least in Denmark, is so much on the rise, because it's really happening now. And because we are obliged to do the calculation of these LCAs on buildings and also on the kilograms of CO2 per square meter per year. So for this reason, everybody, the clients, the pension funds that are borrowing the money, you get the EU taxonomy very soon knocking here as well. We all have it. It's something we have to do. And in the Nordic countries, we have already made climate demands in the building regulations. Sweden last year, Norway last year in the summer, and Denmark in January. We all now have demands of how to deal with how to mitigate this climate. Yes, there is this big environmental impact of construction materials, and also you need to lobby sometimes. I worked for 7-8 years now on, this is from the government. I was trying to persuade some housing politicians about the splendidness of wood, and my colleague and head of sustainability, C.F. Møller, Rob Marsh, is also here doing some lobbying there. And you also have to do these political lobbying with timber industry. So we know that there was a Green Climate Initiative in 2019, upscaling of the best solutions, and that was tightened again in 2020. These are the Danish regulations. So, and that came into a voluntary sustainability class, so the client could voluntarily opt for this very tighter regulation, and the major focus on life cycle analysis in this. And then in 2021, we got the whole life carbon regulation, which is now merged into the building regulations by 2023. And you can see here, it's a 1, 2, 3, 4-step procedure. First, 12 is the green one, 12 kilograms per year, per square meter per year. And then that would go down to a demand of 10.5, then to 9, then to 7.5. In the voluntary class, it starts lower, 8, 7, 6, 5. So by 2029, all buildings that are new will have to cater to 5 kilograms CO2 equivalents per square meter per year. So that's very easy to say. Yeah, so this is like the incitement for the industry and the supply chain to all work towards the same goal. And it's also by law. It's not like the next government can just erase this. So if you have this long-term plan, then the industry can actually see the business case, and most of the factories would go from 1 to the extreme immediately. It's too expensive to redo your factory every 2 years with new systems. So that's a good incitement. Yeah, so the Nordic ministers the Nordic Council of Ministers made a report in 2019. They're opting for 5 trends. They're seeing 5 trends in the market. For wooden structure. Multifunctionality, so flexibility in structure for future change, saving time and cost. Timber's major benefits, we know that it can really speed up the time of building, which means that you have to rent money for a shorter period, which is where the real money lies for a lot of clients. Investing in scalability, start small and scale up. Building skills and expertise would be needed, so new competences in the whole value chain. Pushing the boundaries and making a diversity in construction, not just pure timber buildings perhaps, but hybrid buildings and tall buildings as well. So tall, we're talking more than 8, 9 stories here. So real tall is also happening in the world, but then you start talking about how the timber has to have help in that case, and the circular design. So these 5 trends is what the Nordic Council of Ministers saw would happen, and it's already happening. So they were not all wrong. So a little bit about wooden buildings. This is my partner, Mads Mandrup. He's a happy man, and he's happy because his client is very happy, and they are just hugging this tree trunk, which is a column in a German project we have in Munich of a project in the so-called I-campus in the Verkehrsviertel in Munich. And so we were there a few weeks ago, and I got this wonderful image. So he's really pleased, and and he loves the role of being, you know, in vogue with wooden buildings. So he's very pleased with himself, and also we are very pleased with him because he's a great client. Okay, so thinking timber, we would probably system think it. So we're looking for full systems is interesting because we need to scale it up, make the larger buildings in timber, and also have components ready for the market so that it's very easy to combine and be an architect in this way, you know, kind of Lego way, but still with artistic zest, of course. Yes, we have different technologies. We're in the beginning of our design phase of office buildings in timber. We were doing a lot of variation studies that sort of showed what would be the different types of decking, what would be the architectural implication of using rib decks or flat decks, and what would the modular system mean in terms of the how can I say, the rhythm of the building. And the flexibility used for these structures. So more of this was tested. These are some pictures from Cree by Romberg. I'm sure you know the system. It's a building system, yeah, quite intelligent. So at the moment, CF Møller has 400,000 square meters of wood projects, either in production on drawing board or on site. So that's going well, and the market is increasingly interested. And the whole story started really in 2017, or actually this is built in 2017, so it's probably 2015, I should say. So a little further back. This was at the time, and it's still not superseded, in fact, the tallest all timber building in Sweden, 8.5 story. You can see there's a bit of a tall element there. It's a very stupid building. It's like very, very simple. So keep it simple, stupid. When you're doing something for the first time, you need to put the risk and the elements of variation and complexity down to a minimum. Then you can get everyone on board, even the insurance companies. But in this case, the fire strategy for this building is to use gypsum inside, and on the ceilings, the insurance company demanded 3 layers of gypsum, which we thought, okay, now we're almost building a concrete building. You know, it's getting a little on the heavy side. So personally, this was an important teaching for me, that you have to consider your strategies, not to sort of mitigate. To use timber, you are ending up using other materials. But it was an extremely interesting case, and we learned a lot from this building. Oh, sorry, just give you 1 second more with this picture. Yeah, so 4 carpenters built this store. Okay, I don't know, it lives its own life. Oh, maybe it's the time that's running, that's why. Are you overruling me? Okay, that's fine. So finally, I'll give you this case, Wood Hub. It's the name of the building. It was named by, I think by us, in fact, and now everybody uses it. It's really a silly name. It's an English name for a Danish building, but, you know, there's hardly any Danes speaking Danish anymore, so why not? So it's situated in Odense, which is the center of Denmark. That's the city of Hans Christian Andersen, if you've ever visited. It's an important building because it was commissioned by the government, or the agency of the government. The agency the government has that builds for the government, for all the public state square meters. So this agency, they made a public tender and asking for wooden buildings. So we have 36,500 square meters of building, and the 31 of those are massive timber construction. It's a competition win from 2021. It started on site in July last year, and we expect it to finish in February in 25. Yeah. So, sorry, I have to drink something. Yeah. So this Danish property agency, they made this tender, and it should house 1,600 workplaces, and now it says 10 here, but it's actually 8 government agencies that are moving in together. They have not lived together, so I think the people of Odense are hoping for some great synergies now they're actually living together in the same building. Yes, it's a turnkey design and build project. So a little bit of tendering from the public sector is difficult. There's a dilemma here. On one side, you have the rules of competitive tendering. So everyone must be equal, all papers are transparent, obviously, and then you have a need for a low carbon solution, is particularly when the government is making strong rules and regulations on putting the CO2 level down and the embodied carbon. So you would want product-specific requirements, which is a little unusual. You don't normally see that in a public tender. You must build with this material. That would be very weird. You would just order a building, and then you would see the contractor could use his own imagination or his own business and technologies to find out how the building should be built. So, and you also have whole life carbon targets. So really, the solution is to make this load-bearing timber tender. So they put it in the papers, which was great. So by doing so, they were like, okay, this is really risky for the government. We don't even know if there is a supply chain out there. In Denmark, certainly not, because nobody had done more than, a summer house or a two-story building. We have also big, so that was new in this scale. So they took a risk here. But the tender was use of timber for all load-bearing construction. Public sector first mover effects were we could aim for a reduced embodied carbon from timber and a better quality with focus on aesthetics, atmosphere and feeling. So now this is the first time you can see in a public tender they're actually asking for sensoric qualities, which I thought was pretty poetic and nice for a change. Yes, so the aim of demanding load-bearing timber structures is to challenge the sector and push the development of Danish buildings in a more sustainable direction set by the director of this agency. And we did do a winning strategy which actually brought us in which made us win. So these are the elements around. This was the logo that was invented. It's called this wooden fingerprint or whatever, and the name Wood Hub. And so these are the things we were trying to go for and push forward as what were the goals for winning. So needed, obviously, first of all, to create an inspiring work environment for the 1,600 people. It should be in dialogue with the context. Odense is a small town, not so tall scale. We have to think about that, be sensible. Sensitive to the scale. Learn from the process, also very important, because this is a first mover, first time. So put all the learnings into a log. And then simple structure. Timber has to be stupid, kind of, because we're still learning, still practicing. It should have a very high goal of reaching the voluntary sustainability class goals for the year it's made into the building application, and the economy had to be robust. So the concept is a bit like this. It's quite, here is the site. It's a very important spot in the city because that has to be filled out. You can see it's pretty dense around. We just made a simple rational 8, in fact, 2 squares coming together, and then chopping up the volume in 2 hard spaces we could call gathering spaces, and then we would shoot the facade back and forth a little bit and twist and turn also some of the elements to make it more open to the streets, and to take these elements of the context into and then stepping down the building towards the surroundings and make sure we have a lot of green free space on the roofs as well. The roofs are active, and then creating this dynamic and living expression. But there are other reasons for breaking this volume down in 7 volumes, because when you build in wood, you should build vertically rather than horizontally. You would not have first one big floor and then rain, 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 and then another big floor, and then rain, rain. You'd quickly build one building, close it up, and come with the facade immediately. So you have this was part of the moisture strategy, which was a very important issue from day one in the competition as well. So we could get that included into the architectural thinking, that we were dealing with small elements like that. We also wanted to have some architectural features from the area. There's a lot of red brick here. It's like the workman's facade, you could say, in the old days, even though the yellow bricks were cheaper, so they were on the inside of the courtyards, quite funnily. So we decided to pipette, or kind of take some colors from the neighborhood and bring it in a variation, so that it would still be seen as one building, but it would still be a little bit varied, so we didn't have this monumental, colossal building. And these steps in and out also gives you a feeling that it's not like a big, boring, long facade you have to pass. There are things happening along the way. So some architectural choices. And this is the site plan. As you can see, there's a garden down here, roof garden, and another roof garden up here. And there is a public garden in the left, in the courtyard, where we have some big art pieces coming in. The Danish government must procure art when they build to themselves, which is great. And then there's the East Garden, which is hovering above an auditorium underneath, so in the first floor. Yeah, so this is the expression, and this is a little bit of you don't see a lot of the context, but these are the colors that should kind of help us get into a dialogue with the context. The whole building is, like I said, stupid and economically viable. To get to this principle, we had like an 80-20 principle. 80% should be effective, normal, standard, nothing crazy areas, and then 20% would be more sort of how could I say interesting, spatially double height spaces, and that those 20% would be placed in the center here of the building, which we call the meeting hub. So these simple C's, the ears of the building here, that they all feed into the backbone of the meeting hub, and this is where everybody of the 1600 will meet and also interact and knowledge share much better, more easily. And there's a lot of vertical lines through the building that you can see your colleagues coming in and out through all these staircases. Of course, the simple system is a load-bearing structure that is 2.85 between the columns, and all CLT people in the room knows that that's fitting perfectly with a slab of 3 meters almost. So we have CLT slabs and just columns, no beams, which of course makes it easier to put your installations under the ceilings and can cater for a very efficient ceiling height, economy, and also that gives you something back on the facades. The width of the building, of course, has to do with the daylight. How far should the daylight come into the person inside the room? You see, you have three tables on the side. So the whole thing is modularly, extremely, how can I say, controlled, very controlled, and that is super important. They don't know if they will be 1600. They could perhaps squeeze in a little more, a little less. They may be some, if the welfare state goes down, I don't think it will, because it seems like the tendency is to hire more people in the public sector. But anyway, if it should go down, then you would have possibility of renting out some of the areas to other users, etc. So it's very important that walls can move in and out, and even you can cut holes and move decks out and take vertical staircases and putting departments together over in vertical sections. So this is the structure. So you can see it's quite stupid, but very busy. There's a lot of wood in there, and you have to love columns, I tell you. And don't be afraid that there's no wood in there, because there's so much wood. I mean, those columns are so domineering in the most positive sense that you look over X, you just see walls of wood all the way down. So it's very, very nice. Yes, there is a basement of 5,500 under half the building, approximately. It's in concrete, obviously, because wood should do nothing underground or under the earth, unless you are a Viking ship in mud, I guess. But other than that, it's important to have that. We also have steel frames on the roof for ventilation buildings, so that we can keep the maintenance down to a minimum. Yeah. And you can see the diagonals here that are making sure the building is stiff in all the corners. So this is more or less where we were a month or two ago. But you can see here the simple timber structure caters for no beams, CLT with bidirectional spans, so it's really stiff in both directions. We have fewer connections and a much quicker process. And the guys, NCC, who are the main the contractor, and we developed the whole thing with NCC, very close collaboration since before we got pre-qualified for the competition even. We made a big seminar on what is it we don't know about wooden buildings, what is it we have to learn before we actually go for this competition. So we were super well prepared, and that's also one of the reasons we won the competition, basically. But you can see here there will be installations running under the ceilings, under the CLT ceilings. And this is some of this is an image of how the facade is immediately added to the structure. So no rain is coming and lying for days into the slabs. But all the slabs are coming with this wet guard tissue, which is a super invention. And it's actually also a green invention because there's so much of it on those slabs that I had to call the factory and ask them, okay, fine, now we're doing this fantastic timber building, and now are you adding some kind of oil-produced product here all over to keep the rain guarding, rain protecting the elements while on transport and while in construction. And I got the EPD from them, and I can see that it's a perfectly sound product. So I would recommend that when you order your CLT slabs, that you get them prepared with this wet guard. It's kind of this tape, as architect, you can pull it off and put it on all the time. That kind of adhesive is this product. Okay, and then we have wooden cassettes for the facades, prefabbed, coming on site and just being tacked on top. And out of that, we put a section of recycled aluminium facades that takes no maintenance, which is what the client has asked for. So some of the details here, you had like two very important details, and that's more or less it. Of course, there are a little more, but this was the main details that you had to get right. And NCC had former concrete people retrained to actually mount not concrete elements but wooden elements, and that also gave them some surprises and tolerances, I would say, because over 20 meters all the slabs would wander about 19 millimeters, and then the first thing they did when they found out was to take the chainsaw and simply cut off almost 2 centimeters after 20 meters, but that's of course not a good thing to do. So the other thing, immediately they asked the Haslager Hess people in Austria who are delivering the wood to just increase the tolerances a little, have more than minus 1 to 2 millimeters tolerance in the slab width. So this is, but I learned from more clever people than myself on wood that can also be managed. So next generation, whatever. We'll get there. So here's an image of you can see there are concrete cores for the steps, for the stairs, also something to do with the stability of the building. And so learning from this process was important as part of the winning strategy. So we wanted to make a best practice book or some kind of, idea on this project. We were very, very strong on moisture strategies, which we have now implemented in other Danish projects. And the Germans also have done that, and the Swedes for their projects. In fact, I could say very generally speaking that the Swedish CF Møller people are doing a lot of timber housing, and we are doing more timber offices in Denmark. So, but we will definitely exchange knowledge. We know about each other's projects a lot. Yeah, so a vertical process, as I said, the facade closure is fast, and there is a special attention to deliveries on site. And also how the logistics of the timber is going up. A little detail as well is that maximum 20% of the surface area of ceilings and floors of load-bearing structure can be exposed. And exposed? Untreated wood. Okay, there's something on the spelling here, which is not right. So we had to measure the whole whole area, all the surfaces, so that we could find out, okay, how much wood exposure can we afford? And it turns out that we can use 1 meter all the way along the facade, for fire regulations, this of course. So we could see there is a timber frame, and then how the columns are working with the slabs. So that's what you see in this image here. And then you have these kind of crude cable barrier for electrical, wiring coming across and into a panel and down, servicing each workspace line. So this is some early renders from that. Yeah, so I'm just going to go through here some images quickly. We're trying to, you can see how large the windows are. In fact, the facade is also designed in terms of how deep the facades are sitting in terms of daylight. So the deeper you go in the courtyards, the larger window openings. So we have a system of components for the facade, which is adapted to these solar-oriented and heat loss simulations. And here are the double height spaces where a staircase will go in. This is the meeting hub image where you can see you have the raised garden on the right. Underneath is the auditorium. Here on the left you can see the public garden. And inside you have all these intermediate workspaces and informal meeting spaces and breakout areas for the workers, or for the employees. Yeah, the sustainability is good. It's 8.4, so it's 30% less, 8.4 kilos. It should have been 8.0 to get into that voluntary sustainability level, which we would have hoped, but we haven't reached that point. We have traditional insulation materials. We have steel frames on the floor, on the roof. We have a concrete basement. So, it's almost there, and definitely a lot better than whatever you see. Yeah, so I'll be quick about this. So daylight, thermal comfort, simulations were made. Here are some of the components of the windows. You can see that there is a frame around the windows. It's getting deeper on the east and west facade and south facade. It's getting smaller on the north facade. So the shading of the building, of the glass, is part of that whole energy calculation. This was this idea of the bigger windows where you get more shade, and then the finer windows further up to shade more of the heat. So there is some intelligence built in like that. And here you see a little bit of the components of the facade. They're combined in different ways. Oh, I'm 50 seconds about, oh, sorry, I'll be quick. Quickly, photos. Mock-up was made. So this is the first mock-ups. And okay, wood and aesthetics, what materials and colors fit all this pine and spruce and all this? What's actually beautiful with an exposed wooden? So we tried to find some colors that would fit that and make these kind of mood boards to make sure that we had a good design that went with all the wood. A little bit of interior facades. And some building progress. This started like this. Here you see the wet guard that's glued around the end of the wood. You can also see him with the green sheet over there. That's the dampspær. Okay, 0 seconds left. That's not a lot. The canteen, very tall, a lot of wood exposed. Some of the cross members. I'm almost there. And this is the facade being mounted. And this is this is the latest picture I have, I think. This is from about 3 weeks ago. So already one building is almost done on the facades, and you see here how it's literally this sequence is happening. And just this slide, last slide, is this is a demonstration project for all Denmark. And here we had a visit the other day. I constantly go to Odense to explain the building and explain people about the project. Here we have a visit from 200 guests from the public public sector procurement organizations and people from the ministries. Everybody wants to see this. So it's really an advantage that it's the public sector that builds, because then it really gets out there. And we can convert the pagans, or whatever I could say, for the non-believers will get on board. Mads is here also standing he's also showing around sometimes. So that was my thing. Thank you very much. Sorry I was a little late. Yeah.
Well, that was a fireworks of ideas and insights into timber construction. But may I ask, would we have questions from the floor? Anybody? Hand up. We are
Don't be shy.
speechless. There was so much. There is a question.
There's a question down there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for a very interesting lecture. My question is, what is the calculated age of this size of building, and is it different from the obligatory age of regular buildings, or
No.
is the same?
It's a very good question, because this is really, you're putting the finger right on the worst problem we have with sustainable buildings. It's like you have to cater for this 50-year age of this building. Should be as old as the stave churches in Norway, 1100 years old, thank you very much. And if we take care of it, it could actually stand forever. So it's ridiculous, but that's one of the reasons the numbers are not perfect, because of the calculation methodology is still like that. And we have to talk about that, because if we are going to make solid wood timber floors, solid wood floors, let's say you have a really beautiful plank floors. This is not what the industry is building today. They're building ridiculously awful floors with little cardboard centers, and then a little veneer, which is like thin like your fingernail. And then they put it in all the housing. And if you drop one drop of water where it connects, it goes like that. It's terrible. But if you did make a lot, put more money into those floors can be sitting there for 500 years. And look at the big castles around Europe. You see these floors, they're original, and they're 500 years old. You just sand them down and they can take. So quality and waste is something that we should talk about together. So this aging thing, that when you make an LCA on floors in housing, you have to cater for the fact that every 30 years the floor is exchanged. That's insane. So I agree, it's a good question, and I have to say that this is calculated in the way it should, which it shouldn't be, but yeah, the legal way.
Thank you, Lone,
Thank you.
once again. A big hand of applause to Lone.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Ja nüüd algab meil lõunapaus.
We will break now for lunch, so you can stretch and share ideas with colleagues. See you all back here at 10 to 1. Don't forget to visit the sponsor and exhibition area. Bon appetit!
Absolutno. Super, che veramente. vaata, kui me teeme nüüd suvel remondi ära, siis lihtsalt kui me ostame tema 50 euroga, siis me ei saa selle eest, me ei saa 50 pärast lahti. Asi on selles lihtsalt. Jah. Maja lubatud, siis oleks ju jah, endale sain siis maha minna. See oleks nagu üldse mingi. Ja oleks Melissa või Daniel tahtnud, poleks ka mitte mingit küsimust olnud. Ikka on, ikka. Mis on sul veel juures praegu? No, kehva on ikka. Nagu nalja väga pole. No, meie ei oska ju midagi teha selle jalaga. Selles mõttes, et ta teeb nüüd arste ja arstid nüüd nagu järjest mõtlevad, mis seal teha, sest ei saa aru sellest meditsiinisüsteemist seal, neil on see kõik asi veelgi keerulisem ja teistmoodi. Eestis oleks arvatavasti juba ammu opilaual lõidetud mitu korda, aga seal veel ei anda vist. No eks nad, no muidugi teevad suu, et ta sai juba mingite eriarstidele ja mingi põlvearstile ja nüüd tal ongi täna või eile oli arst. Aga Kersti teab lihtsalt. Jah. Ütleme nii, olgu, tšau. but I have to put the mic first. What does it feel right now? Turn your left, right, not pulling. Teine host on ka või? Ees.
Pidi tagasi tulema. Ta eelmine aasta mingi tund aega hiljem kui ma tean jah, aga ma räägin. Ta peab eelmine aasta ka. Aga jah.
Tere tulemast tagasi saali.
Welcome back.
Kõigepealt ma tuletan kõikidele
I would also like to remind you all that after the presentations and the official part of our conference, we also have a gala awarding the awards for the wood. And then we have a dinner.
Estonian that well. A kind reminder that you can find translation machines and earphones available at the entrance door. So please use this if you feel the need for it. Aga nüüd me saame minna.
But now we will continue with our fourth presentation. She's from Slovenia, Professor Anna Sandak, and she's a material scientist. And she is using biomaterials. And she is active at the University of Primorska, where she is a professor of mathematics, sciences, and IT. And in her 17 years as a scientist, she has participated in more than 30 science and research projects. So she has a very serious background. Her topic are engineered living materials, which then most likely will be the next big thing in the big building sector. So she is applying biomimetic principles to develop new materials, and she studies the modification processes and their physico-chemical properties of these developed materials.
So our next speaker is Anna Sandak, a material scientist from Slovenia, from the University of Primorska and from InnoRenew Center of Excellence. So please, Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for introduction. I feel really honored to be here. I have to admit I'm not architect, I'm material scientist and also biologist, and I hope our materials can also inspire future architecture. So I'm really happy to talk about living materials, which is like my baby, and I'm really enjoying the topic. I hope you will love fungi as much as I do after my talk. Okay, and then just talking about the building materials and buildings. We are relatively newcomers on the Earth. First humans were living on Earth 300,000 years ago, and then first we were living in the caves. Then soon after we were escaping the caves and using different building materials for construction of our shelters and homes. And actually the first man-made materials were sun-baked bricks, and then they were like substituted by timber, limestone, different materials. And then I think it's really true to say that materials were shaping our civilization because we were like along of them with a relatively long time. And then talking about more details about the Industrial Revolution, we had several steps. We had mechanization, mass production, computer automation, Internet of Things networking, and cognitive systems. And then, as you can see, we are really speeding up. First, it took us 100 years to go to the second stage, and now it's just matter of 10 years. So what will be the next? And definitely we like to build, we like to manufacture, and the way we are building is really like quite different than nature is doing. We are using a lot of materials. We are doing this in the high temperature, high pressure. And as a result, we are generating a lot of pollution. So this is really like what is happening, and we are well aware about that. And cities, in fact, are the most emitters of the pollutions. Cities are only covering 3% of the Earth, but they are generating 70% of the global pollutions. And we are all fans of buildings from wood and bio-based materials, but I have to admit that still the most used materials as for the construction sector is the concrete, which is accounting on 10 billions of tons every year is which produced. The way we do is also generating a lot of waste. 300 million of tons of plastic every year is landfilled. And quite big share of this is ending up in the oceans. So it's not really sustainable the way we are doing. And Lone was saying at the beginning, then we are on this crossover point when we are like equally producing the man-made materials and also the biomass. But according to the recent literature, just was the paper published in Nature, we are already crossing over that point. So actually the amount of concrete, metal, plastic, bricks and asphalt is exceeding all the biomass which is produced on Earth. And we see the consequences of that. We are all aware about the climate change and about some catastrophic disaster, and this is the way like our planet is reacting to that. But here we are talking about wood, so we know that we have to go more green and to be more sustainable, more bio-based. And we have to switch from ego to eco. This is well known. And I don't have to explain that building with wood is really nice and is really sustainable, but if we think a bit deeper, are all the bio-based building materials really environmentally friendly? Sometimes we tend to use some glues, adhesives, coatings, biocides, and those substances are not really entirely bio-based and might be problematic at the end of the service life. We are thinking to build for longer time, and we are thinking about the service life, but at the end, we have to do something with these materials. So what we can do, we can find another way of inspiration. Since I'm a biologist, I will say, okay, let's look how the nature was doing. And why we should do that? Because in fact, nature had 3.6 billion of years of development. So this is the long field trial ever. And as I was mentioning before, we are relatively young on the planet. So we can really learn from someone or something, it depends how we are calling that, to do it better. But just a few words, how nature is handling and designing the materials and developing materials. Okay, it's very simple. Nature is using 93% of natural substances which are just generated from the 4 elements: carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. So it's a relatively simple composition. The nature is using resources in the cycle loop, and the waste from one organism is contributing to the nutrient for another. So this is really like what is circular economy about. The long-term release of the toxin is really rare. The processes are done not as I was showing before in the ambient temperature, in the low pressure atmospheric condition. The structure are handled in the hierarchical way, and then they have the varying properties of different scales. But at the end, everything is simple, functional, and reliable. So seems like perfect combination. And there are two main aspects of the biological system. They are really multifunctional, and they are highly optimized. So if we will be able to produce in this way, I think will be really cool. And we can say about the bio-inspiration or bio-imitation, biomimicry, what is the differences? And in fact, we can be inspired by something, but we can also try to copy directly. And I will not use Albert Einstein photos, but I will use mine. So my daughter is always saying that I look like scary marmot. But we don't have to really imitate exactly the things, but we can be inspired and do something like having in mind some solutions which nature is providing. And in fact, this is an enormous field how we can really do that, because the system created in nature might be inspiring development of different materials, concepts, solutions, and whatever. So everyone can pick something what is relevant for him. And then the first was Leonardo, but not DiCaprio, but Da Vinci. And his flying machine was the first biomimicry device which was produced. And, well, it's still beautiful. And bio-inspired innovation can really be touching different fields. So the things which are created by nature can inform development of new materials. This is materials, but the way nature is organized can also can inspire the shape of materials. The way organisms are perceiving can inspire new generation of sensors or communications. The way animals or even plants are moving can inspire new forms of kinetics or mechanics. The way living organisms are interacting can inspire new way of communication. And finally, the way living organisms perform can inspire our processes. And bio-inspiration is not new. We are aware about the Shinkansen, which was inspired by the kingfisher shape, or swimming suit, which was inspired by the shark skin, or we can climb as a gecko on these very smooth surfaces. And if talking about the materials development, we have the 3 groups here. We have smart materials, which are reacting to response to external stimuli. We have novel materials, we can rearrange the shape. And finally, we have this broad portfolio of surface modification. So bioinspiration is a really nice tool, but can we go beyond that? Can we do something more? And if we think about nature, nature is wonderful because it has the self-properties. It can self-heal, self-regenerate, self-grow. So everything is done by it, and that's really beautiful. And the question is, what if materials with these properties can be done? And what kind of new application we can imagine if we have some materials which are really alive? And then here we're entering the topic of engineered living materials. So those are defined as materials which are composed of living cells. So here is a bit the difference between the mycelium, bricks, and so on, because we are trying to keep our living cells alive, so they can still perform and they can still produce. And in simple words, we are adding new dimension to the materials. We are adding life, which is, I think, very nice. And then having in mind different properties, we are using living cells, we are having the processes which are inspired by nature, and we open broad portfolio of different properties, like really, and the beauty is that we can have all of them, not all maybe, but most of them at the same time, because the natural systems are multifunctional. So if you are translating this to the building sector, we can have houses which are really like performing, and if you would like to lead a bit more, I published paper in Nature, and what I'm trying to explain which new opportunities we have when we are thinking about these living materials in the construction sectors. So that was the intro. I hope I'm okay with the time, but I would like to also show you a bit of our research, what we are doing in this field. And we are targeting to do new coatings. And here I don't have to convince you that the coatings are important and they are like giving the beauty and they are also protecting the different surfaces. There is huge market related to coatings, and there is a lot of billions of liters produced every year. I'm very badly in remembering the numbers, but I just know that this is the same amount, which is amount of beer consumed in Europe, so it's like really a lot of liters. And this is the coating industry. And then every coating which is exposed outside is exposed to the weather. And the weathering process is the combination of biotic and abiotic factors. And very often the coatings are failing, independently on the surface they are protecting. So we see something like that, and then, well, in this context can be beautiful, but if we have the facades, usually the owners would like to have something which is long performing. So what we do as humans, we are trying to improve the composition. So we are adding biocides to kill microorganisms. We are putting some synthetic oils and binders and some toxic elements. And then this is not making the formulation really environmentally friendly. And as you can see, it's not also performing well. So in the Archiskin project, we are trying to have a new approach. We are trying to make the things a bit differently. We are targeting to develop the engineered living materials and, in fact, in particular, smart living surfaces. Our coatings are designed to have also different functionalities, like bioremediation and self-healing, and they are meant to protect different surfaces and different climates. And here I have to recall Albert Einstein again, and because I love the sentence he was saying, like, logic will take you from point A to B. Imagination will take you everywhere. And if I will do now exercise with you, I think you will fall asleep, but let's try. You can close your eyes and try to imagine coatings which are having long-lasting performance, able to repair themselves, capable of bioremediation and entirely bio-based, because they are alive. So this is what we are trying to do. If you want to take a nap, you can keep your eyes closed. If you want to see how we are doing, open your eyes, so I will show you. So we are developing biofilms, and biofilms are like very robust systems on the earth. They are like a consortium of different microorganisms. We have a biofilm in our body, we have inside, we have biofilm on our teeth, and actually this is the dental plaque, and this is the same photo. If somebody didn't brush your teeth well, so you have the thicker layer. And so they are consortia of different microorganisms, but they are all together and they are very strong, and they're very robust, and it's really hard to fight them. But usually biofilm are perceived as something negative, and especially if the biofilm is forming in the pipes and in some medical machines. So we are trying to get rid of the biofilm. But what will happen if we try to use the benefits of the biofilm? And we'll try to do this to use the biofilm as for materials protection, and this is what we are trying to do. And most of the research is trying to get rid of this. Okay, so let's do opposite, we will use the biofilm. Also, most of the research is dealing with bacterial biofilm, but we are working with fungi. And fungi are really fun. It's really a lot of beauties you can see here. I also brought you some, so I will show you later. And the biggest organism in Earth is, in fact, fungus. It's the fungus which is living in Oregon Blue Mountain. It has 10 kilometers square, the area, so it's still one organism. They are so beautiful. They are so different shapes. They are fungi which are bioluminescent. They are fungi, the last one, hallucinogenic, so can have really broad portfolio. We have also gorgonzola cheese, and then so it's really beautiful. We are drinking beer made by fungi. We are drinking wine made by fungi, so it's like everywhere are fungi. So that's why I'm a big fan. And we are trying to develop fungal biofilm. And why? Because they had some characteristics which are really relevant for the covering of the surfaces. And then so we have they are growing with apical form. They have a broad portfolio of, they can eat broad portfolio of nutrients, and they have the enzymatic profile, which allowing digest different matters. So they are like quite good candidate. And our choice is Aerobasidium pullulans, because it's living everywhere on Earth. We can find it in different environments, so sooner or later they will be there. So Aerobasidium pullulans was found in the desert and in the glacier, so it can survive in different climatic areas. Has very high phenotypic plasticity. I will show you what does it mean, but okay, it's just to remember that. Has broad enzymatic profile, which means it can eat really different things. Has broad pigmentation, so we can have different portfolio of colors. And finally, it's not toxic. So seems like perfect combinations. So in our project, we are using the design, build, test, learn approach, and I divided the project into 3 phases. I will be reporting the first one, which are like, because we started it 1 year ago, we still have 4 years ahead of us. But we were like quite fast with the first phase, which was exploration. We were trying to observe how the biofilm is occurring in the natural environment. Then we are now stepping in the second one, where we are designing the coating system, which is based on the engineered biofilm. And then we will see if the properties which are desired are really working. So we started with the assessing of bioreceptivity. So this is ability of materials to be colonized by different microorganisms without really degradation. And in fact, this is the things we were doing. We're swabbing different materials, not only wood, but also different, and trying to cultivate and just to see what nature is giving us. So I brought to you some few petri dishes, and then I was really surprised. Nobody was checking what I have in my backpack, and I was bringing environmental biological samples across Europe, but you can see how beautiful they are and how colorful. But, okay, so we are in the first stage, and what we were doing, we were swabbing, and then in parallel we ran 2 different lines. So we were assessing the material's performance, so what is the roughness, wettability, with the microscopy, with the perspective imaging, and then in the same time we're also making the biological line, identification. So this looks like that. It's a lot of DNA extraction and amplification and so on. So my PhD student is still happy to do so, but it's really time-consuming. But we are building also our collection of fungi. We are storing it -80, so we have our strains which are identified. We know the properties. And then we found out that there are like few dominant species after 1 month's exposure. So materials which are exposed outside, they will be colonized sooner or later. And the concept is why we are not taking advantage from that, and we are making the colonization easier and smoother and uniform. So this was the part of which was the biological part, and then we had also this multi-sensor characterization with the microscopy, spectroscopy, and colony count, and so on. So that was the thing we are doing, and we already confirmed an Aerobasidium pullulan, the one which I was thinking will be the choice when I was writing the proposal is the confirmed one. Okay, so this was the first part, which was the bioreceptivity, but we are running also another experiment. So another thing we are doing is microcalorimetry. So it's like this is the technique which allows to trace the metabolism at the really early stage. So it's very precise change. It's measuring the heat release at a very, very precise level. So sometimes we have the cultures, we don't even see anything by naked eyes, but fungi are growing and they are like, developing themselves and they are reproducing and they are releasing the heat as every organism. So we can measure that. So what we are doing, we are providing different nutrients. We see how fast they are growing. We are trying to kill them. So we are cellular killer. We try to really investigate the limits. So, and then just to see if they are like resurrecting and so on. So it's like really fascinating. And so we do this on the really level that we cannot even see with the naked eye. That another thing is molecular docking. And not that I was watching what you were eating during the lunch, but most of you were selecting different things, and especially it's really hard to just choose one source of food if Eric is organizing conference when it's so nice selection. So we as human, we tend to eat so different things and we put our plates so beautiful and delicious stuff. But with fungi, this is like, very easy process because every organism will rather go for digesting something which is really easy to process. They will not spend much energy for digesting something which is much more problematic and even will be more tasty. So our fungus has a broad enzymatic profile. It produces amylase, lactase, cellulase, and lipase, and so on. So the way we are designing the nutrients for the fungi is the similar way we are designing the drugs. Actually, the enzymatic profile should be compatible with the nutrients. So this is what we do, also with the collaboration with colleagues. And another thing, what we do is like lifestyle imaging. So I was saying you this phenotyping plasticity is like the change of the forms. And this is really cool because our fungi has 5 modes of growth. So can really switch from one to another. So imagine like we have, just me, but I will be in 5 more forms. That's really, really cool. And just also worth to imitate. But nevertheless, it has different cells and then can change easily from one to another. And we are learning how to manipulate that and when they are changing. So, and then knowing this, we can really control the growth. Another aspect which is really interesting is quorum sensing and quorum quenching. And this is the way of communication of fungi and also other microorganisms. So they are talking, but not in the way we are talking, but they are sending chemical signalings. So this is also another way we can control their growth and their development. The last thing is the cryptic sexual reproduction. It's like really cool sentence, and it is really new because we were thinking then fungi are like reproducing without sexual reproduction, just asexually, but actually they do in this way. But don't tell if you are cheating on your partner, don't tell them I was saying you cryptic sexual reproduction because I will be in trouble. But okay, this is something which is not explored, and it's like that's why it's called cryptic. But nevertheless, we would like to see these things, and then what we are doing is lifestyle imaging. So we are recording the growth of the population in the series, and then we using the optic microscope, also with the fluorescence, and then we are observing how different nutrients are affecting the growth, how different temperatures are affecting the growth, and then so on. So knowing this, again, we will be able to stimulate the growth or inhibit whatever we want. And then we have the first observation from that. So we can see like we were playing with different additives. And then, in fact, when we are adding heat or sun, the branches are like longer and so on. So this is also the way we can control the growth. So it's really, really nice. What we do on top of that is modeling. I have the colleagues from IT, and they are like trying to apply discrete mathematics models to understand this. And for us, it's important because we can somehow predict how the fungi will grow. But for them, it's also cool because they said, oh, how the fungi are making notes, maybe this is the way how we can use this for optimizing communication or public transport and so on. So this is also what we have work in progress. But of course, this topic is not so easy. We have a lot of challenges. And then, okay, we have to think about the physical and biological constraints. As I was mentioning before, we have to keep our fungi alive. This is the most important. We can produce the materials from mycelium, but if the mycelium is dead, it's not really having all this function which I was saying. So we would like to keep our fungi alive and happy and in good condition. Then we are also open up for the new fabrication routes. So I think you hear about the 3D printing, but actually we can also 3D print with the living organism. And this is really nice thing, but it's also not so trivial because we have to adjust the printing process. We have to have cells which are handling the high temperature or adjust the nozzles and so on. Then it's always the issue about the process upscaling. What is working in the lab, in the small fermenter, small reactor, doesn't have to be working in the bigger scale, but we are working on that. And to really progress, we have to be in the interdisciplinary approach. I have in my group microbiologists, biologists, material scientists, chemists, and chemical engineers, and we do this all together. So, and IT guys, of course. So we do this all together just to speed up. The safety issue is important. We are introducing living cells in our surroundings, so of course they should be not toxic and not toxic for human. There is no standardization about such materials, so it's like room for policymaker here. It's like there will be need for that. And then finally, people should accept such stuff. You know, you have something which is living around you, and well, might be some. For me, it's cool, but I think might be some problems here. So when you will think, what is the next? I think George Clooney knows the answer, so engineering living materials, what else? And then if we are talking about the slide which I had at the beginning, so what could be the next? I really think that in few years we will have living infrastructure around us, and I really wish for that, because this can really make it more sustainable, less maintenance, and so on. So I hope I'm good with time. I can handle some questions. So I would like to thank the ERC for the grant and also my team for support. And if there are any questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Many, many thanks on a fascinating presentation on a really future topic that is on our doorstep. Are there questions from the floor that we can start with? Anybody? Hand up. Yeah.
Thank you, Anna, for a great presentation. When do you think that we'll actually see things on the shelves of stores that people could actually buy, something made by Anna that we can then paint? I know Ivar Dembowski would love to know the answer for this question, so please.
Well, I just hired 2 more people just to speed up, and I have like 2 other proposals under evaluation and 1 in pipe. So I hope to really go for that. And the first product is like, in fact, I'm working with Xylo company, which is producing similar coatings with the same concept, but here we go very much deep in the basic science. So the biofinish is having living cells inside, so you can already test it, and it's really nice performing material coating, the finishing. But I hope, like in a few years, yes, we maybe not on the shelves, but at least some samples which I will be able to send to you, and you can try. Yeah, a few years.
You did present. There is a hand up there. Yes.
Thank you, Erik. Provoking, Ivar Dembowski. Question, how on earth do you stop the living coating from going where you don't want it to go? For example, from the wall of the building to your kitchen floor or something like this?
Yeah, I think we talked about that yesterday during the dinner. Yeah, in fact, the coatings are meant for outside and then as external coatings, and on any materials you have the fungal spores, so they are there. Sometimes we don't even see by naked eyes, but they are there. So I think it's not really a way to stop them. And then I know that the fungi, especially indoor, are perceived like really negatively, so that's why I'm targeting the exterior coatings. But I don't think it's the way to stop them, but I think it's the way to control them. Because if you will have your coating with the fungi you are desired to have, and it has high antagonism as our Aerobasidium pullulan, it can really inhibit the another fungi not desired. So I always saying then using nature against the nature is the correct one, because with any biocide you will be not successful. Then sooner or later there will be one organism which will be like having the resistance, the same like with the antibiotics, it's against bacteria. You always, there is one guy which is like robust and reproduce and so on. So I will not say with the another like chemicals, but you can use nature against the nature. So just have your biofilm with desired fungi and then keep it happy and robust, so the other bad guys will not come. You will have this under control.
So you'd have another coating, counterfighting
You have your coating, so
we have a range of different materials. You presented a variety of challenges that are out there, and one of them relates to standards and legislation also, probably.
Yes. There is a lot of regulation, but what I would say then, I think that the recent trends regarding the biocides and the toxic things in Europe, like is a really prohibition, is maybe like, you know, boosting a bit of our development, because, but I'm not in Brussels, so people who are in Brussels, please just have this in mind also, not only with the chemistry we can progress, but also with the natural solutions we can preserve the materials. Yes.
The work that you do in InnoRenew and also in Primorska is fantastic. I've been there, I've seen you working and the conditions and the infrastructure that you have there. But in an international scale, do you have, let's say, which countries are more at the moment progressing and advancing more and at quicker pace?
For the living materials, I would say US. But it's still, I would say, for the building sector, we are a bit step ahead, as usually first is the medicine and all these things. But the Wyss Institute, MIT from US, they are like also thinking about this, and so as Europe, we have to speed up a bit, not to be ahead.
That's a message to Brussels, absolutely. So thank you again,
Anna. Thank you.
The next speaker on our today's conference is Mikko Viljakainen from Finland. Mikko has been the managing director of the Finnish Wood Council for 10 years, and he has also been the editor-in-chief of the Puit Holsboys Wood Architecture magazine. He has written about the use of wood as a material and also participated in different architectural competitions. Today he is one of the co-founders, but also the managing director of a company called Unit Modules Finland Oy. And they go in for creating hybrid structures for better labor efficiency and quality in construction. And the topic Mikko is going to speak about is improving productivity of construction work.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be here, so thank you for this invitation, because especially when you have this great industry in the area in this country. Thank you also for the nice introduction. I would like to show also my colleague as a co-founder of Unit. He's present here, Tero Lahtela. So, 7 years ago, it was based on Tero's idea we started to study this, what we did. And now I try to tell you a little bit what has taken place during the 7 years, what and why we have done so far. But to begin with, I would like to give you some reasoning about our focus and the motivation for our work, why we started to do this. In Finland, the new residential construction sector can be divided into two. The majority of the buildings are block of flats, and they are built 95% in concrete. And actually, there is only one system on the market. All the companies are using more or less the same system. Then there is a smaller portion, minority of the houses, which are the one-family houses and other smaller type of houses. They are built 90% in wood, but there are dozens of systems because all the companies basically have their own system on the market. So when we started to develop this unit system 2016, we decided that let's not go into this small house section, because it is a declining market.
there are already so many competitors, and the technical challenge there, the technical requirements are not so high. So for those companies who are already operating there, it is quite difficult for them to start offering their solutions to the multi-story sector due to the higher technical requirements. So instead, we decided that let's focus this multi-story house section because there are higher technical requirements. So that if we can tackle those requirements, there's a growing market with less competitors for us. The other important motivation for us was this poor labor productivity of the construction sector. Even though there is only one system being used in the construction sector, the labor productivity has remained on a low level for a long time. There is a continuous lack of labor. The construction sector is unable to meet the demand on the market. There are quality issues. If we need to control the cost development, the only way to do it is to buy cheaper materials and use simplified design solutions and so on. The big fish, or steak if you like, in this case is that this kind of development is global. Everywhere you go in the world, you can see that there is a lack of labor. The labor productivity hasn't developed at all during the last decades. So our humble thought was that let's fix this. And if we can improve the labor productivity significantly, we may have a larger market than just Finland for our concept. Earlier on, we had done some surveys to analyze the wishes of our potential clients. What would be the dream system they would like to see on the market? And actually, based on those surveys, it was quite easy to write down the goals that we should have for our system development. We wanted to develop a system that would have a predictable and reasonable pricing. And we really wanted to improve the quality of the construction works, especially the end product, because there is a continuous debate about the quality of construction, at least in Finland. We also wanted to improve the acquisition process, so that we thought that if we want clients to buy our houses, it cannot be more difficult than to do it in a conventional way. So we thought that it must be easier. Of course, we wanted to focus on also those environmental issues, because they are more and more important all the time. And then, of course, we had in our mind that we want to develop a system that is appreciated also in potential exporting countries. However, later on, our export concept became a little bit different, but that one I will come later. So what is our system like? We can divide this system into three, and the most important issue, of course, is the module itself. There are a few things that we think makes us different from others. The first one is the standardization of the geometry of the module. Normally, at least in Finland, if somebody wants to build a modular house, first there is an architect who does a design, a nice one, of course, and then comes an engineer who starts to think what kind of modules I can make out of that design. And the result is that all the modules are quite often slightly different from each other, and there is no connection between the projects. So we thought that we should be able to turn this upside down, so that we have one universal basic geometry of the module, and we create the buildings by multiplying this one basic module. Because this allows us to manufacture the components for the modules in large quantities, and the design process becomes more simplified, and we can also utilize production technologies which are not before seen in the construction sector. Another issue that makes us different from others, at least in Finland, is the use of the materials. Even though both of us, Tero and I, we have sort of a wood background, we decided that in this case we want to put the materials into those places where we get the best benefits out of each material. In Finland, there is a very strict requirements for the floor structure. So we ended up having a concrete there due to its superior performance in terms of fire, in terms of acoustics, and in terms of vibration behavior. The vertical load-bearing structure are the steel columns in the corners. By using steel there, we get rid of the shrinkage of the building. So the buildings doesn't shrink. Another important issue is that since we have the corners are the load-bearing structure, it makes this structure acoustically optimized because there are no sound transmission routes inside the building because the CLT plates don't continue at all and they don't touch each other from one module to another. We are, of course, using a lot of wood in this concept. CLT, actually, Tarmo has delivered us a very good quality CLT all along. And there are about 6 cubic meters of CLT in each module, which is, of course, very good for the carbon footprint. But also, it is the lightness and the strength of the CLT which makes us able to build these modules and transport them as well. The other 2 issues which are important in our concept are, secondly, the integrated building services. During our careers, Tero and I, we have had the opportunity to visit quite many factories, not just in Finland, but elsewhere in Europe and Northern America to see how these kind of buildings are done. What we learned was that in many cases, the building services were thought to be taken place in conventional way. And we thought that perhaps this modularity needs something else. We had 2 drivers developing these integrated building services. First of all, we wanted that the installing and connecting building services should not become a bottleneck in the process. And the second one was maybe more important. There are different clients and they have different desires. Some of them want to have the centralized system, someone wants to have unit-based system. And we wanted to allow them to make the choices freely without compromising our idea of this standardization. The third important thing in our concept is, of course, this new production technology and our factory concept, but this one I will come later in my presentation. Our first challenge, of course, was to find this optimize the geometry and dimensions of this module so that we can create a sufficiently versatile selection of different type of apartments with our unit. So it is easy to standardize if you don't think what you can do with the standardization, but we wanted to allow a sort of flexibility so that even though we have standardized this very strictly, we are able to generate a quite different type of houses with our system and different type of apartments. The size of this module was optimized based on the instructions by the National Housing Fund in Finland for the social housing. So we follow those principles that what they have told us that what are the optimum sizes of the flats. When we then go from the social sector to the private sector, actually the flat sizes are more or less the same. But in the private sector, they wanted to squeeze in one more bedroom into the same space. And this is something what we wanted to make possible as well when optimizing this module size. So when you have 2 modules, you can create a studio or you can make a one bedroom small apartment. When you add on one more module, you can create either a 1 bedroom apartment or tinier 2 bedroom apartment. You can do that around the corner. And again, if you add on one more module, then you have 2 or 3 bedroom apartment and so on. We can also use these for motel rooms and for student dormitories. And to us, it seems that there are endlessly these variations, what you can do with this one basic geometry. This system was originally developed for residential construction, but along the way we have found out that there are actually many more applications where we can use the same idea and the same basic module. You can put these modules 8 on top of each other, so that covers most of the residential construction in Finland. Actually, the residential buildings are becoming higher and higher. And if you are using, for instance, stick frame construction from four floors going higher, it is quite difficult according to Finnish regulations. But in this case, you can do 8, and if you want to do more, then we need to strengthen the corner column, and we can go slightly higher as well. Along the way, we have met a lot of builders and developers, and if they had become interested in our concept, we have made proposals for them, what we could do with our system to their lot and to the town plan, what exists there. Mainly, these proposals have been residential construction issues, but we have done some projects for assisted living, for elderly people, for student dormitories, which there are actually quite plenty, and also for some hotel concepts we have done, what kind of hotel we could do with the system. When developing the system, we have had a very practical approach. Since 2016, we started to build a prototype. So everything is based on practical work at the factory. The reason why we started to build this prototype was that when we met these developers and builders and introduced our idea with the PowerPoint, they said that this is something what the construction sector really needs, so go on. But we would like to see what we really get with the money, because doing the deal only based on your papers is no-go. So therefore we decided that let's rent a piece of the factory and then bought these components and start doing them. It was just 2 of us, and we didn't know. We didn't tell anyone. Well, actually, Tarmo was one of the few people who visited our prototype factory then and knew what we were doing in the factory. We did all the components also ourselves there to see what it takes to make them, for instance, the concrete slab. And we also benchmark the Central European market, because we wanted this system to be exportable, and we wanted to find the best practices and adopt them into our system. We also wanted to find such solutions that support the idea of the modularity there. And this all was because of this, we wanted to improve the labor productivity. Even though the components are slightly more expensive, in Finland the labor force is very expensive. If we use less work, then we may save the costs. We went through all the building services and all the additional elements you need to add on to the modules on the factory and so on. So, of course, our idea was that if we spent 1 summer in the factory doing the prototype, we know everything in the world we need to know. The reality was that we spent 3.5 years all the time we had available in the factory doing these tests. So we built it. Well, during the week we designed something, and during the weekend we built it. And next weekend probably we demolished it because it didn't go as planned. And that was the way we were working. But this was a very good period, because we got a very clear idea what the system should be like. And most of all, we were able to develop also the manufacturing process, how these things should be built in reality, so that we can improve this labor productivity. On top of that, we got this cost calculation tool, because we knew every screw, what was needed, and also we had measured the time, how long it takes to build the different things. So now when we design a house and we transfer the quantities into our system, we know quite a lot of things about the building already. Later on, we have done also our homeworks in a very serious way, because we know that if you bring a new system into the market, at least the building authorities are very much interested in how does it perform, and if there is a technical evidence, some research behind that, you know what you are talking about. Therefore, we have done a lot of different type of tests in terms of fire, in terms of acoustics, and also with the stability issues. This was actually done here in Tallinn Technical University to see how our structures are behaving, and the result was very good. We were happy with these solutions. So the structures itself, there is no rocket science there. They are just quite typical structures, but we wanted to make the robust structures and details as much as possible in our case. We have also developed this digitalization in our company. The picture here is our impression how it goes in the present conventional construction. It seems that this digitalization is talked a lot, but it's not so. It's not happening so much in practice, because maybe the reason is that in construction there are a lot of partners, and they all have their favorite programs. And when they start the project and come together, they start coordinating the communication of the different programs between each other. And when there is a next project, there is a new group, a new programs, and the coordination is started from the scratch. And maybe even more than that is that in present conventional construction, the product is defined along the design process. There's nothing to digitalize in the beginning. It's like a computer game. If you start programming the game and playing at the same time, it's not so easy. But in our case, since we have standardized the structure, we have been able to create a digital model of it. And we have been able to create a system like this. And already now, we haven't spent a lot of money into this, because as long as you standardize the things, you don't have to prepare yourself for everything. You can optimize your system. And we have been able to do that. So for instance, when we have the digital model of our system, when we know the house, what we are building, we use a water jet cutting machine to cut the gypsum boards. We can generate the information directly from this digital model. There's no one need to reprogram the water jet cutting machine anymore along the way. Already now, actually I mentioned already, when we do the first draft of the building and we transfer this information into our cost calculation system, we know a lot of things about the building already. And normally in the construction, after the first sketch of an architect, they start to think that who would be the structural engineer. So our tender costs are far less than in conventional construction. Of course, one day we can utilize this information also for marketing. So we can put this kind of project online and we can let people to go in there and select their house and select also their flat, and then go inside the flat and start thinking what kind of kitchen they want to have and so on. But we are not there yet, of course. Our technology also allows to use this kind of remote control system that people who are living in their flats, they can monitor and control the conditions inside their homes. One issue that has been up here already today is the carbon footprint. This is up and coming in Finland as well, because next year, as a part of the building permit process, you need to provide the information about the carbon footprint of the house. There are not yet set any requirements for this one, but we have tried to familiarize ourselves what is the carbon footprint of our concept, because we are using different materials. And of course we have try to understand also what is the conventional way. If that was done in a conventional way, what would be the carbon footprint then? And then we have, of course, compared ourselves into the normal one. We have not analyzed this only on the module level, but also as a whole building. So we have tried to understand that where our carbon footprint comes from in terms of materials and in terms of building parts. So if one day there are those requirements and we need to improve the performance in this area, we know where to start. We have of course made comparisons on the whole building level and analyzed our potential impact in the whole production. If certain portion of the production would be done with the unit method, what would be the impact on CO2 calculations and so on. But as said, there are no requirements yet, so this is just more for fun until now. One of the things that this kind of concept of course supports is also this circular economy. because we are using this bolt technology to build these houses and build these modules. So if needed, they can be undone, and then these components can be reused. And believe me or not, we have done this during our prototype phase so many times that I know this is really working. Then I promised to come back to our factory and the production technology. In the beginning, we had an idea that it would be nice to give a new life to some old factory with this one, but originally we went to this premise only because there was space high enough that we can lift these modules on top of each other to make all the necessary tests what needs to be done. But now, after this 3.5 years working, we realized that actually that location would be quite ideal for the factory, and therefore we have established our pilot factory in that place. In the downstairs we have the logistics center, and the upstairs are the assembly lines. The size of the factory is optimized so that we can complete one medium-sized multi-story house inside the factory before taking anything into the building site. So there is no need for a storage between factory and the building site. The most tricky part here was, of course, the equipment what we are needed, because we are using such a production technology that is not so conventional in construction industry, that these kind of machines were not available anywhere. So actually we had to invent and design them by ourselves, and Tero was the one who made the drawings for this equipment, and then we find a manufacturer for them who could do it. And this is our wall line. It's not a big one, it's not expensive one, but it's handy. We are using this kind of robotics there to make to connect the steel and wood parts. There is this kind of drilling device. We are using these self-threaded dowels by Rotoplas to connect the steel and wood. And the first table there is a jig table. The jig table is the one which makes the building parts very accurate. The tolerance in our production is 1 plus minus 1 millimeter. So they are very accurate. So first you put on the steel and wood components there, and then you give the robot an order to make this, installing those dowels there, and then the wall goes further on and we put the gypsum boards on top. As mentioned already, we are using this kind of water jet cutting machine to cut the gypsum boards. We want to have those also very accurate, and we want to have this process dust-free. And we want to have the process a fast one as well, because in the wall line, it takes 1 hour to produce the walls for one module. So if there is someone doing this cutting of the gypsum boards by hand, we should have quite many people doing that work, but this machine can do it at the same takt time as the whole wall line. We have this kind of carriages there to transport the walls inside the factory, and also we have this kind of jigs for the ceiling elements. This is like a table. When you put the ceiling plate on top, it's like a table. You can always work in a good working conditions. And then there is a device. We can flip it around if we want to work on both sides. We can work on the table. This is the main device we are using. This is where we build the modules or assemble the modules. We bring in these components in certain order and we place them into the jig, and this jig makes the geometry automatically right for the module. So every module becomes the same size exactly in this module. We have also this kind of hoisting devices. Due to these standardized dimensions of the module, we have been able to create this kind of hoisting devices. There is a remote-controlled grab and release mechanism and also remote-controlled balancing mechanism that can level these modules when we lift them up in our process. So here is a small hype video how we built our first test modules inside the factory. So for 3 workers, it takes 1 hour to assemble one module in the jig. Of course, when we come to the building site, there is very little too. I guess you are familiar with this process. What is done there, when you put the modules on there, you just connect the building services and you do the tests, and then you seal the connections, and that's it. I started with this labor productivity. So here is an example of the result, what we have achieved. We asked a Finnish company, Foregon, which is the company making statistics for construction sector, that how long it takes to build a conventional house per, how many working hours per brutto square meter. And they told us that 16.8 is the figure. And then we analyzed and calculated the same figure for our productions, and it showed us that 4.5 hours. So the potential is to improve the labor productivity by 75%. Of course, we are not there yet in the beginning. We need to practice. But the good thing is here that if we learn something with the first project, we can utilize this result with the next one, because the thing is the same. We don't have to start the learning curve from beginning every time. We have also analyzed the competitiveness of our concept, and this is what we have done together with the big Finnish construction companies. They have told us the criteria, what should be the price level we should achieve, and then we have calculated this for our modules, and they have told us that, okay, you are getting there. So we believe we are very competitive also in price, in terms of money. We have also analyzed this in the level of the whole building. And if you follow the green line, the green is the unit and the gray one is the conventional construction. And we end up producing a little bit better profit for the construction company at the end. However, this shows also our challenge. If you look this number 3, frame and roof structures, this is where the module costs fall in the Finnish cost calculation system. The construction companies, they only want to see that, and they always tell that it looks very expensive, this module construction. But they don't think that if you look at the 6, the cabinets and the equipment, they are already there. And the surfaces, they are mostly already there. And also the building services, they are already there. When you lift the module on one place, you have everything there with it. I became also interested because this calculation showed that we should be able to split the operational costs on the building side and also the overhead costs of the building side. And I analyzed this section 8 a little bit more in deeper, whether that could be true, that we can split those costs. And actually the calculations show that it is really true that we can do it. And even though I have calculated quite an expensive weather protection system attend to the unit module side there. And on top of that, if you accelerate the construction time, it saves you a lot of money. We had this kind of student dormitory case. We analyzed it both ways, doing it conventional way and the unit way, and it showed that the conventional construction time was 18 months and our construction time was 8 months, so 10 months saving. So this landlord, more rental income over 1 million euro during the 10 months. And also the builder's interest benefits were quite significant. So in our case, the standardization is the key issue. Of course, if you want to start standardizing something, it needs discipline. Then you need to respect that in design and when selling the houses. You can't go elsewhere what you have decided. But because of the standardization, we can really manufacture the components in large quantities. If we change the dimension of the module in each case, we need to reprogram the robot every time. So small changes then are more expensive than you might believe. So finally, we are very happy with what we have done ourselves, of course. The performance of the system is very good. The competitiveness of the system looks nice. And also the factory is working the way we wanted to. But our problem in Finland is that once we were able to complete our factory, the market has collapsed. So now we are struggling to get our first pilot projects up and running. Unfortunately, the market situation is not supporting us at all at the moment in Finland. However, if there are someone in this group who would like to consider having this kind of factory or coming with us into the Finnish market, we are happy to discuss about those opportunities. Our export concept was never to export the modules from Finland to elsewhere because the transportation costs are too high. But if there is someone who would like to establish this kind of factory closer to the main markets in Central Europe or wherever, we are happy to franchise or sell this technology to you. So that was it. I hope I was able to give you a good impression what we have done and what the result is. And if you want to have more information, Tero and I, we will be here all day. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikko, for your presentation. Do we have questions from the audience? Yeah.
How about copyright laws? For example, when you have finished your project, then unknown Chinese company starts production with a good price.
Can you repeat the question?
How about copyright laws? It's quite typical that Chinese have copied even our national costumes and sell them in China. So when you have done work 5 years, then some unknown Chinese company starts to produce your nice product.
After being in this process for 7 years, we know that if someone wants to copy this, it's not so easy. It takes quite a lot of work to understand what's beyond the surface of the structures. So we know that if somebody tries to copy, he or she has to spend more money to finalize this result. So it's much cheaper to get it from us than and start to reinvent the wheel by itself. So therefore, that's one of the things. And then that is a continuous problem. You can always copy things if you like, but we have thought that we should be one step ahead, and that's the best solution for it.
Yeah, there is a second question. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for the great presentation. I was having more of a philosophical thought on how far do you think we can go with standardization? Can we in future perhaps lose all kind of uniqueness, or is there like how far can we like reach using this method to maybe address shortage of homes around the globe basically, and but the result might be just everything is the same.
All right, thank you for the question. I think that nailed the key issue here. When you talk about the standardization, I think there are a couple elements which are important. The first one is to find the optimized way of doing the standardization, so that even though you standardize something, you still may be able to do some variations within the system. We think we have found one way of doing it, that there are a certain amount of variations we can do with our system, and it's like in the car industry. When you buy a car, you actually buy a very standardized product, but there is a certain amount of choices you can make, so that when you have your new car and you drive out of the store, you feel like that you have a unique car under you. And this is the sort of philosophy I think we are using in this case. The other important part is, of course, that if you do this system like this, don't imagine that you can use it in all the cases. There is always, when you standardize something, it limits the amount of the possibility using it. So if there is a client who wants to have something very unique, for us it's polite to say that this is maybe not our case and there are others who can do that better. So we don't feel that this should be done used in every case.
Yeah, thank you. I have also a question. When I looked to your presentation, then it appeared to me that you invented everything from the scratch, like how to do the modules, how to make the processes, and how to get it efficient with the robotic arms and so. Did you also follow up the other module producers or building companies? Let's say in Estonia we have quite many companies who do modular houses. Probably many are also here in this hall. And what do you think is your method more capable, more efficient than the existing ones? Is it something that maybe you invented IKEA for the modular building? How do you feel?
Yeah, actually we have discussed with IKEA and cooperation and yeah. Sorry, that was I would like to have a very long answer to that, but I try to wrap it. Of course, we have analyzed a lot what the others are doing on the market, and we try to learn from that. And also in Finland, we have had many cases where when this kind of concepts, they have failed. And we made a long list of reasons why the companies failed, and we tried to avoid all those mistakes. And unfortunately, on our list, there was no COVID pandemic. There was no Vladimir Putin causing a war, and so on. So the world is changing continuously. So we were maybe looking too much in the back, not in the front. We didn't realize. And then there was something I was also supposed to say, but sorry, I forgot already my argument.
Yeah. Last question about humidity. You didn't talk about it. So when the module arrives to the site, how do you keep it safe and dry so that it doesn't happen that the module is in the rain and one day the building company comes and they see, okay, the metal parts are in one piece, but the wood has popped out of the frame?
Yeah. First of all, we are using concrete where there is quite a lot of water inside. So we have these kind of sensors inside the concrete slabs, which are following the humidity of the concrete all the time in the factory and then later on in the completed building. So, and the process is optimized so because we have tested and measured how long it takes for this concrete to dry, so that our process is optimized so that the humidity of the concrete is on the safe side when the building is, we do the assembly. And then, of course, when we take the modules from factory to the building site, they are covered. We are using this kind of tents, which are not, they are reusable tents because of the standard dimensions, we can use that. And in the building site, we use a tent with the opening roof. So we can slide the roof off and put the modules and then put the roof back on so that we keep the buildings dry all the time.
Very cool. Thank you. Thank you, Mikko. Careful.
Ka meie järgmine külaline tuleb Soomest.
Our next presenter is also from Finland. Let's meet Esko Reinikainen. He's a visionary and a systems change consultant from the Satori Lab. He is one of the founders of the Satori Lab. And Esko wishes to help people to understand how to navigate in the systems change. Esko, well, his background is in theatre, festival organization, public administration, innovation management, and many other topics. So Esko has a lot of background in systemic thinking, how to manage change, but also culture, networks, agile development, design of many things. So he's a one-man orchestra. And his presentation is titled I, Artificial Intelligence.
Esko Reinikainen, visionary systems change consultant. Please, the floor is yours. We welcome you on the stage.
Good afternoon, Tallinn. Does it start like that?
Nope, we go back one. Yes. Good afternoon, Tallinn. Hello, wood people. I'm not a wood person myself. I think from my limited understanding of the Estonian introduction, you can summarize I'm a change kind of person. And I'm going to try to navigate us in non-technical terms through some of the impacts and effects of this wave of generative artificial intelligence coming. I don't think you guys need to worry about your jobs going quite yet. This is what generative artificial intelligence thinks you're up to, Estonian wood architects. So I wouldn't worry about getting replaced too soon. As was said in the introduction, these are roughly in order some of the kind of careers or domains of knowledge I've been navigating through. And so what you won't notice there is anything to do with architecture. You won't notice anything to do with design, so forgive the slide crime. And you won't notice anything there to do with machine learning engineer. So I'm a non-technical person, right? But I have been scanning this landscape and several other landscapes that are relevant to change processes in order to understand how we should maybe think about this stuff in order to reflect back on our practice and maybe be competitive going forward. But I want to know who you are, all right? So we're going to play a little game, all right? Can you put your hands in the air and wiggle your fingers like that? This means yes. If you put your hands down and wiggle like that, that means no or don't like it. And if you do it in the middle, this is like neutral, ambivalent, but I'm still alive. Yeah? Okay. Who in here is an architect? Lots of you. Okay. Who here is an engineer? Got some engineers in the room. Who here is in public administration? Oh, there's policymakers in the room. Nice. How many of you, or who here has used a generative artificial intelligence, like ChatGPT or OpenAssistant? Okay. Who uses it in your regular day-to-day work already, in your workflows? All right. Okay, good. Next question. How would you describe yourself? And I proposed 3 categories. So techno-helpless means this stuff is all bewildering and baffling and I opt out and you're one of the people who still doesn't have a smartphone kind of people. Or techno-curious. I'm interested in this stuff. I don't really know how it works, but I'm kind of excited to see what it can do for me. Or techno-capable, like I'm actually an engineer, I can use these tools, I can harness their power and make them do what I want. I ask you to hold that question in your mind and maybe we'll revisit it a little bit later on. So right now we're in a period of time in the human project which is, can be considered a paradigm shift, and it's a technology-driven paradigm shift. We've been through this kind of phase transition several times in the past. A technology arrives like the plow, or the steam engine, or the silicon chip, or the internet, or this is the ChatGPT logo for unfamiliar. And several kind of things happen during these phase transitions. And right now, as we're speaking, we're undergoing one of them. The technology creates new realities. And there's new opportunities, but there can also be kind of terrible, dramatic consequences. So, for example, if you were born in the northwest of England at the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, your life profile was more or less, at the age of 5 years old, you would be in a factory, and by the age of 35, you would be dead from that, sometimes eaten by one of these machines. So, during these kind of transitions, the technology creates a new reality, but then we have to kind of catch up and make sense of how to manage it within, within our kind of way of organizing things. So there's always a regulatory lag, and you will be familiar that there are conversations going on. Just yesterday in the UK, they were having this Artificial Intelligence Risk Summit. So we have a lag between how we kind of organize our regulations to deal with these things, but you cannot escape the reality of what this technology is providing. So opting out is not really an option. And maybe later I'll suggest that if you're techno-helpless, the world is going to move without you forward. So on November 30th last year, roughly, what's the date today? We're in the beginning of November, aren't we? So 11 months ago, everything changed. And it changed because something called GPT-3 was released. This is an artificial intelligence tool that you can talk to by typing normal language words into a window, right? Anybody who's used GPT knows what I'm talking about. It's like using a Google search box and asking for things. Before that date, if you wanted to make use of artificial intelligence technologies or shape them to your will or to the needs of your industry, you needed to be a very highly educated machine learning engineer, probably working for some highly resourced research institution with very narrow kind of focus and goals. But when GPT-3 arrives, it means anybody and their imagination and their worldview can start interacting with these systems. Original kind of results were, let's say, not super exciting at the beginning, but it did mark a moment of the democratization of AI. It's no longer the nerds who get to shape the direction of these. You can play in this game now, and the technical limitation is no longer a limitation, technical competence. So let's do a brief recap of the last 11 months' history in these. 30th of November, the barriers open. And then in March 2023, so 6 months ago, something like that, we get GPT-4, which is essentially the same thing, but with much bigger capabilities. It creates possibilities, so for example, to create something called agents, which aren't super complicated. You can do this, and I'll try to make an explanation that allows you to go home and program agents. It spawned a community called Hustle GPT, which we'll look into in a moment. Baby AGI. AGI stands for Artificial General Intelligence. This is the idea that an AI is more or less as capable as a human mind. And until November 30th last year, industry forecasters used to suggest that we were maybe 10 to 20 years, the optimistic ones, 20 years from any kind of artificial general intelligence. And now, beginning of this week, the more or less agreed figure is that we're about 5 years away. So you can see the speed is exponentially accelerating of the development. If you think back to the plow and the steam engine and the silicon chip, like the first gaps between those was tens of thousands of years, and then thousands of years, and then hundreds of years until we see silicon, and then decades until the internet comes. So these shifts are coming faster and faster and faster. And in this little brief history, I'm trying to give you a sense that with the barriers down, the innovation spread is accelerating at super exponential rate. We also in March get the ability for these systems, we're talking about large language models, right? So something that you talk to in natural text. They get the ability to use plugins, so you can start integrating them with your systems or other tools that you might use. They start having larger memory, so you could put all of your organization's documents into a folder, and it can access that. And one instance can remember all of this data. And it starts being able to search the web for contemporary information. Because these large models, kind of what they knew was capped at around 2021. But now we can access the real-time current world of knowledge generation with these systems. So I'll dive into a couple of these. So Baby AGI, this is an AI powered task management system. So essentially it's a system that can set a bunch of tasks and automatically start going through those tasks and showing you the results back to you. You can either set it to, well, AutoGPT is kind of like, you can set it to run itself, or you can pause it with human intervention and say, excuse me, Mr. Artificial Intelligence, this isn't really what I was asking you to do. Can you please rethink this, pause, and get back in? But this was kind of a joke from Yohei Nakajima, saying, now we start being able, like, I'm not a machine learning engineer from a research institution. I'm just a normal techno-capable enthusiast, and I am able, with the tools now available, to create a system that can start recursively going through task lists and executing on those. I'll talk a little bit about agents. So in agents, it's not like something super science fiction and complicated. It's just a way to structure a prompt into one of these systems in which you give it a role, and you give it some objectives, and then you ask it to do some tasks. So some kind of examples are, I want you to become a teacher, and then take on the role of teaching a student a particular topic. Or I want you to be a designer, or I want you to be a translator, or I want you to be a travel agent. These large language models know a lot of stuff, and they can get a bit confused if you poorly phrase a kind of instruction to them. But if you parameterize them, if you kind of tell them, I want you to behave in this way and confine your responses to a particular domain of knowledge, then you can start getting them much more productive to your particular needs, rather than everything all machine. And so this is prompt architecture, right? This kind of thing. And I'm going to show you an example of this working. Autonomous agents. So the month after GPT-4 comes out, we start getting autonomous agents. These are things where you can give it a goal, and on the basis of the goal, it will figure out some tasks that it should do, and then it'll start executing those tasks. This is like 1 month from the power of GPT-4 making this possible. We start getting web-based versions. And of course, somebody has to call it God mode or whatever. When AutoGPT came down, you needed to be kind of even techno-curious person could work it. The code is on GitHub. I'm not a technologist, but I managed to make it work on my machine at home. And then the next day, next few weeks later, somebody makes a website version, so you don't even need the capability to do that. You can just find the right URL. It's all been built for you. So there's some kind of trends that are, no, the trends come later. Yeah, now we're in November. Let's come to the current day. So now we have embedded AI systems. So these things are starting to be put into tools that you already use, right? If you're techno-helpless, it doesn't matter. The AI will be put in the tools that you use. Has anybody noticed something that they use? Like, I'm not talking about going to GPT and accessing one of these tools, but some of the tools that you normally use suddenly has an AI functionality in it. Okay. It's possible, some of you who put your hands up, it happened already, but you didn't notice it. There's also been this explosion of, in the open source world, of tinkering and hacking with some of these base foundational models and then refining them to much more specific use cases. And this is a really kind of like exciting area because they're tackling problems like some of the models have been built on copyrighted materials. And so if you're an ethical creative content producer, you wouldn't feel comfortable using a model that's trained on the artistic product of people who haven't been paid or recognized for that. So there's communities of people who are creating clean models that don't steal from others' production, so that you can, as if your use case is creative content production, have a clean model available to you. We've got things like code interpreter, so that gives you, somebody who doesn't have coding skills, the possibility to do data science and data analysis on the spreadsheets that are lying around in your folders just by using natural language queries. You know, so you say, here's a spreadsheet from my company. Can you draw me a model of, can you make me a graphic of a trend analysis of some aspect of this particular data? Prior to that, you might need to have a data scientist function or contract with an organization that can do these things, but it now becomes accessible to somebody who can write a natural language query. There's fine-tuning. This is, say, like, here's a big model that's capable of doing anything, but I want you to become very, very good at identifying the carbon cost of the materials in any given spreadsheet, these kind of things. And custom models and large multimodal models. This means, before we were talking about LLMs, large language models. This is text kind of stuff. LMMs include things like images and sound and video and films like that. All of this happened in the last 11 months. And the open source explosion is probably one of the most exciting parts of it, because before we were at the mercy of large organizations who have black box algorithms. You don't get to know what this thing is doing in producing you the results that you get. Now with the open source models, we do get to interrogate that and say, is this being ethical? Is this being safe? Is this kind of conforming to the legal constraints I work under? So there's a place called Hugging Face. Has anybody been to Hugging Face? All right, now I'm fishing out the really capable or curious? Capable, right. I've got one. So Hugging Face is like a place where open source AI enthusiasts hang out, create different models, and make them available to other people. And the models are very specific, so they can do particular things. So one of them might be look at pictures and tell me which ones have cats in them. Others might be, if I write you a text kind of description of a scene, can you produce me a 3-minute video clip of that? And so we get like a Lego box of things that can do different things. And then with a framework called LangChain, it's basically a way to take these Lego pieces and put them together in order to achieve an outcome that you're thinking up, not what the people in the big, like OpenAI, are thinking you should do. And here's an example of somebody they're picking models from a library there. So a calculator, something that searches the web. This is ChatGPT. And this box is creating an agent, a chat agent. There it is. And now you can ask, what's Elon Musk worth? And make some kind of calculation on that. So this is what you see as what you get drag and drop kind of functionality. I think maybe 2 minutes ago when I was talking about these fine-tuning and open source models, if you're not techno-capable, maybe you were like, oh, this is science fiction, I can't do that. Who here thinks that they could probably do something like that on a web browser? Okay, a few more. Yeah, pick a model, connect it together, no code required, and get some kind of an outcome. So let's do a demo. I would normally do this live, but I don't have my laptop, so I made a video of it for you. This is an agent that I got from GitHub. Somebody else has written it. I'm not capable of structuring a prompt like that, but then it asks, can you configure the learning style of a student? So the only thing I've done in the video that you're about to see is added these kind of parameters. So the depth is master's level, learning style is reflective, the communication style I'm familiar, storytelling. You get the point, like you can tune this to the particular needs of a student. And if that's playing, yeah. Okay, so here I'm just pasting all of this text that I copied from somewhere on the internet. And the agent spins up and says, hello, I'm Tallinn Architecture Conference AI tutor. The preferences that you've set are this. And because I made a video, I had to tell it what topic. Normally, I would ask you, what do you want to learn about? And we can put it in line. So anything. I said, plan me a lesson on wood architecture. Okay, here's some assumptions. I know that you're a master's level student. So I assume you already know the kind of like basic things. I'm going to use some emojis to catalog particular, to mark particular aspects of this thing. Here's a prerequisite course, and here's the main curriculum. that. You guys are wood people. Does this seem logical? Like, is that about the kind of stuff that you would want to learn if you're starting into wood architecture? Okay, and I said start. It said, let's start with an example. This is the way it's presenting this because of the learning styles that I said. I was like, I'm reflective, I like storytelling, so it's using those in order to deliver this kind of a content. Sustainability, aesthetics, flexibility, durability. We can go on, like I'm asking it to continue. It also says, do you want me to test you at any point? So I could write test, and it'll say, well, let's recap what we've learned and do a test. When I show this to some teachers, they're actually quite excited about it. Like they don't feel they're going to be replaced by a machine. They think this is really useful because I can tune the learning to the individual style of all of the students. They can learn with the machine, and then I can intervene when they're getting lost or they don't. They need some extra support. We're in ancient Japan now. I think we'll move on from that. So where are we now with all of this? I've kind of given a potted history of what's happening in the last few months. And we're basically, maybe you remember having one of those in your pocket? Yeah? Did anybody have that one? The Finnish economy thanks you. But when you had that phone in your pocket, could you imagine what you could do a few years later with this? If I told you, like, when you had that phone, oh, someday, anywhere you are on the planet, you don't need to do any planning, you just ask where to go somewhere. Like, this is where we're at in the journey with the generative AI. We're at the basic Nokia phones, and I try to give like some sense of how fast the progress is going. And so these, this is emerging trends I was talking about earlier, like the technical barriers are constantly coming down. 11 months ago, you needed to know deep machine learning principles to use any of this stuff. Now people are creating libraries you can use and drag things together to produce kind of outcomes that you might want. There's new digital literacies coming in, so this prompt engineering, it's like you have to learn it, you know, or you will not be able to take advantage of these kind of new technologies. There's labor market transformations afoot. The first study has shown that in advanced economies, 300 million jobs are going to be affected. In the games industry, we're seeing this happening very, very fast. This doesn't mean that it's going to replace your job, but it means some things you're currently employing 10 people to do can be done by one person with good prompt engineering and a good machine in a fraction of the time. And to remain competitive, you have to factor those things in. This is, I was talking about here, the embeddability of these tools, the commoditization and stuff. So this is an example. Has anybody used this architectures.com? Okay. I see a lot of hands down, so actually maybe this is known to your industry and you've already decided it's complete garbage. I don't know, I'm not a wood person or architecture person, but it's interesting because this is embedding AI systems. So on the left here, you've got like parameters, and you could set it to the regulatory requirements of your particular market that you're putting it in. You've got a kind of standard designing template thing here. They're in 2D mode. In a minute, it's going to show the 3D mode. I want to point out at the top there, there's the auto, manual, and Vista, so you can do like your traditional type of manual draftsmanship thing, or you can just set some parameters and it can auto-generate. So we were seeing the modular building in a previous presentation. You could set your parameters for that and then kind of accelerate your design process. And then here, you've got this is kind of like a super powerful spreadsheet, if you want, or BI system, but it's leveraging artificial intelligence engine. And as you make changes in the dimensions or what have you, it's readjusting your material costs, your carbon impacts, your things like that. So just as a tool that can kind of accelerate your workflows, using an embedded AI agent that you don't really need much technical knowledge to use. And if you add the generative AI part, soon that bit on the left, which we've lost, will be, soon that bit on the left will be something that you can just kind of write natural language text in and say, I want a 4-building house that meets Finnish building regulations and what have you. Right. So each of these shifts is like an opportunity for renewal, and we've been really bad at it in the last couple of ones. So this is an example of when the silicon chip came in. Before, organizationally, we used to communicate using something called memorandum, right? Is this structure kind of familiar? Then we created an email, which is essentially the same thing replicated, but with zeros and one and with faster communications. And it's only in the last few years that we see other kinds of systems. I'm thinking of Slack and things like that, which are much more efficient for internal communications. But I would bank that many of your organizational communication cultures are still essentially relying on a thought structure that was made in the industrial revolution. And we're mainly still producing garbage. So I talked about Hustle GPT. When GPT-4 came out, you can program an agent in, and a bunch of Americans went Yahoo, and this was the first prompt. This came the day after GPT-4 came out. You are Hustle GPT, entrepreneurial AI. I'm your human. You've got $100. Make as much money as you can. You can't break any laws. No manual labor. And this spawned a community. There's thousands of companies who have started on this. Hundreds of them are profitable. And what are they doing? Affiliate marketing. They're producing garbage to the internet in order to make a few cents on every transaction. Like, it doesn't help, you know, we're not reimagining the possibilities of our transition here. If you want to have a laugh, look at Architect GPT-IO. Look at this claim, right? It's basically a system where you put a picture of your kitchen in it, drop down a style, like I want shaker style, and it produces a picture of your kitchen in shaker style, right? Select from a pool of engaging themes, and behold, your dream space materializes in seconds. No, it doesn't. It gives you a picture, right? So there is this kind of like hype trend going, saying, oh, this is magic, this can do anything, but this isn't true at all. So why is this happening? And I would suggest it's because, by and large, we're still operating under industrial era mental models, right? Whereas we are in an ecosystemic age. So the best thinking available when we kind of build our proto-organizational cultures was Newtonian linear mathematics, scientific management, Taylorism. And our organizations, as a result, are like this machine model of an organization. This diagram here is actually a municipal government in the UK, represented as an ecosystemic organization. It contains data that shows how people talk, how decisions are made, how money moves through the system, where there's trust and technical support and things like that. So as a systems change person, I have to bring this slide up. Has anybody seen this slide before? Oh, great, you're all new to this. Right. So in the systems change field, when we're trying to change things for the better, we're looking at places to intervene in the system. This comes from a seminal paper from Donella Meadows. And because we still have this industrial era mindset, we're kind of really focused down here. These low areas to intervene produce very low effort and take a lot of resources. So we're constantly like changing the, if you take funding, for example, if you put more money into a funding stream that's essentially badly designed, you're just changing the stocks and flows of the money to something. What we're looking for is higher level intervention points, which are something that if you change, you make a small change which has a dramatic cascading effect through the network. And I think it's this kind of mindset shift and power to transcend paradigms. That's the kind of thing we need to be thinking about as we figure out how do we leverage these new technologies available. So let's not produce more garbage from the same old mindset faster than we could do it before. This is a time to rethink everything dramatically, like building from coverings from mushrooms, for example. This is mindset shift thinking. And there are new opportunities. So here, just coming to the end, I wrap up. This is an architect from Maine, Eric Reinhold. Has anybody heard of him? Okay, so this is an architect who's kind of embraced these GPTs. He's using a thing called Midjourney. It's one of the three basic, you've got DALL-E, Midjourney, and Stable Diffusion are the three kind of leading image generators. And he's developing a process where he's learning how to prompt engineer. This is prompt engineering going on. He's saying, in my practice, what are the kind of things that I need to instruct the machine to respond to? And then sometimes he uses ChatGPT to kind of give him ideas about the different parameters. So he's using it as a creative accomplice things. And then he uses the functionality of it to remix, rematch, reimagine, blend things to come up with original and novel concepts. It's quite a long video. I think these slides are available to you afterwards. And anyway, the link is there, so we'll make sure that you get those. I think it's worth kind of considering this guy. And here, he's much like I showed in the demo, the prompt, a complex prompt that generates a tutor kind of behavior. This is an architect and this is his creative recipe for using one of these systems to kind of turbo boost his creative process. So let's reevaluate. Remember I asked in the beginning, are you techno-helpless, techno-clip? How do you feel about AI now, actually? Okay? Excitement? Yeah. Is anybody scared? I hope not. It's not going to eat us. But if you classify it as yourself as a helpless, you're going to be a commodity AI user. It's going to show up in the tools that you use, whether you know it or not, and how interested you are or not. And so either you can leverage the power of it, or it'll just make your work a little bit faster, or whatever. If you're techno-curious, then you have the potential to become, I'll call it an AI weaver, you know, like the Hugging Face. Take models that are available, string them together, and produce the kind of results that are useful to your business or your practice. And if you are techno-capable, and you are linked to a particular industry like that, then you can go into the weeds and start fine-tuning these models in response to demands from your clients in the industry. And then new kind of practices, new kind of tool sets emerge from those sort of alliances. A few weeks ago, I was in Košice talking to creative industries people and some technical people. And there's a kind of excited consensus saying, like, what kind of magical alliances when you get these creatives? And I consider you to be a creative kind of audience. What kind of new magic is possible when creative people make alliances with technical people? And now I hope I've argued, well, the barriers to manipulating that technology are much, much, much lower. What are the new worlds that we can create? And I hope it's not going to be like redoing all of our industrial era mental models, but with new, shiny, faster tools. I think yes, these are my concluding questions. Thank you.
So thank you, Esko, for taking us on this journey through many topics, but full of optimism, as I heard. Recalling Anna Sandak, who mentioned Albert Einstein's quote earlier, that logic gets you from A to B, but imagination can get you anywhere. And you also mentioned that imagination is basically what is stopping us from getting anywhere or everywhere. That raises a question for me, how to train, with or without the help of AI, our imagination, so that we can stop producing garbage.
I think you have to play. With any new technology, there's a kind of some people naturally dive in, ducks to water and stuff, and some people say, well, I don't know if this is going to stick around, like my life is okay without it. And I do a workshop with people which is about just getting your first experience of using these things, not sitting at home and saying, oh, what do I put in, but like, what's your job, what are you trying to do? Let's start using it. And the first entry is the hardest one, but the moment that you put something in and the first entry will produce a garbage result, but then you understand a little bit more how this machine is thinking or what it can and can't do, and your next attempt produces something much more kind of exciting. So I think we have to get familiarization and practice and just get involved there. You will find the limitations very soon. It cannot replace human creativity, but it can augment it, I think, or speed it up, or take you in directions that maybe other people are taking mushrooms to find, for example.
Questions from the floor? Yes.
What kind of dangers, or have you see any dangers using AI?
Yeah, I think I'm not one of those people who thinks like, next week the robots are going to take us over and turn us all into an energy source or something like that. We're so far away from that. I think the biggest dangers are actually related to lack of literacy in this new world. So there's a famous example of this lawyer in America who asked the GPT, can you create me a legal argument for this case that I'm doing? And he brought it to court. And the judge wasn't so sure about this case law, so he asked the lawyer, can you supply the case law? So the lawyer went and asked GPT to supply the case law, and it made it up, and he brought that to court. Needless to say, this person isn't a lawyer anymore. But what they didn't understand is that this is a probabilistic system. It's non-deterministic. It doesn't know anything. It's guessing what's the next right thing to spit back at you, given your query. Now, the better you get at setting its parameters and guardrails and guidelines, the more useful stuff you get back. There's a parameter called temperature. If you set it to 0, that means do not make anything up, right? Only give me facts. If you set it to 1, it says, I'm asking you to be creative. Give me your Leonardo da Vinci answer to this thing. So I think the biggest dangers are that we buy the hype that this is magic, like in Architect GPT. Just do this easy thing, and your whole physical material experience is going to be changed. Not going to happen. That's dumb. But so I think there's a challenge of upping our digital literacies to include a basic understanding of what's happening in these models, so that you can use them for reasonable things and avoid them in areas where they're going to be dangerous. Like I wouldn't replace my doctor with one of these anytime soon.
Some further questions? Well, thank you, Esko, so much.
Thank you.
Nüüd on meil aeg minna väikesele kohvipausile.
And now we are going to have a short coffee break. It is 3 o'clock, and we kindly ask you back 20 minutes before 4.
Tere tulemast tagasi. Enne kui jätkame järgmiste esinejatega.
Welcome back. Before we continue with our next speakers, we have a quick video link. In simultaneous with our conference here, we have students, pupils of architecture, creating a wooden installation. They are using wooden elements, and this is what we see. These are students, pupils who come together at the School of Architecture once every week, and this is run by the Estonian Museum of Architecture in the salt storage. So this is a hobby school. It doesn't mean that they will become architects, but this is more or less the only type of a hobby school in Estonia where children can explore and create the spatial world. They also become more aware of the environment, they get more creative, and this is about spatial understanding, using tools with your own hands and how gravity affects things. So by the end of our conference, they will have finished their installations, and their instructor, Liisi Vähi, will put the installation in the foyer for us to see.
Nüüd aga meie järgmine esineja on
And now, our next speaker is one of the most influential speakers of today. It is Liisa Lang. She comes from Belgium, and she is representing the Climate Kick organization, and she is the director of the EU Affairs and Policy Orchestrator for EIT. And at the same time, she has also been chairperson for the Cultural and Creative Task Force of the United Nations Global Innovation Hub. And she has been nominated among 50 most influential women in the world of technology by Forbes. And she's also one of the most influential women among startup community. And she has started the Powerhouse and the FMD, which is dedicated to developing innovation in the creative sector. Liisa is going to talk about the new rise of creative communities and also about the green transition. and the role of communities in it.
Hello, everyone. I got invited to boost you a little bit with something really interesting. It's called policy. I've heard also it's called sometimes regulations, sometimes barriers, but I would say opportunities. So my name is Lisa Lang. As you've heard before, my career is a little bit like a fruit salad, or we call it interdisciplinary. And with that, I ended up in Brussels because I'm a trained system engineer, and policy is very much like systems architecture, engineering. You build a framework. You need to know your data, you need to know your science, and in between you have a little bit creativity and wiggle room. As I say to my team, policy is very much about knowing the human nature. So I'm trying to build as many bridges to architecture as possible. In my job, so I run the policy team of ERT Climate Kick. We are the biggest agency, implementation agency for the European Commission. So we are the bridge between industries and policymakers. In total, we are a team of 280 people, happily financed by European taxpayers' money. Thank you very much. And in our daily job is we have to constantly monitor all of the industries, all of the upcoming regulations and policy to advise where is an opportunity to wiggle and to build. And I'll tell you about our latest building opportunity, and this is called Culture and Creative Industries. I'm a huge fan of the new European Bauhaus. I was trained in Bauhaus methodology. That was my other degree I made. But what is happening now since 2019 especially is that on EU side, culture and creative industries has been acknowledged as actually an industry. So this is quite unheard of, is because with that we have a whole new industry appearing in our policy making toolbox, where not only we can create a huge impact, where we not only have a fantastic opportunity to create new narratives, in case you don't care about that, also money. The budget of arts and culture support on European level will be doubled in the next years. And that in a situation where usually the budgets get cut, see it as a little bit of a honeypot. So, okay, let's work a little bit, because policy is about systemics, and I like engineering a lot, like mechanics. So like I run you a little bit through why it happened, how it happened, and then especially how you can use it to build bridges. And yeah, don't mind, like I do a lot of side comments about Laszlo Moholy-Nagy. I'm fangirling him still a little bit. He, I think, is one of the most interesting Bauhaus teachers, especially because he was such a fan and supporter of bringing the tradition and the new technologies together. And as we just heard about artificial intelligence, this quote of him, you can use that with AI as well. This is about using innovation with new technologies. It doesn't mean we forget craft and traditions and culture heritage. No, it's together. That's where the real power is. So, this is how the EU sees us. We are divided in 14 industries and industrial ecosystems. So number one is like, if you want to place a change in the system, you need to know with whom to talk to, where to place it, in which topic. And so as you can see, on the one side, from an architecture perspective, maybe you're in construction, but maybe also in agriculture, textiles maybe, so... and our latest family member is culture and creative industries. So that's kind of like the first thing, is like, where do you fit? That means like, with whom department do you talk to at the first place? This is also from the European Commission, so it's bureaucrats, right? This is as most creative graphically we can get. Usually it's a lot of text. So I'm really happy that this is an official graphic where they actually drew something and used colors. It's a luxury. The two main programs which are active in those industrial ecosystems are Pact for Skills, and especially skills. It's not only education, education is a part of it. So the main program on European level is skills transfer, upskilling, reskilling, and it's about skilled labor as well as like digitalization technologies, but also social inclusion. So there's a very strong signal that everything around skills is on the highest agenda on the European Commission. It's set in stone. On the other side, the big flagship program is the transition pathway, and that is green transition. But it's also connecting regions and cities together. It's about, again, digitalization. It's about securing prosperity. So this is the set program. This is like, you know, when we policymakers wake up in the morning, we pray towards this graphic and say, thank you very much to remind us this is where we fit in, and this is what we're working towards. When you work in climate change, it's a little bit annoying, because where there is climate change? Everywhere, right? Yes. So, because everyone has the same problems. How to do green transition? How to, you know, lift up prosperity when at the same time we want to be sustainable. So what we at Climate Kick with our team are doing is like our business is everyone's business, because climate change simply doesn't start and stop at borders, industries, politics, people, water, soil. It's everywhere. That means we are also everywhere. Right? So that's the thing especially I would like to talk about today, is that point, culture and creative industry, and why it mysteriously showed up and everybody is so excited about something called New European Bauhaus. How? The answer is, as it always is, it started a long, long time ago. Nobody noticed it because it happened in the background. So, of course, we know arts and culture has been around for quite a while. It was even before digital, right? But the thing, what it actually was, it was never acknowledged as an official industrial ecosystem. That started in 2019 officially. To get there, the journey started 15 years ago. Why? Because there is a process. There's a blueprint. You have to follow the rules. And there you can't be creative. You just have to follow the system. But people went through, so there was a bunch of very enthusiastic people in the European Commission and members of the European Parliament, and said, we need to acknowledge what's already there. We need to make the invisible visible. Because culture and creative industries, in those research, they actually realize, oopsie, they're making money. The GDP contribution of arts and culture is actually really high. Like, why didn't we, talk with them before while we are playing with our toys of rockets and cars and, batteries? There is actually so much more outside. Also, this is not officially from the European Commission, because painting is not our strong suit. So when we talk about arts and culture, it's 11 tiers. So this goes from fine arts to movies, to books, to advertisement, surprisingly, product design, industrial design, fashion, architecture. So it's kind of like all of those industries which we haven't fit in somewhere, we just created a bucket and threw them all together. So welcome to your family. So when we talk about culture and creative industries, this is what we mean. Also in the beginning it was CCI, we're super in abbreviations. Now at the moment it's CCS. Culture creative sector. Before it was culture creative industries. Then the creative said, but we are not industry, we are creatives. So we are now calling them sector. We will see what we do next year. Okay, we look numbers. GDPR contribution. So,
the average GDPR contribution of arts and culture in Europe is 5.5%. It's a really big number. Also knowing, if you're familiar with arts and culture, also there is a lot of business happening unofficially. You know, when was the last time you tipped people at a bar, or like got a DJ, or like a photographer or something? So we know that the official number of the GDPR contribution is actually far, far more higher. Like in the UK, for instance, they, you know, it works. It's important to know those numbers because we had it in the UK. The financial sector in the UK is 8.3% of the GDPR contribution. It's a political argument. This is why we are supporting and focusing on this industry, because they are contributing a lot to our economic prosperity. And then they realized in the UK, the GDPR of the creative industry is 6.1%. And the financial people were like, oh. The politicians were, vote us, yay! And all of a sudden, everybody is so excited about arts and culture. By the way, my job is like, if this would work in the chemical industry, next year I will talk about a lot about digitalization, by the way, if you want to have me again. But this is the whole thing. It's like we are simply looking into numbers and say like, okay, something is coming up, something strategically makes sense, and if you adjust and align your strategies towards, it's easier to get in. It's easier to make a change. System engineering. Yeah, have you seen Estonia? We can change that. It's just motivation. But I find it quite interesting actually that Ireland has the highest, so this graph is like when on national level, that means national public funds support activities in arts and culture. And that was before, these numbers are before officially arts and culture got announced. So, you know, we're a little bit in a wild west here. It's like, okay, this is a situation, who is now building the tracks for the steam engines. Remember that? So it's a little bit exciting. It's kind of like, okay, we started here, but now, you know, it's like the underdogs, they can go up higher. But also, what we hear also is like, because for professional policymakers, for lobbyists in the chemical industry, also for us in the climate change community, there was an irritation, kind of like, what? Like, why do we have to talk with artists now? I mean, we're doing serious stuff here, okay? I don't have time to play or paint or find myself or sing. You know, it's like, well, the reason is because this industry has an impact, and this industry can actually support our cause. And clearly there are a lot of numbers now they're supporting this. So when I give this talk, especially to a creative audience, I say like, use these arguments. If somebody looks at you like, why are you here? You're creative. You know, we're talking about regulations here. It's like, then you can say like, do you actually know that we are acknowledged? I don't even, you know, I am supposed to be here, and you can be lucky because it's your duty to be, you know, to include us all, and my numbers are these. By the way, I have these numbers from CARE. It's an agency for culture creative industries. I don't get a kickback. I was allowed to use these slides. There is a lot of data. They have amazing research for the last 15 years on arts and culture and its impact, and they're about to release a new report. They promised me before Christmas. So gear up. These are new tools. You have new arguments, new data. Why do we use arts and culture in our strategy? Impact, attention. And if that doesn't work, money. I had nobody who said no after those three arguments before. Happy to be challenged, by the way. So, of course, so this is a part of our daily work. Of course, the reason why I'm allowed to leave Brussels as a bureaucrat is that we're also promoting our work. So because there are a lot of resources what we have for all of you. We have so far disseminated 6 billion euro in startups and industry support. If you haven't benefited of it yet, do it now, while we have money. Also because especially in the context of New European Bauhaus, arts and culture, and all of you have a place in there. So like this is our job to get you closer to the policy regulations, because again, we have to bring you all together, building bridges. Why should we care? Okay, so there is that thing called climate change. And in order to kind of avoid that, the EU government has started a program. It's called the EU Green Deal. That means by 2050, we are all going to be carbon neutral. And if you don't know how, it doesn't matter, because regulations will be there. You just have to. Otherwise, you will get shut down. Don't kill the messenger. In between, we have a program. It's called Fit for 55. It's not a health program. It gets us to the first milestone by 2030, where we have to reduce in all of our industries our current carbon footprint by minimum 55%. And there's a whole bunch of directives which will turn into regulations. Little pointer, if you see the word directive, that means, dear EU national member, we have 27 children. Sometimes we feel a little bit like you have a very messy birthday party with 27 children running around. Somebody has to pee, somebody lost their tooth, somebody is crying for candy. It's called the European Parliament. I don't work there, I just observe. But if you see directive, that means it's like, okay, it's kind of like we are trying to consolidate on European level. We acknowledge that the national members have different regulations on national level, but we are telling you we have to consolidate somehow, because the directive very likely will turn into regulations. As an example, this is just, I personally handpicked them for you. There are a whole lot more. So one of them is the CSRD. You will dream about it. So this is for all industries, for all companies. This is a directive which will start where you, as a company, and it doesn't matter which size, it starts with the top 50,000 companies in Europe next year. Everyone will get under reporting duty by 2026. That means it's a non-financial reporting duty on your carbon footprint. That means your carbon footprint is becoming a cost factor. First, you have to track it. Secondly, you have to prove it. Thirdly, you have to reduce it. Talking about toothless tiger here, huh? That's how we call the EU. Sometimes we call it. As a tool to be helpful is the digital product passport. The digital product passport is, the name is the game. Every product will have a passport. It's on the one side customer facing, so the customers can make an informed decision that the product they purchased is complying to sustainability and human rights regulations, and they can make a choice from where it comes from which sub-product it be made for, and then purchase. That is the dream. It's a draft, it's decided it will come. The way how we get there, Brussels sometimes is a little bit like House of Cards, just with less exciting costumes. Or we call it digital product passport. Everything is transparent. The consortium which is working on is called Surpass. Little side note, Surpass, they're focusing on batteries, consumer electronics, and textiles. So it's a little, you know, hint to like which are the industries which get focused on most in the beginning. And that's one of them. So if you're kind of like related, hint, hint, textiles, 5% in buildings, you will hear the thunder on the horizon. One of those things I'm utterly excited about is actually the new waste regulation. Not only because that legal framework is so advanced that it's hitting everywhere, and we have a lot of people from all of the industries coming to us to ask for workshops and training, but also I like it because it's for everyone like so unsexy. It's like, who wants to deal in waste? For us, it makes us super excited because it's totally sexy, because it's everywhere. It brings cities and regions together. It connects all of the industries, and it pushes sustainability not only in circular economy, but also sustainability as a thought and as a lifestyle. At that point, I would love to have more creative people in the room, so we have a more sexier name, but like at the moment, it's called Waste Framework Directive. Directive. It's the hint that something will happen. It's not a regulation yet. And that means it's a perfect time to get involved, to have discussions, contemplate. What does that actually mean? The carbon border adjustment mechanism, I made it specifically smaller, but it's actually the most scarier one, because that is the one who will make damn sure that your carbon footprint becomes a cost factor. And if you can't report, if you can't make it transparent, and if you can't reduce it within the allowed frameworks, then you're simply not allowed to trade within Europe anymore. And that is also for international business. Don't shoot the messenger. So, in Climate Kick, we are working on programs to make this a little bit easier. One of them, one of the biggest flagship programs we have is Net Zero Cities, which is just the biggest cities project in the world where we are helping cities to turn carbon neutral by 2050. But we're pushing for 2030 minus the 55%. We got a lot of money for this, and we're pushing forward. A lot of cities have applied. Tartu, congratulations, in the top 112. You got money, you signed a legal contract that you say you're going to turn into it, we will report. You have to report, we will report to you. So, but you know, if you know any people in Tartu, we know Tartu now because they're in our EU program. Check it out. This is just the beginning. Our job is simply that we are starting with the first 112 cities to push the green transition further. So again, we are in between policy and industries. And there are a lot of tools and programs. There are summer schools, there are winter schools. This is actually, and here I'm really happy, is because we found graphics and it looks cool, but in the end of the day, Net Zero City is a policy reform program under disguise. And we're starting with waste. I really like my job. So one of the other programs, and also programs like this, they're for free. You can find them on our website, you can download, you can use the handbooks, you can make workshops with it, or hang them as posters on your walls. We do that. One of the programs I'm really excited about is our gender inclusivity and climate handbook. I'm specifically pointing out to gender. This is not only about men and women. There's also so many other genders and non-defined in between. The most important thing is inclusion. Because you know what? The reason why we are in this issue with the silos and why we have blind spots, for instance, that we've missed an entire industry for a very long time who could have been very helpful, because we had a very exclusive leadership. Inclusivity helps you to find blind spots, because under so much pressure of regulation, you can't afford blind spots anymore. This is gonna get damn tight. And we have to be damn fast. Those frameworks, that timelines I just told you about, this is warp speed. I mean, it took us 15 years to find the industry, and now we're going totally green crazy in just a few years. Why? Well, simply money. The EU has to become the green champion of the world. It's about prosperity and economics. So there's a proxy war, of course, going on with other governments, but like, we are the champions in regulations. And we know that. So we are focusing on our best skills. And regulations work when you have to consolidate and bring people together. It's a huge advantage. I'm very much hope, especially, this is why I like architects so much, because, you know, for me, you're like technical designers who are aware of regulations because you have to. So you're bridge builders. And because of that also, especially arts and culture, is the first big program which got released was New European Bauhaus. Why it got so quickly and why it felt messy, catch me at the bar, because that is a story for House of Cards. Also no good costumes, but the pain is real. But we have New European Bauhaus. We had like, it was like €5 billion got spent on it so far. If you want to go and see it for real, on the 17th to the 21st of April next year in Brussels, we have the New European Bauhaus Festival. Party, party, party. We hope that people come to Brussels when we party. Yeah, okay, jokes aside. So, this is a baby from Ursula von der Leyen, our dear President of the European Commission. Why? Because it is a story which brings the green plan with the creative industries together in the spirit of the Bauhaus, hence it's called the New European Bauhaus. Besides how it happened and why it happened doesn't matter, but it matters because this is a door which all of a sudden opened. That means everybody in close proximity, building, architecture, interior design, what happens in houses, what happens around houses. It's on focus because it's not only the boss's baby, you know, it's always good then to be close to the boss's baby. But also, it's an advanced framework, it's an advanced program. We at Climate Kick, we are running a part of that New European Bauhaus scheme. It's a cross-kick, sorry for the abbreviations. It just means it's like we are disseminating money. And do you know what our biggest problem was 4 years ago when we started? EIT, our mothership, hasn't been built for arts and culture in mind. Our biggest problem is we couldn't spend the money because arts and culture representatives couldn't find our calls because they didn't know we exist. So we really would like to spend the money, otherwise our budget gets cut. So can you please help us? Go to the website, even though we're using like funny words, like you haven't heard before, we actually really mean you. We just haven't met yet. It's real as it is. We just, but New European Bauhaus, it's a signal, it's flags, it's like, come on. Brussels is over here. To set it also in the spirit and also to support independent filmmakers, I highly recommend to watch the documentary The New Bauhaus. It's a female director. I don't get kickbacks. Please spend the €3.99 in Vimeo to support independent artists. It has nothing to do with the New European Bauhaus, but it was made it's exactly around the time. Found it utterly hilarious. Creatives have this sense of like something is going on, and then something happens over here, over there. It is very much helpful to get into the mindset. So again, we in the Climate Kick, we said, okay, creative people, fantastic. I sat down with our wonderful CEO, Kirsten Dunlop, because like our advantage is we both have art degrees and then ended up in policy. And we looked at each other and said, like, there's a wave coming, something is happening. We need to have a catalyst. We are too slow. In climate change, we are too slow. doesn't matter how much technology, policies, and money we are throwing into it, people don't change. And now the entire community, climate change community, is so scared that they're even prepared to work with artists. So we lifted that up to the highest level. So we are in the co-secretariat of the United Nations Global Innovation Hub Pavilion at COP. That's like the biggest event for climate change, 100,000 people in Dubai this year. And we are in the blue zone, and we are supposed to talk about climate change, and we just simply decided, yes, we will do that, but this time we are opening the doors, building the bridges, and we bring the creative people in, and we'll see what happens. And it was really good. We got a lot of press attention. So these are the pictures from last year. It's like that we sending a signal that the climate change community also, as much as we close to agriculture and soil and water, because this is what we've been doing for all of the years. Now, of course, there's a new family member, number 14, Culture Creatives. They now coming in. Welcome! Because we have to work together. So here's the evidence that we started. We opened the doors, and then on the other side, what we also realized is that human rights. So if you don't care about sustainability, but also this is about human rights, when we talk about materials, especially when we could talk about textiles. There was a forum in Brussels earlier this year. And I sat down with my team and said, like, okay, we're doing a sense-making. It's like a thing, we're doing a sense-making journey. And I'm like, okay, so we just did the first generation. We identified arts and culture as a catalyst for our cause. We opened the doors. Now, who of those top 11 tiers, which are called culture creative industries, which ones shall we really focus on? And then we simply looked at data. And then all of a sudden, the answer was textiles and fashion. So you can imagine when you have like a white old dude, politician, 20 years, sitting there who really likes its rockets and batteries and cars and like cool industrial stuff, and they ask for advice, what should I focus on so I can get re-elected? Oh, no, climate change, yes. And the answer is fashion. You can't emotionally argue, you just go and bring data. 10% of the carbon footprint is caused by, not the textile, the fashion industry alone. 30 to 40% overproduction. What the fuck? This is a quote from a colleague from the electronic consumer industries, where 0.2% of overproduction is considered a disaster. And then they turned around and like, who the F are you? So, and then regulations come in and say like, ooh, we can generate impact. So, you will see, especially the fashion industry will get hit so hard. Fashion industry also connected to the textile industry. Textile industry, what was it, 5% in buildings? Ha. So you will feel the jitter. This is a prediction, simply through data, simply through the observation from the last years, what we worked on. This slide, by the way, has been kindly provided by the Fashion Innovation Center. It's one of the partners we've been working with. Also, we invited at COP. I'm really happy we have one of the members here, Fredrik Timor from the Fashion Innovation Center, Sweden, actually. Here you go, close. So, and we started to work together, and in the beginning it was really like, I don't understand a single word what you say. Like, we are industry, we are representing industry, and I'm like, yeah, policy, we're doing regulations, really come. So in 10 years you will care about us. And the industry is like, yeah, but like, how do I pay my people now? So if you want to know some inside jokes and try to catch us, we will be here for a while. The answer is like, something is wrong here, and we have to change that. This industry hasn't been regulated for a very long time, and it's now targeted. And kind of everyone who is attached to it will feel the jitter. Okay, so before I leave you, and you can't sleep tonight, that is my KPI, every time I come here with some gifts. Get into policy. The amount of pressure, watch the fashion industry. My prediction, based on data, is the amount of regulations which will come and hit the fashion industry, aka an industry which is not prepared, not digitized, not transparent at all. Just simply looking at the regulations which will hit all of the industries, that means we probably will lose 70% of the industry in the next 5 to 7 years. 70%. That's my prediction. I'm happy to be convinced otherwise, but unfortunately this is my job, and I'm good at it. So, what can I do? This is for you, for all of you, homework. Next year is the parliament election. The EU is electing a new parliament. 705 members, some of them Estonian, lots of them in the north. Know them. There's a website, you can find them out. There are pictures, there even is their email addresses, because they get paid by your taxpayers' money. They work for you. Know them, engage with them, talk with them. They're supposed to respond. Sometimes they're even on social media. There are so many, so like, this is your mantra. Please take pictures now. Yeah, come on. Because everybody can participate. The amount of speed which will hit us, we can't go to university for that. We don't have time to have our own policy teams in companies. It's like, this is also like why, of course, you know, me as a policy person, I'm like, yay, I will get invited to so many parties, which is cool when you're a nerd, because you're usually not. And here are the resources. This is already there. This is like the traditional lobbyists, they're using this all the time. Especially for industry partners, check out bank.green. This is how you can check if your bank is actually really investing in green and not in oil. There are a whole bunch of platforms you can check out. Of course, this is happily given from us, Climate Kick. We're Climate Kick, by the way. Check out our website. But ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, this is just the beginning. And you actually have a huge advantage, maybe not even notice, is like, because your association actually has done something really smart. That's also why I ended up here. Because you are part of the first flagship program, Erasmus Plus, for education for arts and culture. It's called Xenotypes. You're actually already represented. Happily by Eric. Eric is a magician, so he also found me. So I just want to make a huge point. All of this, maybe, hopefully, sounds huge and scary, but you mechanically, you're already in there. Make something with that. Spend the money. Come to Brussels. But this is also like, I find it really exciting, and congratulations, because yes, it feels a little bit like Wild West. But this is exciting. This is a lot of opportunities. As I said at the speaker dinner yesterday, I know you're also excited about architecture and wood and timber and all of the products around it. This is fantastic, and yes, it's important. In the context of climate change, EU regulation, we are all puzzle pieces. Venture out. There are so many opportunities out there, even if they're called arts and culture. It might be fun. I seriously have this picture in my office. I find it very funny. I hacked it. But also it's because I get often asked, it's like, yeah, policy, but I haven't studied this. I need like a PhD. I don't. It's about the attitude. It's about getting involved. We've given our voice away for far too long. And things happened without us. Decisions, especially this year and next year towards the election, will be done with or without you. And sometimes even it doesn't matter if they're wrong or right. They have to be done. So every one of us have to get involved. And if you want to continue, we are here to help. We give workshops, parties sometimes, and we have a whole lot of funny spreadsheets and stories. So, but first of all, thank you very much, especially Eric. I know, Eric, you've been working for a very, very long time, and I know you also surrounded, it's really difficult when you're so early in the game and everybody looks at you like, what are you doing? And you just know. It's called innovation. So this is the validation. You are right. That also means more work to do. Fantastic. Let's work together. Eric, the applause is yours. And I overused my time, right?
No problem.
Also, okay.
Thank you, Lisa, for such an excitement. That was new doors opening in the heaven for the culture and innovation for us. I hope we are able to use the means, what you said. So, do we have questions from the audience? Yeah.
Thank you. Ivar Dembowski again. Not a question, a remark. You were talking about, was it 8 million people in this CCS sector in Europe-wide? You mentioned the number of people who are in the creative industries or creative segment totally. What was the figure?
No, I didn't talk about like the number of the culture creative industries. I talked about the GDPR. But like which number stuck with you so I can rectify that?
If I remember correct, you mentioned there is about 8 million people involved in this sector.
No.
No? I think at the top of one of your slides it said so. Or maybe not, but it was a big number. And I just wanted to point out that I just recently learned that the wood and forest industry Europe-wide employs 17 million people. Or directly and indirectly. And directly it is about 8 million people. What I want to say is that it is about the time to join forces.
Yes. Thank you. So that number actually also I have to rectify is because it's an old number. By now we found out it's even more. But this is also, it's like, you have to see it, it's like, because you've been around for a very long time, acknowledged. But also, I've heard the word regulation over and over, and everybody who's close to it is like, you know how painful it is to really change regulation, especially when you come up with a new, exciting way of building and materials. And it's because there is a legacy of policies which have to be reformed. It is also on that a huge advantage to team up with an industry which is just about to start a whole new set of regulations. So you have the experienced industry, but also a new attention, an industry which gets a new attention. Kind of see that you've been at a party for a very long time and all of a sudden there's somebody new coming in with a new fresh bucket of drinks, right? So this is like, there is an extra fuel coming in. And again, I see like, it's not about that everything is going in arts and culture as much as like not everything is going woods, architecture and timber. This is simply another tool for you in the toolbox to consider for your work, to make it easier. And to make a lot of new friends. Right, Eric? We've made a lot of new friends.
Okay, thanks. We have one more question, Annika?
Yeah, yes. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering, when you showed us the first graph where arts and culture was included, the one kind of missing part was nature and perhaps ecosystem services that all of the other aspects or the sectors rely on, and still missing from the graph.
Yeah, so it's because it's a different category. So it doesn't mean it's not in there, but this is about like to identify, you know, music, gaming, architecture, what's happening within That is decided by the sector. It's the same thing for us, like where is climate change? Like where is circular economy? Like where is sustainability, thought process, inclusion, everything? It's about kind of like, it's about like, okay, like in which currency and in which measurements are we talking about?
Yeah, at the moment we're like looking at the man perspective, but the nature kind of has its own perspective, so the nature kind of tries to like keep the balance to stay alive. And we are only looking at the sectors that are taking away from the nature. So in order for the nature to also survive, somebody has to advocate for it. So it should be like maybe in the center and all those arrows pointing out from it.
Yeah, you know, you speak from my heart. Is with us in the policy team, we are actually, one of our stakeholders is Mother Earth. So because we do stakeholder mapping all the time. The issue is like that the system in which we are working, our political system, our policy system, hasn't been designed for preserving nature. We are trapped in a legacy system. So what we're simply, and we can't burn the system now because we have to, it's kind of like we have to retrofit. That's actually a good mindset, right? So what we are doing now is like we are retrofitting the old skeleton. Because we have to be quicker. Sometimes we are building new programs, or like granny flats on the side, but because we have to work so quick and it's messy. It's like sometimes we feel like a little bit like, MacGyver style, like we're working with duct tape and spit. And not with fancy tools. So it is messy. And I absolutely agree, we should actually flip it the other way around and start from there. But we are working with a huge legacy system. That's the issue. So, and it's not only a national level, it's like on European level, and then also the European level also has the connection with the international level. So it's a very, very complex system. I know it's not very satisfying to say.
But also, I think it was in Spain about 50 years ago, because I just learned it in school, super cool. And they actually pointed out 4 aspects. It was social, nature, economic and culture. So now we have a lot of economic, we have a culture in there. There was, I think, social also, like a bubble, and the nature is still missing.
Yeah, and also that means we have to be for the nature, the voice of the nature.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, in Game of Thrones, if you don't scream, nobody will hear you. It's brutal. So we have to be the stakeholders and the lobbyists for natures, and in order for that, we need to know our armor and we need to know our tools to get in there. By the way, Spain is in all of the EU programs, they are pretty good. I'm missing a little bit the Scandinavian northern countries. I know I've been told that the nature is like that, you're really good and you're not really talking about it. Can I also please, can you be louder? And if it's not the voice, then at least with your tools.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Thanks a lot.
Our guest who's traveled furthest to reach us, Alexis Vitel, is from the United States, and she's a professional engineer, and she has 10 years of experience. Her portfolio include different types of buildings, top-class residential buildings, concrete high-rises, fire depots, zoos for special projects and large-scale timber projects. Alexis works for KL&A Engineers and Builders for the Team Carbon unit. And she's the head of the Team Carbon, and she also raises expertise in the company regarding this topic. And her presentation is on a model of change, climate action, optimism, and innovation at scale.
The floor is yours to speak about the model for change. Thank you.
Hi, I'm honored to be here. Thank you for having me, and thank you, Eric, for the invitation. So I'll tell you a little bit more about myself before I get started. So I was born and raised in Colorado in the United States, so I'm a mountain girl. I was actually born just days before, or just days after Estonia's restoration of independence, so I'll let you do the math how old I am. I'm a building structural engineer by training and education, and more recently transitioned to embodied carbon consulting. So I work for Greg Kingsley. He's the CEO of KLNA and a personal mentor of mine. He actually spoke at this conference last year on the structural aspects of Shigeru Ban's mass timber portfolio. So timber and mass timber is very close to the heart at KLNA. So KLNA as a company, we are building designers, so we're primarily structural engineering consultants. We also have a steel construction management group, and then now embodied carbon consulting. So majority of our work is in the Rocky Mountain region in the United States. We have about 110 people on staff, and we currently have 550 active projects totaling about 2 million square meters. So over the next 30 minutes, I'm going to give you my personal commentary on the creation and development of our embodied carbon consulting group, which we call Team Carbon. It fundamentally changed my perspective of individual and at-scale climate solutions and my personal relationship to climate action. This isn't environmental fundamentalism. I'm not here to tell you how special I am. I'm here to illustrate an attainable model for you and to empower you to visualize climate action within your profession. I certainly share this with a sense of humility, knowing that the United States is behind a lot of European countries in both emissions reductions and sustainable living. So first, I'll talk you through KLNA's Team Carbon, how it came to be. Then I'll talk through our 10 strategies for embodied carbon reductions. Then the behavior and partnerships that I believe are necessary for effective mobilization. And then how we're implementing this into our work. So I'm sure most of you are familiar with embodied carbon, but for those that aren't, embodied carbon is emissions associated with our construction materials themselves. So this is material extraction, manufacturing, transportation, installation, and then end of life, what happens at deconstruction or demolition, versus operational, which is building energy use and energy consumption. So the built environment is responsible for 40% of global greenhouse gas emissions, 27% of that being operational, and about 13 to 15% being embodied carbon. So if you look at a building, the structure, the core and shell, is a very significant part of that embodied carbon impact. So this is a relatively new concept to North America and is just now gaining mainstream industry attention in the beginnings of policy regulations. So the key to understand with embodied carbon is it's immediate and it's permanent, whereas operational, it takes about 30 to 60 years of your building life for your operational emissions to equal your embodied carbon emissions. And then also operational has the opportunity to be reduced over time, as we improve our energy grid systems. Whereas again, embodied carbon is locked in and it's spent on day one of your building. So Team Carbon is KLNA's in-house expertise focused on embodied carbon reduction strategies, quantification, and then implementation into our design and construction practice. So we founded Team Carbon in late 2019. Greg, our CEO, he was introduced to the concept of this at an American Institute of Architects meeting. Prior to this, our company, Greg, myself, had virtually no knowledge of embodied carbon. So we really had this epiphany that structural engineers do have control and influence over sustainable design. Prior to this, structural engineers really weren't involved in sustainability conversations or sustainability certifications because the industry was focused on operational emissions. So we started with the basics. What's embodied carbon? What are the impacts of our materials? So primarily concrete, steel, and wood. And what about them specifically is the issue? We then moved into life cycle assessment, so the quantification of embodied carbon. And as we, educated ourselves, we really just became more motivated and compelled to address our profession's impact. That same year, we signed the Structural Engineer 2050 Challenge, which is a North American industry challenge for the structural engineering profession to meet net zero by 2050. From there, it was time to really develop a product and service. Like, how do we actually deliver embodied carbon reductions to our clients? How do we actually bring value to our projects in this way? So we recognized very early on that our main value was this pairing of structural engineering expertise with embodied carbon consulting, right? We as structural engineers have control and influence over the design and the materials specified. And so therefore, we understand how to affect embodied carbon. We understand how to reduce structural member depth, how to lay out a really efficient framing scheme, right? We understand how to influence embodied carbon. So what's the business case, right? Like, why are we doing this? What's the motivation? And, how do we actually have business strategy around this? So ultimately, it's getting ahead of consumer demand, policy, and building codes. So this is both good and bad from a business perspective because we're very ahead of the market for services, which means we have to be very clear with ourselves and with our clients of what value we're actually bringing to projects. So first and foremost, we're guiding clients through their own sustainability goals, right? How do we meet those? What's the process and what's the strategy? And it's absolutely market differentiation. We're elevating branding of KLNA, of our clients, of our developers, and then even the building developments themselves. And then quantification is a really, really important aspect of this because it's bringing, factual decision-making into other design decisions and, cost implications to the project, right? It allows our developers to pair cost estimates with embodied carbon metrics to really understand the value of their dollar investment. And then for KLNA as a company, it's helping us attract and keep the clients that we really enjoy working with and that really align with our core values. And then absolutely, this is business relevancy. Here in the near future, every business is going to have to address their sustainability impact, their environmental impact and emissions to stay relevant. And in the past 2 years of Team Carbon, we've been mainly focused on implementation into our projects. So as we educated ourselves, we really just kind of found ourselves naturally talking around these 10 ideas, so we decided to turn them into official strategies. So this is how we as structural engineers are focusing ourselves and approaching climate action. So I'm going to read you the 10 in their entirety. So start now. Strive for progress, not perfection, with optimism and urgency. 2, big rocks first. Prioritize effort towards systems and materials with the largest impacts. Innovate. Get creative, be aware of and open to material and design innovations. Reuse buildings and components. Realize the value of existing buildings, components, and materials. More biogenic materials. Retain naturally occurring sequestered carbon. Less cement. Reduce Portland cement content of concrete mix designs and incorporate innovative alternatives. 7, long life, loose fit. Designed for adaptability, resiliency, and deconstruction. Cost matters. Think holistically about costs. Pursue low green premiums, earn carbon credits, seek green financing. Market evolution and incentives. Understand market motivations and advocate for effective policy and government incentives. And then last, open source effort. Collaborate, share, educate, encourage. So Team Carbon has turned me into a public speaker. I never imagined myself on a stage in Estonia with a microphone strapped to my head, but here we are. So knowledge sharing is really, really important to us. We really believe in advocating on behalf of our expertise, educating our clients, because we really need to advance the industry as quickly as we can. So certainly these strategies and priorities will look different for individuals and for companies because we each have our own unique expertise and capabilities to contribute. I'm convinced that behavior change is more challenging than the technical problems that we faced. To address environmental, social, and economic reform, we need collective attitude adjustments, a realignment of priorities, and a new style of leadership. So these next few themes that I'll talk about occurred to me after we developed Team Carbon and are what I believe to be the most critical for effective, timely, and at-scale climate solutions. So optimism. I believe this is the most important attitude. I'm an inherently optimistic person, but once I really understood the value and importance of this in the context of this work, I really leaned into it and we made it a core tenet of Team Carbon. So certainly, I have discouraging days or projects, but even those move the needle forward. Those are lessons learned to take forward, right? Why wasn't it successful? Why didn't we reduce embodied carbon? And then the design team as a whole has more knowledge moving forward, right? You've potentially exposed people who didn't know about embodied carbon before, right? 5 years ago, I didn't know about it. So those are opportunities. So buy into the baby steps. Every bit counts. So optimism is very important for both the individual and the collective. So as an individual, it will fuel you for the long game. Do not focus on the dire reports or the tragedies of climate change. We know that they exist. Focus on what you can control and where you have influence. Your achievements will move you forward and give you momentum. And then optimism is also important for your clients, both internal clients, those that you work with, and your external clients. So bring others along, right? There's no shame or guilt in not knowing about sustainability or not knowing what the sustainable option is, right? Those things will paralyze future action. So elevate each other, right? It's about improvement and progression. Abandon the idea that something is not impactful enough. There's no one solution, product, technology, or individual that will solve climate action, right? It's only 5% of concrete. It's only 5% of my project. It's only 5% of my client's portfolio. It's only 5% of the industry. It's only 5% of global emissions, right? At any scale, you can always justify that something is not enough. So buy into the baby steps. Just like the tiny pieces make up the climate crisis that we're facing today, the tiny reductions are what will get us to zero. So see problems as opportunities. Find something that is motivating to you, that you can control, and then you will actually affect it. You'll feel less friction doing so, you'll see your impact, and you'll gain momentum, and it will create this cycle of optimism. And frankly, it's just way more fun this way. So the larger commentary around climate action is focused on individual emissions. You need to reduce your individual carbon impact. So stop flying, driving, consuming dairy, using plastic, start recycling, composting, thrifting, biking, and in fact, stop consuming altogether. So yes, climate action does ultimately boil down to individual choices and contributions, and certainly those are important. But I believe this commentary is a deflection of industry and business responsibilities. It's impractical for an individual to totally eliminate their carbon footprint, to be plastic-free, to be trash-free. You would have to dedicate yourself entirely to that mission with major lifestyle changes, compromises, an incredible amount of research into the food and the products that you choose to consume or even need to consume. It also means that climate action is impaired with your consumption. You can only be sustainable by actively consuming. So I believe this is what creates frustration and passivity of would-be activists, right? People who genuinely care to help solve this problem. So it's not only an ineffective use of our time and energy, but it damages the potential that we all have to participate in climate solutions. I believe that individuals will choose sustainable options when three things are true. It's available, they're aware of it, and they're knowledgeable, so they understand why it's a better choice. And then it's attainable, meaning it's cost neutral or cost competitive, and it generally meets current lifestyle and needs. So a simple example that I think of is alternative milks. So in America, a few years ago, almond milk was like the hip alternative to dairy milk. Then a couple years later, we learned that almonds use a lot of water in their farming. It was all over social media. There were a lot of articles. So it was kind of this aha moment, like, oh no, we need, what's the other option? What do we choose here? Because this is not sustainable. So there is this major shift to oat milk. I'm happy to see oat milk everywhere. I've ordered coffee here. And people are happy to make that change, right? There's really no issue. Once you understand it, it's not a big deal. Small flavor change, maybe 5 more cents in your coffee cup, not a big deal. So we're doing our best with the information that we have at the time. But again, people are happy to make those changes. So engineers, designers, and developers, it's on us to offer a sustainable building product to the industry and to educate our consumers. Either we're the ones to reduce our impact through innovation, or we are the barrier. So prior to Team Carbon, that was my relationship to climate action. I felt I was at the mercy of industry and what is on the shelf. So yes, align your lifestyle with your beliefs and moral leanings, but let's look at the statistics. So for my life cycle assessment nerds, the math is off to the right. If you look at one person's individual carbon impact, it's about 16 tons of CO2. So now let's look at one building project. Let's call it about 10,000 square meters. This can emit about 3,000 tons of CO2. But now let's look at the attainable reductions. I promise these are available strategies in the industry today. You can reduce that impact by about 400 tons of CO2. That's equivalent to 25 times your individual carbon impact. So now let's look at 1 year of projects. So at my job, I typically touch about 20 to 30 projects, but let's call it 5 to 10 projects, totaling about 100,000 square meters. Huge impact, huge, huge, huge. Now let's look at the reduction opportunity. And my math assumes that the majority of your projects are only reducing by 5%. That equals 250 times your individual carbon footprint. So this truly blew my mind. The same amount of energy, so time, mental, and emotional energy, you can get significantly more gains in a professional setting than you can in your own household. This was extremely empowering for me. I finally felt like I was contributing to climate action, and I understood it. I knew how to influence embodied carbon reductions. It makes climate change feel this big instead of this big. And this further fuels my optimism. If I'm doing this, if Team Carbon is doing this, so are others in other industries, and we're making at-scale impacts by collectively shifting industries. So clearly, there's a gap in leadership when it comes to emissions reduction, so globally and across all sectors. In the United States, we have failing infrastructure, we have an affordable housing crisis, and we're just now acknowledging the major impacts of our built environment. So the status quo, the standard of practice, is inadequate for 2023 and beyond. So let's intentionally fill that gap with young leadership. Let's create space and create opportunities. I believe that my generation and younger will redefine business success and quality of building products. I believe that young leadership is important for 3 reasons. We have personal motivations. Younger generations have a very intimate relationship to climate change and environmental degradation, right? We grew up with it, it's baked into our psyche. It will directly affect us in our lifetime. There's no longer distance between us and its impacts. So because of this, we've been dreaming of a better world, and we have a vision for change. We embrace a socio-technical role, expanding our professional responsibilities to better serve our natural world and humanity. The second is we have a new perspective backed by progressive tendencies. Ignorance is on our side. It allows creativity. We're not yet confined by traditional thinking. It allows us to say yes, and it allows us to question current standard practice. And innovation is waiting behind someone else's rules. We have the tenacity, energy, and appetite and inclinations for transformation. And the third is just efficient. We have a very urgent problem that needs both efficient solutions and an efficient approach. So we as young leaders have the time to develop deep knowledge and build careers and expertise and even companies around these ideas, versus senior leadership who would have to learn it, know it, and then immediately knowledge transfer. So let us lead. But where do we need our seniors and those in power? It's in partnerships and supporting roles. A direct partnership between young professionals and those in power is key to mobilization. I'm certain that Team Carbon would not have seen the successes that it has so far without the partnership between Greg, our CEO, and myself. It's a very powerful combination: leadership and authority, the ability to influence and the power to enforce. This combination of fearlessness and wisdom, tenacity and confidence, imagination and groundedness, relevancy and history, leadership and authority is the winning combination. So those empower, teach us how to navigate the system and business dynamics of the industry. Teach us what motivates our trusted clients, partners, and supply chains. Help us build consensus and collaboration in the industry so that we can fundamentally transform how, why, and for whom buildings are designed and constructed. So empower us, leverage your market influence and relationships, and support us with space, time, money, and mentorship. There's absolutely a role for everyone, whether it's directly or indirectly. Supportive roles are just as important. An example of this is we need really good technical engineers and technical architects who are open to implementation of these ideas and can actually execute on them. So this is also not just reserved for technical roles and technical expertise. This truly is for everyone. And I can't tell you exactly what that is, right? It's your expertise, it's not my expertise. But your opportunity is in what you know and what you can control. So Team Carbon is just one example for facilitating change, but these attitudes and behaviors transcend all industries and across all sectors. If we can do it, anyone can. So my advice is start now, start fresh, and move forward. Take the leap of faith and take the business risk. Stay dynamic and adapt as you learn. So now the fun part. Let's talk about how we're implementing these ideas into our projects. So we're huge believers in getting embodied carbon into very, very early design conversations. This is when you can have the biggest effect on your embodied carbon and your material selections. Our ideal situation is we're involved so early on that we're looking at evaluation of geometry, programmatic layout, structural system opportunities, and material opportunities. So we're working through the structure as early as we can with the architect. With that, we provide early embodied carbon estimates to pair with other design decisions. So this can certainly help with system and material comparisons, bay layouts. It can start to help develop baselines, set embodied carbon goals for the project, and absolutely start to identify hotspots. So where are the big emissions coming from in your design? And then from there, we start to develop reduction strategies for the design process of the project. So both design strategies and material strategies. So KLNA believes that mass timber is a crucial strategy to address our industry's impact. It's our fifth strategy. So mass timber is relatively new to North America, and it's gaining in popularity. We're proud that this year we hit our 100th mass timber project, and we really believe in it because of its multifaceted benefits. It has a low manufacturing emission relative to other structural materials, has this natural ability to store carbon. It's a renewable resource with good forestry practice. And wood products have the ability to encourage forest health and maintenance and fire mitigation. It also has biophilic benefits and a natural, beautiful aesthetic. And then absolutely, it's a market differentiator. So often, cost premium is a barrier for mass timber in North America. But because of embodied carbon, we're very motivated to keep projects that want to be mass timber. So we want to bring more than just traditional structural engineering expertise to our projects. So we do this again with very early involvement for framing layouts and framing scheme, even connection schemes, so that we can accomplish very, very efficient designs. We also get involved in MEP protection and MEP layout and fire protection, so that, again, we can use the material as effectively as possible. We also get involved in cost estimates and procurement. We've built very strong relationships with our manufacturers and our other industry partners, and we bring those to the table. And then now embodied carbon. We provide early embodied carbon estimates to compare to other structural systems, and we also stress the importance and responsibility of biogenic carbon stored within that material. So another mass timber endeavor of Team Carbon is we are publishing case studies. So we published our first case study in 2021, and over the next 2 years, we'll be publishing a series of similar case studies. So these will be comparative case studies looking at life cycle assessment, so embodied carbon, paired with dollar cost estimates and speed of construction. And these will be of functionally equivalent structural and architectural systems of actual buildings in North America. This is on behalf of the United States Department of Agriculture, so the U.S. Forest Service, as well as the Softwood Lumber Board and Woodworks. So with these case studies, we're endeavoring to illustrate the embodied carbon benefits and savings of mass timber structural systems. So this is our 2021 case study, and we demonstrated a 70 to 80% reduction in the mass timber system over traditional steel and concrete when you consider that stored biogenic carbon. You'll also notice majority of the impact from the mass timber system is from the concrete topping slab. These case studies will also pair embodied carbon with dollar cost comparisons and speed of construction benefits. So with this 2021 study, we illustrated a small cost premium, less than 2%, when you look at cost holistically and not just material costs. So in the future, we absolutely want to add social cost of carbon into the conversation, but our clients just aren't quite ready for that yet. So if you're familiar with life cycle assessment, you've absolutely wrestled with end-of-life scenarios, right? What happens when the building is decommissioned, demolished, or deconstructed? It's very difficult to quantify, but can be very influential to your net embodied carbon impact. So this was very intriguing to Team Carbon. So the way that we're thinking about this is on the front end, how do we design for deconstruction and disassembly? And then on the back end, how do we reuse buildings and recover structural materials, not just architectural materials? The concept of material passports, Lisa mentioned this earlier. So we're really interested in how do we partner with our mass timber manufacturers and actually bake in the information and structural properties and structural capacity into the physical materials. So whether that's physically or digitally. And then we really believe mass timber is absolutely prime for reuse and circular economy because it's essentially a prefabricated product, very, very large format, and Lego-like construction. So this next project is my personal favorite project. This is a reuse of salvaged steel in Boulder, Colorado. So this is a city-owned building and a city-owned stockpile. So we first started with deconstructing an old community hospital. We recovered about 530 pieces of structural steel, so wide flange and HSS, and we stockpiled them. We documented every single piece, validated it with material testing, and created a digital inventory. We documented, documented the pieces. The hospital itself, so the deconstruction, achieved 98% landfill diversion of the core and shell. I believe this is the only stockpile project of its kind in North America, with similar work happening in London. So to date, about 100 pieces of those steel have been implemented into new construction projects. So these images are of a fire station in that same city, and they use the salvaged steel in their roof framing and mechanical screen framing. They utilize about 25% of our stockpile tonnage. So the intention of this project was to demonstrate circular economy within that city and to also explore the city expanding and having a long-term stockpile that they own, and then even the potential for them to exchange material with an adjacent city if they were to develop a stockpile. So our 9th and 10th strategy, market evolution and incentives, and open source effort. So involve your expertise in policy and in industry incentives, right? Policy needs to be effective policy. So Greg Kingsley, or examples of how we're doing this, is Greg Kingsley, our CEO. He was crucial in the city of Denver's early adoption of the International Building Code, so that's our equivalent to the Euro Code, to allow tall mass timber buildings and 100% exposed mass timber surfaces in certain construction types. I'm involved in writing life cycle assessment code language for the structural engineering practice in North America. And then Greg is also serving on what's called the Colorado Mass Timber Coalition, which is a group that is wanting to develop a mass timber industry in Colorado that does not currently exist, while prioritizing forest management and fire risk mitigation. And then again, absolutely, knowledge sharing with our clients, our competitors, and the industry at large, right? We often present to our architectural clients to educate them and encourage them to pursue embodied carbon and collaborate with us on projects. It's been an honor to come all this way to speak with you today and really enjoy all the other presentations. Thank you, and I hope that I've empowered you in your relationship with climate action. You know, I really don't think that what Team Carbon is doing is incredibly remarkable, but I think that's what's the power of it. You know, I don't think that I have all the answers, but collectively we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexis. You built a very strong case for young leadership as well. So do we have questions from the audience? Yes, we have.
Thank you, that was very enjoyable. What I'm wondering, and I've worked on building assessments previously where we have done life cycle assessment and so on, and often it's an external consultant who comes in, which is what I believe you do. If an architect has their own inside expertise of that, how does that work with Team Carbon, and do you have any experiences in the US of architects bringing their own in-house agenda and in-house knowledge about carbon assessment, or is this something that is quite new to American architects and is something that you normally provide and then architects learn from you? Because in the UK, where I'm based, architects are at the top of the agenda and they often push the engineers to actually reduce carbon and use less steel and more wood, and that's kind of a different dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's absolutely new to North America. We certainly have architectural partners that do life cycle assessment that are very familiar with it and, you know, have been doing it for years. But I would say the majority do not, and certainly the majority of structural engineers do not either. Our ideal situation is that, yes, our architectural partner is well-versed in life cycle assessment, and we really don't have to push that agenda, right? We support that and we collaborate with them. But we've had kind of all scales of situations where we are the embodied carbon consultant on the project, kind of replacing that third-party consultant. And then we've also had it where we collaborate. And so we'll do life cycle assessment on the structure. The architect will do life cycle assessment on the architecture, you know, and then we'll combine information. And then other times, you know, we'll really just kind of support our architectural client in their life cycle assessment and just be, you know, very, very hands-on with that.
Any other questions? Thank you, Alexis.
Thank you.
Tänane viimane esineja on
And the last speaker comes from kindred country, David Radai. He is one of the founding members of a studio, architecture studio, Hello Wood, which is internationally acclaimed architecture studio, which is specialized in large-scale public projects, but also sustainable materials. The company is also famous for its educational platform, which is called Hello Wood, and they organize summer camps where young architects can get to experiment. And as a designer and creative problem solver, David works fluidly across different roles, including overseeing Hello Wood's creative output, but also leading the company's business development. David has also worked at advertising agencies like Ogilvy and McCann, which helps his studio to create visual identity and helps their international marketing. And today, David is going to speak about green architecture.
Welcome.
Hello.
Thank you for having me. I feel so small now after this few very professional presentation. I'm coming from Budapest, Hungary, small country, small company, smaller, much smaller project. But I hope, as the last presenter is going to be full of colorful and fun pictures, I think I belong here. We are optimistic. I graduated on the Moholy Nagy University in Budapest. I like wood, mushrooms. I will talk about pretty much what we do is placemaking. I didn't know that until a few weeks ago. I had to do a presentation on placemaking in the States. But basically, this is what we do. You will see. I will present 3 projects. But first of all, I try to quickly tell you how we ended up on national television in a quiz show, asking people what is summer camp for architects. Of course, they didn't know, but it was a few years ago, and I think that in my country, almost everyone knows our name now, because we started in 2010 with a very, very small summer camp with 3 groups for university students and 3 projects. But we didn't have a company at that time. We called the camp Hello Wood, but it got so much attention from the press. We ended up bringing his installations into the biggest festival to Budapest. So we basically, a few years later, we decided to keep the name, to drop everything else, and to focus on building with wood and, as you will see, education. And this is where we are right now. This is the company, and this is a picture from this year. So we are basically Hello Wood. We win awards. We do quite a few projects. We became basically, over the years, from an educational platform, an architect studio. We do public projects, but at the same time, we develop many, many things. Some numbers. We are very proud about our expertise in communication. We really think that as a small company, it's very important that we kind of create this butterfly effect and to make people know what we do and other partners do with us. And yeah, of course, we care about sustainability, but what is really important to us as well is that we are a socially engaged company. We really believe in that reinvesting in education is profitable for us as well, but for all the alumni and community that we build at the same time. And we believe in synergies. So basically, I'm coming from advertising. My partners are architects. We love festivals, and we try to combine all these experience and expertise in our projects. We call ourselves archipreneurs because we were born from our own project, so there were no client to tell us to organize a summer camp, and we developed that platform ever since. We invest in our communication worldwide, and we started to advocate the concept of tiny living, and we started to develop prefabricated houses, and I think we built like over 20 of them this year. And we also started to use our own experience in building to do a real estate development of our own. So now we have 8 wooden houses in Hungary on a land. So if you come to Hungary, you can stay at those places and try them. My partners will kill me because I don't really have pictures of them, but I have a short video, so you get a hint of it. And of course, you can go to our website and check them out. The music is very dramatic, so it shouldn't be that too loud. Thank you. So, circular architecture, circular economy. Yeah, we do this small scale, but it's kind of a legacy. We started 10 years ago, and we were asked to design Christmas trees, and we really had problems with it because it was a Christmas tree, and we are architects, and we don't want to do Christmas decoration. But we ended up building Christmas trees all around Europe, made out of different objects or firewood, and this became basically a symbol of charity. And this is how we try to integrate basically the social message, but also to use all the material that we use to think about the afterlife of it. So basically this tree, for example, the material was gifted to poor families after Christmas. Creative placemaking, it's a concept about devouring spaces using art and culture as a central element, transform it into a public space, revitalize it, make it vibrant. And this is what we do with our project and also with our events. Some examples from the past. We even had 4 editions of our summer university program in Argentina. So, 3 projects. We have a huge festival in Hungary called Sziget, and we have a long relationship with the festival. This is a big festival, and we started to bring installations to the festival, and then we came up with a structure which is now the biggest outdoor electronic music venue on the island, the Colosseum. And this is a very smart structure because we are using wooden pallets to build it, but they are not harmed. We have a frame structure, we fill them up, and then it's basically a rent. So after the festival, we don't need storage space only for the frames, and the pallets are going back to the wooden pallet company. And it's a expandable structure because the first version of it was not even a music venue. It was just a small place to hang out, and now it's over 4,000 wooden pallets that we use, and it fits like 4,000 people. It's a reusable structure, and it's expandable. As I said, it contains bars, DJ booth, and as you can see, people enjoy it very much. I have a short video of it, how we make it. get the idea. The second project I want to talk about from this year is part of the European Capital of Culture project, where we were already involved basically writing the booklet, and we were really happy when it turned out that Veszprém and the Veszprém region won. So it was quite obvious that because basically we were in the team that we are going to get some kind of project. Our relation to the Veszprém region is that basically we had our summer university programs and festivals in that region, in those two places, and in the past 10 years. So we were very much like willing to help the region to develop further. And basically, Veszprém is a city of 35,000 people, so it's a small town, kind of. It's not that small in Hungarian terms. And the municipality bought a land in the middle of the city that used to be a furniture factory. The buildings were not there anymore, but they came up with the idea that they want to use it during this year as a public park. And we'll see what's going to happen in the future, but basically it was about this year, so it has to be a pop-up park and a concert space. And we were working on it, try to develop it with full of like exciting ideas to have camping, cabins, many different stuff. But basically the end was that budget restrictions, we had to use only containers. We had original ideas about using this CRT structure, huge scale. We were very keen on doing something like a huge installation as a symbol of the European Capital of Culture. And we also obviously had this life cycle assessment idea to use the CRT panels after after this year as different kind of accommodation, camping, cabin houses. But this never happened because the budget. So they started the construction, containers, nothing fancy, very functional. And we didn't stop at this point. So we were basically very much keen on doing something that is a bit more spectacular. And we had the chance to work for Marriott, Hotel Marriott, in one of their hotels in Budapest. And there is a huge building in the middle of the city that was closed 15 years ago. And it was empty until now. It reopened as a W Hotel in Budapest. So what we did in a smaller scale than Alexis' company, we bought basically the wood from the roof structure, 140 years old wood, and we did an installation called Garden of Communities. We wanted something that the whole region can relate to. So the idea was to basically build a vertical garden with local tree types and use and indicate basically all the villages and cities who are part of the region and take part in this European Capital of Culture project. And actually there are like 116 cities taking part in this project this year. So all of them basically have a tree and a tree container. And what we want to do with it is that if this year is over and we have to take everything down, all the cities can take home their own tree with their tree containers. But until then, it's there in this public park area, and there are quite a few concerts there. I mean, during summer, it was full of people all the time. But we managed basically to create something that is lovable, meaningful, recycled, can have an afterlife, a repurposed afterlife, and people can relate to it. And of course, it's an Instagram opportunity as well. So that was basically one of the most important points of it, and it became basically the symbol of this public area. And there were quite a few people looking at the installation during this season. So we were very happy about it. The last thing is about our summer program, which was also part of European Capital of Culture program, of course, because we were in the region. And but what they wanted from us, and of course this is something what we really want to do as well, is to find a place which is not on the map yet. So not to use, not to be lazy and not to use typical spaces where we organize the camp. So it shouldn't be camping, shouldn't be a typical space where they organize festivals or other events. We should look for something else. And we had this idea about mines, because we build stuff, but to build stuff you have to ruin stuff as well sometimes, and then people leave those spaces there. So there are quite a few abandoned mines in this region. And we fell in love with this idea that we're going to build something in the middle of this. And we can obviously we can call attention to the relationship between human environment and these harms that we do to the nature. And we checked quite a few mines, but we actually chose the least known and the most challenging one, of course, because we were standing there. It obviously has an amazing view to the surroundings, but it looks like this. And we never had a camp like this, but we were there and we were like, okay, we are Hello Wood, we can do it. We should do something like Burning Man, but like Unburning Man, because we don't like to burn wood. We like to build stuff, and we like to build for the local communities. So we told everyone that we are going to have this here, and there was no turning back. So we started to organize the camp. As you can see, there is no water, no electricity, no shades. So obviously we had to build an infrastructure, and the idea was that we're going to bring our international program here. We're going to have people from all around the world, and they will build installations what we can actually leave there. And in cooperation with the local government, the mayor, the owner of the mine, and the European Capital of Culture, we could do this project. Basically, we ended up having this number, 24 nationalities, and never did the last bit of it. We always had architects or design students working with us on projects, but we never had a real public opening or ending to this process. But we thought that if we're building all the infrastructure, if we put so much effort in this, we should have a public part of it. So basically, we organized a 2-day music festival at the end, which was very new for us and very scary. But it was really nice. I think I have a video about this as well. a little bit of burning, but it was part of the project to make a on-scene conservation of that leather, that wooden leather, and it was part of the performance was that the local voluntary firemen came and took out the fire. It was basically the opening ceremony of the ending. So as you can see, we work with wood, and we really believe that creating structures, building together, is building communities. And I want to talk about the central installation, which basically was a winning project in-house. And it's also using the same roof structure that I mentioned with the previous project. And the idea is that we leave this here and we will see what's going to happen with the local communities. Now, of course, the other projects are also there, but some of them will not survive because they are like, you know, experimental projects done by students. But we wanted something that is going to last and can be kind of a symbol of this half mountain and make people from the local communities to use it. And there were already concerts after us. Just a few other pictures. This year we had the chance to bring some very, very interesting people to the festival as well. The most interesting one is basically Arthur, who is working in, he's an architect and he designed 2 of Burning Man's temples. So this is how we work basically during the camp. We build projects, we build ourselves, this is our triangle, and we build a community. And we really believe that this sort of experience, when you experiment with material, you are in harsh conditions and you meet completely strangers, is a very inspiring environment and provokes basically a type of thinking that we need in these times. So yeah, I was telling you all about this project. This was basically our main stage, and the original idea was that basically this old volcano should have fire again in the middle. And we wanted to put this location on the map. I think we succeeded because we had over 2,000 people on the last 2 days, and a quite fun party. I like parties. Parties drive the message. So yeah, you can see that. So basically we became a festival organizer company as well. I think it fits the profile. But we do serious stuff as well. I truly believe this is also serious. This is architecture to the public. This is something people can see and they kind of get an idea how things are done. Thank you very much. I hope you have some questions to me.
Any questions from the audience? I have a question. There is one. Okay, please. The microphone is coming.
Thank you, that was very interesting. My question is about the term you used, archipreneurs, and you mentioned that you have yourselves started several projects, and this one as well. How does this work in terms of funding? How do you get support from the local mayor, like you mentioned, or is it something that you basically bring back from the profit that you make on other projects? How does this work?
We try not to. So, because we started as a educational program. We have an experience in getting sponsors. We also have really nice sponsors. We had Rotoblast, for example, in the past. So basically, sponsorship. Also, other funds like the European Capital of Culture. Obviously, there was an opportunity to get bigger funds than before. So this is how we could bring like bigger stars and build bigger installations this year. The company actually works like at the same time. So we work on commissions, we work for clients, we work on big projects. And for example, our own cabin resort is obviously our own investment. So, but there were like there were some opportunities to get some fundings for the development as well. The original idea that we had in 2018 with our cabin fever camp, that we want to start design prefabricated small houses and cheap if it's possible. It wasn't possible, so then the pandemic came, prices went up, and it's not cheap anymore, but at least it's something that it's prefabricated, so it's easy to install, and it's what you see is what you get. It's completely different than people experience when they start to build houses in Hungary. But it's an interesting market. I think we are kind of pioneers in it. But also we realized during the pandemic that all of our jobs, commissions that we did for events, like for example Sziget Festival, or even other countries, stopped because no more events for 2 years. So, but there was this other trend that people started to look for escape from their city apartments. So I think that was the right time to to continue this investment into small houses. And because of the pandemic, we had this land. We bought the land it was in the first video, basically. We bought this land to do our camps there, our educational program, but in COVID, it was also canceled. So we decided to use it as a real estate development, a property development for ourselves, and we invested in it. So that was our own money, of course. And it's working really well. So now we really believe that we are, this is going to be like the whole, our idea is to have this as a 50% income or to the company to develop this kind of resorts for us or for other investors or together with investors. We don't have all the money in the world, but we are now building 2 more houses. And we really believe that it's a fun thing to build your own house as an architect studio because you can do whatever you want, almost. So we were really trying to do some interesting shapes and stuff.
Thank you. Next year, do you have festival also? Do you have next year also the festival?
Yeah, definitely. The festival part, the music festival.
I mean the music festival and all the burning and
that's
stuff.
the repurposing of the whole. That's the idea behind the repurposing of that mine that we will bring back the festival, the music festival. We will have the camp as well, and the cool thing about doing these educational projects is that you meet like conferences. You meet people. People start to think, and we have now a guy who wants to organize this in Hong Kong.
Okay. But in Hungary, in which month will you have the festival? Maybe somebody of the architectural lovers would like to come.
If we will have it in Hungary, it's going to be in July because we need that summer to university students to be free. And it requires dedication because you have to kind of give 1 week of your summertime to this. But yeah, July most probably.
Cool. Very nice
Are
project.
you coming?
I would come.
All invited.
Okay. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
tänaseks on ettekanded lõppenud.
We have heard all the presentations. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank all of our speakers for such wonderful topical presentations. And the next presenter is you, because our official presentations have finished. And now it's time until we wait for the gala of the Wood Awards. It's time for you to interact, communicate, perhaps talk to some of the presenters who are still here. Time to share ideas. See you in about half an hour. So we will also have a short concert by Maarja Nuut and then the awards gala. Thank you. Enjoy the break.
tere õhtust ja aitäh ja kena jätku. Kohtume hiljem.
Daamid ja härrad, tere tulemast tagasi. Esmalt suur tänu selle muusikalise rännaku eest. Aasta Puit ehitis 2023 auhinnagala juhatas siis laulja, viiuldaja, elektrooniaartist ja helilooja Maarja Nuut. Suur tänu, aitäh! Ja Maarja muusika taustal nägite läbilõiget siis aasta Puit ehitise tiitlile nomineeritud töödest. Ja nüüd ongi meil tegelikult hea meel liikuda siis selle tänase päeva kõige pidulikuma osa juurde, milleks on siis auhinnagala.
Suurepärane. Juba 21. korda valiti Eesti Metsa- ja Puidutööstuse Liidu algatusel välja kõige silmapaistvamad puitehitised, et tutvustada puidu võimalusi tuleviku arhitektuuris. Sest taastuva ja keskkonnasõbraliku ehitusmaterjalina on just puidul väga suur potentsiaal ehitussektori keskkonnajalajälje vähendamisel. Ja samal ajal annab see võimaluse teha väga hea kvaliteedi ja innovatsiooniga arhitektuuri ja ehitisi. Ja kuna Eesti on väga metsarikas riik võrreldes paljudega, siis on Eestil väga suur potentsiaal ka rohepöörde osas olla üks innovaatoreid. Nagu aasta puitehitised tõestavad, on maitsekaid ja innovaatilisi lahendusi, kuidas kohalikku puitu kasutada päris lõpmatul erineval moel. Tutvustame siinkohal ka aasta puitehitis 2023 konkursi žüriid.
Jaa, sinna kuulusid. Ja osa nendest žürii liikmetest peaksid olema saalis täitsa olemas, et siis te võite julgelt püsti tõusta ja lehvitada või endast märku anda. Loreida Hein, sisearhitekt ja Eesti Sisearhitektide Liidu esindaja.
Johoo!
Joel Kopli, kes tegi täna väga huvitava ettekande päeva esimeses pooles. Kuu arhitektid aasta puitehitis 22 laureaat. Villu Kukk, ka Villu oli täna siin meie seas. Villu Kukk, doktorikraadiga insener, TalTechi teadlane. Kaja Pae, arhitekt ja teadlane, Kliimaministeeriumi ehituse ja elukeskkonna osakonna juhataja. Sille Pihlak, doktorikraadiga arhitekt ja Kunstiakadeemia arhitektuuriteaduskonna dekaan. Ja Martin Varvas, arhitekt-insener, Lumberlove Oy.
Bravo! Ja alustame esimesest kategooriast, milleks on Estplai interjööri auhind. Sissejuhatuseks on meile teile üks ütlemata kasulik lifehack, kuidas neil segastel aegadel muuta oma kodu soojuse rahuallikaks. Tooge rohkem puud tuppa. Ja siin me ei pea silmast küttepuud. Puit siseinterjööris suudab üles soojendada ka kõige külmemad betoonmüürid ja metsarahvana oleme alati just metsast omale rahu ja turvatunnet otsinud. Vineer ja puitvooderdus ei jää siin alla metsapuudele ja põõsastele, vaid pakuvad neist ka märksa paremat tuule- ja vihmavarju. Kohe võite oma silmaga veenduda sisekujunduses kasutatava puidu võlujõus. Kuulutame välja Estplai interjööri preemia nominendid ja nendeks on Mikromaja, autoriks Lauri Nõmme. Teiseks, Pelgulinna riigigümnaasium, Pink. Ja kolmandaks, Põromaja, autoriteks Mari Hunt ja Hanna Karits. Auhinda palun üle andma Eesti Metsa- ja Puidutööstuse Liidu tegevjuhti Hendrik Välja.
Tere õhtust kõikidele! Tore on näha, et pikk päev on teil siin kenasti vastu peetud ja teid veel nii palju siin saalis on. Asendan siin hetkel ja tervitan teid siis Jõgevamaal asuva vineeritehase Estplai meeskonna poolt, kes on selle eriauhinna välja pannud. Kuna vineer on selline suurepärane materjal, mis lisaks suurepärastele võimalustele sisekujunduses sobib veel päris mitmeteks kasutusteks ja erinevatesse väärtusahelatesse, siis kahjuks peavad nad 24/7 töötama ja ei saanud siin täna kohal olla, et kõiki neid võimalikke kasutusi ära teenindada. Ja seetõttu annan selle auhinna täna üle mina. Aasta puitehitis 2023 Estplai interiöri auhinna saab Põromaja. Palun autoreid lavale. Saalis pidid olema kohal ka nii tellija kui ka ehitajad. Palun kutsume teid ka lavale. Meil on ka teie jaoks olemas sellised ilusad meened.
Ehitaja siiski Võrumaale, nii et me anname ehitajale.
Annate ehitajale edasi. Selle me edasi. Ja siit, kellele me anname linned, anname sulle. Teeme ühe pildi.
Ahah, kus näeme sinna poole.
Ja tulge siia poole. Nii, aga me saame liikuda edasi Rahvusvahelise fassaadi auhinna sissejuhatuse juurde. Eesti vanasõna ütleb, et küünalt vaka all ei tasu hoida ja kas selle tõdemusega võib olla seotud puidu kui fassaadimaterjali aeglane, kuid väärtu võidukäik. Puit on lihtsalt, vabandust.
Puit on lihtsalt nii hea, et seda on rumal fassaadist kui maja visiitkaardist eemal hoida. Või tahab eestlane tagasi oma juurte juurde ja on tüdinud mängimast betooni, klaasi ja metalliga. Ehk deklareerime me keskkonnasõbraliku puitfassaadiga hoopis oma looduslähedust ja poolehoidu rohepöördele. Küsimusi on palju, aga fassaade on igal majal vaid üks ja seegi loodetavasti puiduga kaetud. Rahvusvahelise fassaadi auhinna nominendid on Riia kvartal, autoriks on Salto. Teine nominent on Paide gümnaasium, samuti Salto. Ja kolmas, Kloogaranna maamaja, Peeter Pere arhitektid. Rahvusvahelise fassaadi auhinna annab võitjale kätte aktsiaseltsi Rait juhatuse esimees Ivar Dembrovski.
Tervist kõigile! 21 korda olen ma siin olnud või on mõni minu kolleeg siin olnud. 21 korda oleme me seda auhinda välja pannud. Eesmärk on olnud stimuleerida mõtteid ja premeerida tähelepanuväärseid lahendusi fassaadides, puitfassaadides. Ise me kahjuks ja õnneks selle juures ei ole, et otsustada, kes žürii, aitäh teile, on teinud suurepärast tööd. Ja nüüd ongi see hetk käes, kus tuleb mul mõnda asja jagada teiega. Ma tean, kes see on, aga ma veel ei ütle. Et 21 aastat on nii pikk aeg, et põlvkonnad võib-olla hakkavad vahetuma. Ja 21 aastat on ka nii pikk aeg, et selle aja jooksul me kuuleme, kuidas värvimisest hakatakse jõudma sinnamaani, et võib-olla kaetakse fassaade seentega, nagu me täna kuulsime. Aga seekord veel mitte. Seekordne Rightwoodi fassaadi auhind läheb sellisesse kohta, see läheb peresse. Kloogaranna maamaja ja ei ole ei värvi ega ole seeni. Nii et ma palun siia päris palju inimesi. Ma paluks tellijat, ma olen kuulnud, et on siin. Siis ehitus 5 Eko ja Peeter Pere arhitektid. Nii et siis õnne. Mees, kes nüüd lauale tuleb, temaga ma olen palju suhelnud, aga ma näen teda esimest korda päriselt. Kas ehitus 5 Ekost on ka keegi? Kui ei ole, siis ma annan tellija kätte, siis tellija saab edasi anda. Või hoian see? See vist on.
Palju õnne võitjatele.
Mina saan teha katse 2. Meil on ees Rahvusvaheline liimpuidu auhind. Ja kokkuhoid on aja nõue, olgu siis tegu rohepöördega, koduse eelarve või rahvusvahelise olukorraga, kõik me mõistame kokkuhoiu tähtsust. Ja suureks eeskujuks on meile siin kõigile liimpuit. Liimpuit näitab meile, et lõpptulemus võib olla suurem kui liidetavate summa. Ja kui inimesed vaid suudaksid hoida kokku sama tihedalt nagu liimpuidu kihid, siis milliseid uskumatuid tulemusi me võiksime koos saavutada ja kuhu inimkond tervikuna võiks jõuda. Aga seniks, kuni me liimpuidult õpime ja seda eeskujuks võtame, hindame vähemalt vääriliselt neid, kes liimpuidule sihipärast rakendust on leidnud ja liimpuidu juhtimisel edasi helgesse tulevikku võiks siis olla see järgmine moto. Ja sellega kuulutame välja Rahvusvahelise liimpuidu auhinna nominendid, milleks on Riia kvartal ja arhitektid Salto arhitektuuribüroost, Mulgi elamuskeskus ja nüüd arhitektid ja Pelgulinna riigigümnaasium arhitekt Must. Ja Rahvusvahelise liimpuidu auhinna annab võitjatele kätte juhatuse esimees Peeter Peedomaa. Palun lavale.
Tere õhtust siis veel minu poolt, kellega veel ei ole juttu ajanud ja kellega ei ole kohtunud. Omalt poolt tahaks öelda, et nagu Ivargi siin ütles, et 21 aastat on suudetud seda ettevõtmist ja üritust puidu promo teostada ja viia. Suur tunnustus kindlasti Eerikule ja mentoritele, kes on organiseerinud selle, Andrus ja Veronika. Ja loomulikult meil võib olla esinejaid ülelombi igalt poolt, aga kui meil seda auditooriumis kuulajaid ja huvilisi ei oleks, siis ma arvan, et see tulem oleks oluliselt tagasihoidlikum. Et suur tänu just osalejatele ka veel ja täna oli meil all just juttu ja tsekkasime ära, et märgata on üsna palju nooremat generatsiooni. See on positiivne. Aga aasta puitehitis 23 Arkwoodi liimpuidu auhind läheb seekord Mulgi elamukeskusele. Palun kõiki osalejaid lavale. Ja samuti ka ehitajad, ehitustrustija.
Kolm Arkwoodi eriauhinda. Arkwood on välja pannud Noa restorani kinkekaardid konverentsi publikule. Selleks palun võitjatel öelda 3 numbrit. Täna on kohal 270 külalist, seega öelge 3 numbrit 1-270-ni. 99, jah. 33 ja 12. Kes need võiksid olla? Nii, on tulnud juba info. Esimene õnnelik on Egle Tamm Tartu linnavalitsusest. Ole tervitatud. Arkwood annab sulle teada, kuidas sa sinna Noa restorani kohale jõuad. Teine eriauhinna võitja on Kard Subi, Stuudio Miu. Milline üllatus! Ja kolmanda auhinna on saanud Keidi Kaasik Eesti Kunstiakadeemiast. Aitäh võitjatele! Aitäh loosimast!
Nüüd üks väga põnev auhind. Nagu ikka, Delfi moodne kodu, rahvalemmik. Demokraatia, no see on nagu 2 teraga mõõk või mõlemast otsast lõkendav peerg, mis oskamatutes kätes palju paha võib tekitada. Ja esteedid ja snoobid nurisevad rahvamasside väidetavalt labase maitse pärast. Ja moodsa maalikunsti või klassikalise muusika puhul võib neil isegi õigus olla, aga arhitektuur kuulub rahvale. Ja et arhitektuur asub enamasti avalikus ruumis ja meie kõigi silme all, siis ei saa me siin lõpuni lähtuda väheste välja valitute maitse-eelistustest. Ja kui täna küsida, kus eestlane oma arvamust avaldab, siis see ei ole mitte Toompea lossi esine ega Vabaduse plats, vaid muidugi Delfi portaal, kus rahvas end igapäevaselt kuuldavaks teeb. Ja Delfi moodsa kodu rahvalemmiku auhinna annab võitjale kätte Birgit Õigus.
On tore teid siin tervitada Delfist. Mulle pikalt rääkida ei meeldi, mulle meeldib palju rohkem kirjutada, nii et ma teen lühidalt. Delfi moodsa kodu rahvalemmik on ülekaalukalt Pelgu linna riigigümnaasium. veel Arro Jagasild OÜ. Palju auhindu on. Est-Consult töö OÜ ka, palun. On siin keegi? Ei ole?
Tulge siia poole ritta, siis saab fotograafilist pilti teha.
Nii, siis on vaja veel Merko ehitus. On meil Merkos keegi? Siis on tellija EMPL. Ja, Pelgulinna Riigikommuuniisium, inimlik viga. Kas keegi on Pelgulinnast siin? Ei ole. Ja arhitekt Must. Te saate veel?
Järgmiseks kategooriaks on žürii poolt ära märgitud tööd. Võitjate üle kohut ei mõisteta ja kaotajaid meil tänasesse finaali jõudnud ei ole. Küll on aga neid mitmeid, kelle silma paistev esitus ette antud raamidesse ei mahu. Nagu näiteks kõige atraktiivsem kaugushüppaja, kõige rõõmsameelsem kujur või kõige kõrgema IQ-ga viiuldaja. Iga žürii töös tuleb ette selliseid pärle, millele otseselt auhinda anda ei saa, kuigi väga ju tahaks. Aitamaks meie žürii lauru välja lasta, on neil olnud võimalus premeerida ka selliseid silma jäänud töid. Tänavu on selles kategoorias finaali pääsenud vaid 2 tööd, aga õnneks on arhitektuur, nagu ka kogu ülejäänud kultuurivaldkonna puhul, kõige olulisem on kvaliteet ja mitte kvantiteet. Žürii poolt ära märgitud tööd kuulutab välja Eesti Metsa- ja Puidutööstuse Liidu tegevjuht Hendrik Välja.
Aitäh! Kasutan seda võimalust, et esmalt öelda suur aitäh žüriile. Kui te olete selle näitusega tutvunud ja näinud neid objekte, mis aasta puitehitise võistlusel kandideerivad, siis ehk olete märganud, et objekte, mis asuksid Tallinnas, on nende hulgas üsna vähe. Puit on selline materjal, mis on eriti populaarne just väiksemates asulates, väiksemate vormide juures. Ja seetõttu žürii töö nende kõigiga tutvuda on väga raske. Eesti tuleb sõita läbi risti põiki tuhandeid ja tuhandeid kilomeetreid, et kõikide objektidega tutvuda. Ja seega me ei pane üldse pahaks, et žürii on võtnud endale selle õiguse märkida või esile tõsta rohkem töid, kui otseselt auhinna kategooriad meil on. Ja sellega esimene žürii poolt ära märgitud töö. Palun siia autorid ja kõik asjasse puutuvad inimesed, kes on kokku puutunud Linnutee projektiga. Palun ka juhendajad siia. Ja teise žürii poolt ära märgitud töö puhul paluti mul seda väga rõhutada, et Selle töö taga seisavad nii Kliimaministeerium kui ka Kunstiakadeemia, kes seda väga esile tahavad tõsta. Ja selleks tööks on kunstihoone Lasnamäe paviljon. Palun kõik autorid ja seotud osapooled lavale. Kas Estpanel on publiku hulgas, kes on ehitanud selle võtti? Ei tundu olema. Ja kas on kunstihoone esindaja publiku hulgas? Ei ole, selge. Siis aitäh!
Palju õnne kõikidele nominentidele ja võitjatele. Me oleme jõudnud auhinnatseremooniaga peaaegu lõppu, kõige põnevama hetkeni, peaaegu. Sinna on veel loetud minutid. Enne peavõidu väljakuulutamist palume taas lavale Maarja Nuudi.
As I heard, there are some non-native speakers here as well. So the next song is about a man who always longed for. When he was sad, he wanted to be happy. When he was happy, he wanted to be sad. And then one day, he went on a long walk through meadows, forest, and found a little pond. And then lay on his side, took his skin off, and flew to dreamland.
Mis kallis
aitäh ja head lõpuspurti.
Aga hoolimata kogu päeva jooksul kestnud rõõmsast melust ja sisukatest ettekannetest ja sellest positiivsest atmosfäärist on palju optimismist räägitud, seerivad närviliselt veresooned, otse kui otsides vastust tänase õhtu peaküsimusele, et kes on see andekas ja tubli ja töökas ja õnnelik, kes on õhtu või tegelikult ju terve aasta lõpetuseks siis see loorberipärjaga pärjatud ja ehk et kes on aasta puitehitis 2023 laureaat. Ja katte langemiseni saladuselt on jäänud veel mõned hetked. Mu daamid ja härrad, Eesti aasta puitehitis 2023 nominendid on
esimene nominent Mulgi elamuskeskus, nüüd arhitektid. Teine nominent, Pelgulinna riigigümnaasium, arhitekt Must. Ja kolmas nominent, Tallinna kunstihoone Lasnamäe paviljon, Salto arhitektuuribüroo. Aasta puitehitis 2023 auhinna annab võitjale kätte Eesti Metsa- ja Puidutööstuse Liidu tegevjuht Hendrik Välja.
Kas publik juba aimab, kes võib olla võitja? Võib öelda, et aasta puitehitis 2023 võidutöö ilma igasuguse kahtluseta nihutab puidust ehitamise piire Eestis ja viib meie arusaamad ja oskused, kuidas seda teha järgmisele tasemele. Ja palju õnne ning palun siia lavale kõik, kes on seotud Pelgulinna riigigümnaasiumiga, mis on aasta puitehitis 2023. Merkost oli siin ka keegi, ma mäletan. Kino Maastiku arhitektid ei ole täna kohal. Siin, juba siin. Pink osaühing. Ja Est-konsult. Need vist ei olnud eelmine kord ka, nii et siis anname selle neile kenasti üle. Ja palju õnne võitjatele! Kasutan seda võimalust, et öelda veel 3 sõna Metsa- ja Puidutööstuse Liidu poolt. Oleme siis seda konkurssi korraldanud 21. korda ja seda konverentsi 17. korda. Meil on hea meel näha, et meil on välja kujunenud väga püsiv klientuur suurtest huvilistest ja on ka palju noori peale kasvamas, kes puitarhitektuuri vastu huvi tunnevad. Tänane programm oli väga mitmekesine ja võib-olla võib tekitada küsimusi, et mis kõik on pistmist Centel, AI-l ja Euroopa poliitikatel puitarhitektuuriga, siis ma arvan, et see ühine nimetaja on muutused. Tänastest mitmetest ettekannetest on väga selgelt välja joonistatud, et muutuseid on meie ümber aina rohkem, nad on aina ulatuslikumad ja aina kiiremad. Puidu kasutamine ehituses on üks nendest muutustest ja seda ei pea kartma. Seda tuleb võtta võimalusena, optimismina, nagu me kuulsime, ja võtta sellest võimalusest, teha sellest endale üks positiivne projekt. Ja ennem kui ma veel ära lähen, siit ma tahan teha ka suure aplausi moderaatoritele, kes on teinud täna väga head tööd. Ja minu poolt veel viimane sõna, et ega kõik ei ole veel läbi, õhtusöök on veel ees ja muljetamist ma usun, et on päevast palju tulnud. Aitäh teile!
Kord iga pidu saab otsa lõpeb pillimehel ramm. Nii laulavad kukerpillid. Seda küll muinsuskaitse auhindade pidudel. Meil siin on ikkagi puitarhitektuuri auhinnad ja meil on Maarja Nuut. Nii on õhtusse jõudnud ka aasta parim pidupäev ja puidupäev ja loodame, et te kõik olete tänasest ammutanud inspiratsiooni ideid, et muuta meid ümbritsev elu veelgi puisemaks, ehk ka inimlikumaks ja keskkonnasõbralikumaks. Tahame teie kõigiga kohtuda ka järgmisel aastal toimuval puitarhitektuuri konverentsil ja loodame, et just teil on siis puidu teemal pakkuda midagi tõeliselt põnevat ja üllatavat. Nael puusse ja järgmise korrani. Aitäh! Aitäh kõigile ja aitäh, Veronika!
Aitäh, Andrus!
Kõige head!